the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
drop
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the Paladin is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mind wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. We are back with our day 2 coverage of the Orlando Regional Championships here. Orlando, Florida, the home of the Orlando Magic, countless theme park attractions, and the one and only Sir Adam Doricott. I am your host, Joe Brown, and I will be hosting all the day 2 coverage here. You can see the crowd. Thousands of trainers from all over the globe have joined up here in Orlando to play Pokemon TCG, Pokemon VG, and Pokemon Go. But we are going to cover the video game. As I said, I'm Joe Brown, joined by Gabby Snyder and Jake Moeller to start out the day. And honestly, we had some excellent matches yesterday. You know, not just our win-and-ins, but through the whole day, round 3 through round 9. It was nothing but bangers, Jake.
Absolutely, no. We had some amazing matches on day 1. People are here to celebrate the final regional of Regulation F, and they brought out their coolest teams, their newest techs, and their most tried and true strategies to make it into day 2 of competition that we're going to be bringing you today.
Yeah, I can't believe just how much innovation we ended up seeing this weekend. I mean, you know, coming out of EUIC, I was expecting a lot of people to run very similar teams to what they ran in the previous tournament, which was true. But then you had all those trainers who maybe watched EUIC from home, joined the streams, and then just, you know, decided to cook. Yep. And they cooked, and it was great.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this is in April. This is the only regional in North America, but let's see the rest of the schedule as we lead up, of course, to the very important World Championship dates in Honolulu. So we have Orlando going on this weekend. That will be wrapping up as of the end of today. And then starting in May, we have Indy, Los Angeles, and then New Orleans for NAIC. So only 3 events left after this, Gabby.
Yeah, and all of them are going to be in that new Regulation G format. So I know that a lot of people have been theorying about it. A lot of people have been talking about it. Definitely plan on hitting up those locals if you can to get some practice in, as, you know, the competition is just going to get so much more fierce as we run out of opportunities to get championship points and run out of opportunities to punch your ticket to compete in Hawaii.
Of course, we do have those last 2 regionals. If you haven't gotten the chance to enter a tournament yet, if you do enter Indianapolis or Los Angeles and you take home the win, automatic world invite.
That's
so
true.
It's never too late.
Yeah, definitely. That's obviously the what is on everybody's mind in the field today. And we have a lot of trainers, of course, still vying for that title of regional champion in Orlando. Should definitely be a great time for us on stream today. I know we had over 900 trainers in the Masters division this weekend, so obviously we have the extra games being played. We almost feel like TCG at this point, you know?
I know. What was it? 6 rounds of Swiss today?
Yeah, it's one of the few 6-round day 2 Swiss regionals we've had in VGC. Really exciting.
Yeah, definitely should be a good time. And we have, if you're wondering how many points are on the line, as Jake talked about, you get the World's invite for those 200 championship points at the beginning, or if you win the regional this weekend. We can actually look at the breakdown of all of the players here. So pretty much anyone that is playing today, we're at bare minimum, right, end up in that 33rd through 64th slot.
Yeah, so anybody competing today, guaranteed 50 points, which is a nice consolation prize. I think obviously people want to shoot for those higher point values. And more importantly as well, well, if you haven't gotten many championship points yet, if you win this tournament, you do get that automatic invite, like you were saying, Jake. And there's a lot of prize money and booster packs on the line, too.
Of course, not to mention those players that already have countless championship points.
Yeah.
They're fighting for those, early buys, those travel awards for the World Championships. So a lot on the line here for everyone in the field.
Yeah, I think I'd seen online that there were some travel award stipends that were awarded or not awarded off of the difference of like 5 championship points throughout an entire stretch. The entire third of a season was decided by one top 4 versus one top 8 at a Premier Challenge or something.
Or even worse, a global challenge. I mean, that's such a tight margin.
It really is, and you can have an entire season based on one match too, right?
Yeah.
You can just be like watching a match on stream thinking, if I see this person win, they pass me in points and I don't have a travel award. So every single match matters, and it's really difficult to keep up that consistency throughout the whole year.
And as we were watching all of our great matches yesterday, I was writing down some notes in my handy notebook that my friend Gabby got me at EUIC. If you can see, look how cool it is. Armors and Cerulege, so shout out to Gabby.
Aww.
But I was writing down notes on the most exciting matches that we got to see yesterday. And so let's get into a team. Of course, we're talking about the win-and-ins. We're talking about round 7, I think the match of the day. Justin Karras and Wolf Glick, 2 great friends that team build and practice against each other, facing off on the stage.
Yeah, what honestly surprised me about this matchup was just how calm and collected Justin was and how he really committed to the Iron Crown and DD lead so many games in a row. He was able to force the Terastallization on that Incineroar in a couple opportunities and really just get the game to play in the way that he wanted to play. And just goes to show you that even though some of these size spam strategies with the Psychic Terrain, Expanding Force may seem a little bit maybe straightforward, that doesn't mean they're not as oppressive to deal with.
Of course, and I think the flexibility on these teams is always very apparent too. We did see the huge, Helping Hand, Terra Water, Terra Blast into that Incineroar at one point, and that was a big difference maker. You have that option to threaten this one thing that kind of puts a hard stop to a lot of those, Psychic spam strategies, and it was really cool to see Justin use all those tools in that match.
And that's one of the things I really love about Terastallization is how it can flip matchups on their head. Inherently, if this was Sun and Moon or Sword and Shield, Iron Crown could do nothing to Incineroar. But because you have Terra Water and Terra Blast, it changes that matchup, which then allows Incineroar to turn into a grass type to resist the water attack. But now you can actually get hit by the Expanding Force. So there's just so many layers to VGC with Terastallization.
Yeah, and especially if you haven't watched that match, I'd go back and check out the VOD after this stream. Of course, we want you to stick around for this, because I think a lot of that match came down to mind games. Like, do I Terastallize expecting the Terra Blast? Do I not Terastallize expecting the Expanding Force? It was just a really good showmanship of just how mind gamey Pokemon can be, especially between 2 friends who know how each other think.
There's even that one turn where Justin Terastallized the Iron Crown as Wolf went for the U-turn, and then Wolf was like, wait, can I bring an Incineroar? Is it going to Terra Blast this slot? And there's a whole other layer to that too. So a lot going on there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then of course after round 7 would lead round 8 if you're counting along at home, and that was Stefan Mott.
Math expert Joe Brown.
Yeah.
Math expert Joe Brown.
No, well, Dwee and Len were the math experts yesterday.
So then you're the counting expert they were talking about.
Go.
Okay.
So we had Stefan Mott in round 8 facing off against one of the new stars in North American VGC in Tim Edwards after his 2nd place finish at EUIC just last weekend. But Stefan, who had been on a bit of a 6-3 cold streak, has now had 2 consecutive 8-1 day 2s.
Yeah, and what's really exciting about this matchup too is that I think both these trainers were running the same teams they ran at EUIC in the previous weekend. I know that Stefan has worked very hard on this matchup, and just knowing how the team works and knowing just every single thing about the Clefairy in particular, really the shining star of the team.
I got to hear him talk about Clefairy a little bit in his interview too, which I loved. I think the point that he brought up was that Clefairy entirely walls Raging Bolt if it's only running Dragon Pulse and Thunderclap.
The reactions are so good.
Yeah, it's just cool. Clefairy loves to protect its friends, and Stefan made good advantage of that.
Yeah, for Clefairy is hopefully, I think Len and Dwee both had Clefairy on their caster predictions. I hope as the formats go on, maybe people continue to give Clefairy a chance the way that Stefan and his friends, his team group have done. You see the Landers finally getting that last hit, the one-hit KO into Raging Bolt on the other side, and a convincing 2-0 victory for Stefan. So I believe he is 10-2 currently right now in day 2, so still having a great chance at potentially top cutting here in Orlando and becoming the regional champion. But of course we can't really get ahead of ourselves at that point since we're not anywhere near close to the start of Top Cut. First, let's talk about our final match of the day with Yuki Zaninovich, the trivia master, coming home with a more important victory, a victory more important than winning a t-shirt.
I don't know. I think the t-shirt's still pretty important at the end of the day, but shout outs to his Archaludon in particular. I think we saw it get up to +5
at
defense boost at least. The special attack was also sky high. It just felt like it was able to find every single knockout on the field, and I really love this matchup in particular because you had like this boosting Archaludon versus the boosting Galarian Moltres.
Yeah.
Two very different Pokemon relying on a somewhat similar strategy.
Chance had a very tricky team to navigate. The dual screen Sableye with the Will-O-Wisp is really difficult, especially when you mix in Taunt there, because your Thundurus and Amoonguss are both very supportive Pokemon. You want to be using those Rage Powders, Spores, Eerie Impulses, which could have been really huge in that matchup. But I think Yuki did a really good job preserving that Archaludon, making sure it was staying pretty healthy the whole time. We saw it take a couple like +3, +4 Fiery Wraths and do very little damage, so a really well-preserved Archaludon came out on top there.
And we do quickly have to get through this because we don't want to waste any more time as we get anticipated for the start of our day and the start of our action. So we're actually going to cover our regional champions so far this season. You can see all of the names of the great trainers that have qualified quickly from each of you two. You see that Sableye, eventually it's going to turn to somebody else. Will it be a repeat face or will it be a new face?
I feel like there's still a couple people in the field. I know Wolf Glick is still playing today.
Riley.
I think Riley Factura is still playing.
I think James as well.
James as well. There's it's 3 out of how many people? 64-ish?
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
James Beck. There are 2 Jameses there. James Beck,
yeah,
to
James Beck.
clarify, is the one here in Orlando.
All right, well, time will tell, of course, as we will soon find out by the end of this stream if we're going to have a 2-time regional champion this season or we will have our 10th different face on that graphic, taking the place of that poor little Sableye. But, for anybody who's watching at home, let us know what your thoughts are on the metagame. If you're excited for upcoming Regulation G, if you're sad that Regulation F is coming to an end. This is our farewell to Regulation F. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Keep us updated. Let us know if you think you're a trivia master, if you can handle those difficult questions we were throwing at those players yesterday. Do you think you guys would have been able to handle those?
So I actually want to challenge social media with that hashtag #PlayPokemon. I want to see some trivia questions.
Ooh,
I
wait,
want
that
to
would be
see
fun.
what you think would be a good trivia question, and then maybe we can do a segment later where they ask us those questions and then we answer.
I think I do pretty well. I'll just throw that out there.
I like
Jake
trivia.
is great at trivia.
I like trivia.
Yeah, Jake is definitely a trivia master, but we are going to have to end our opening segment here. So fortunately, we're going to be able to toss over to Len and Dwee to start our day. So gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Joe, for throwing it to me and Len. Dweeha, Lendul here at the desk, ready to bring you day 2 action here at the 2024 Pokemon Regional Championships in Orlando, Florida. Len, it is currently day 2 right now. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm excited to get it underway. We've already had a couple rounds go by out there, players continuing to improve on their records from day 1 and make progress towards that top 8.
Yeah, it's an intense day of battles because yesterday they already went through 9 rounds and they had to play through more Swiss rounds today.
And everyone you're playing today is someone who also went 7-2 or better yesterday. These are tough matches against difficult opponents.
And then after these Swiss rounds, we move on to the top cut where the battles just get more and more intense. For those of you tuning in at home right now, let's go ahead and take a quick look at how this tournament format works here at the Regional Championships.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon VG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All matches are best of 3 and will utilize an open team list format. This means that each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are available to the opponent. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until top cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single regional champion is crowned. Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokémon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Yep, that is an intense set of competition. 2 days worth of Pokemon battles and the prizes. There's so much on the line here at the Regional Championships. First place taking home a whopping $6,000 here.
Yeah, prize money is pretty good for this weekend, and that's on top of those championship points and invites to the World Championships that'll be handed out this weekend.
Do you remember when we were competing and how much the prizes was back then?
I would say things are a lot better now. I'd rather win a regional this year than in the past, for sure.
Than like, what, 10, 12 years ago?
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot on the line this weekend. As you've mentioned, the championship points are really important, but also just the monetary value. Like, juniors and seniors will be taking home $1,000, masters taking home $6,000, as well as some booster pack awards that are subject to change by market.
The booster pack's always a fun little addition. It's fun to open those and see what you pull.
Are you the kind of person that just cracks open packs like the moment that you get them?
The second that I get them, just they're open on the table. I hope there's something good in there. Some kind of chase card to be found in those 72 packs.
In those 72 packs? Well, you have not won 72 packs yet,
Oh,
Len.
right. Yeah.
I'm sorry to break your bubble right there. I'm sorry to burst your bubble
in my
there.
6 packs that I win.
Is that how many you got for your last regional finish?
I don't remember, but something about that.
Okay,
you know,
well...
some mid-season showdown packs, some PC packs. You know, packs are coming left and right.
All right, well, let us know, you know, if you are the kind of person that would open those packs or just, like, kind of just save them, maybe do
you just
draft
put yours on a
like
shelf and wait? Maybe open them someday in the future?
I don't do that. I'm just like you. I'll open the packs as well.
Yeah, no restraint.
No, I have no restraint at all. Absolutely no restraint. Of course, the metagame has changed between Day 1 and Day 2. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at the top 12 usage for Day 1 here at the Orlando Regional Championships and talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, Day 1 usage is kind of what we expected coming out of the European Championships. You see a lot of that balanced core of Incineroar, Rillaboom, Raging Bolt, Flutter Mane, Urshifu all up there in the top 7. Important attackers like Ogerpon, Earthflame, and Landorus and Carnet, Single Strike Urshifu all there as well. And you know, Amoonguss always finding its spot in the top 12. I think nothing super surprising in this list, really.
Yeah, but this is Day 1. Let's go ahead and transition over to the top 12 usage of Pokemon in Day 2, and there is a little bit of change in this graphic here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a couple of surprises. Dragonite sneaking into the top 12, a Pokemon that just seems to have a lot of staying power in this generation. It seems like it's very heavily used in the very early part of every regulation as like a choice band extreme speed Pokemon, but we've also seen consistent use from other sets. Extreme speed, there's a couple of that scale shot loaded dice set out there in the Day 2 today, and so managing to sneak into the top 12. Golden Go seems to always find its way into about the 10th or 11th spot in Day 2 usage. Just a lot of players who are very consistent at playing Golden Go, and it seems to be something that has a much higher Day 2 conversion rate than a lot of other Pokemon. But I think one of the more interesting things here is the leap for Chien-Pao all the way up to number 5. More than 1/3 of teams in Day 2 have a Chien-Pao on them.
Yeah, and Chien-Pao's ability is so great with a lot of physical attackers. I mean, we saw teams yesterday that had so many physical attackers, and you know, a lot of it is based on Chien-Pao's ability to lower Pokemon's defenses on the field, right? So that makes a lot of sense. Just being able to pick up KOs that you normally wouldn't be able to because of that ability is super important. One thing that I would like to call out though is that Rapid Strike Urshifu is the leader in this Day 2 usage.
Yeah, all the way back on the top. It feels like the usage from 6 weeks or so ago where Single Strike Urshifu was number 1 was a mirage. It's off the top 12. Rapid Strike has reclaimed the space, not just between the two Urshifus, but actually all the way to number 1 in usage. I think it's been really interesting to follow how the shifts in Rapid Strike Urshifu sets have gone. We saw a lot of just focus on tailwind and raw power in the last regulation, and I think also early on within this regulation. I think some of its declining usage was that set falling out of popularity, but now we see so many choice scarfs and focus sash. There's definitely still a few of those more bulky Mystic Water all-out attackers out there, but there's a whole range of sets to go with that.
Yeah, and you know, the 3 top Pokemon, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Incineroar, and Fluttermane, all are kind of always at the top. I'm really surprised that Urshifu kind of like trumped Incineroar in this case. I mean, Incineroar is one of the best Pokemon in this format. It was top usage in basically almost every regional prior to this. The other Pokemon that would compete for top usage in any tournament, possibly, Fluttermanes, right? So the fact that Urshifu Rapid Strike has kind of taken over in this day 2 is really fascinating to me over Incineroar and Fluttermane.
Yeah, I mean, Incineroar obviously still on more than half the teams in the field. Urshifu may be just slightly more flexible in a different team compositions. You can imagine teams like Yuki's and Inovich's that we saw at the end of day 2 yesterday. It's easier to fit Urshifu there than the Incineroar. There are going to be a few cases like that. But yeah, still, obviously, both of those Pokemon used quite heavily, and they're kind of the predominant fire, water, grass core, right? You get the water from Urshifu, the fire from Incineroar, and then you get your grass anywhere from number 7 through 10 in our usage here with 4
your
grass
choice
Pokemon in a row.
Sometimes you go for 2 as well. Sometimes you go for the Rillaboom and an Ogerpon just to have more grass types on your field.
Yeah, often. I mean, we frequently see Rillaboom compared with the Ogerpon Hearthflame, or both the Ogerpon Wellspring and Rillaboom or Amoonguss on the same team. You know, I'd love to see the stats on how many teams out there have 2 grass types on them, because it's definitely this last year has been the highest that's ever been in VGC, with just so many grass types and high usage.
And one of the benefits of having many grass types on your team is to be able to play around Amoonguss, because of the fact that Amoonguss has access to Spore, access to Rage Powder. So you really want those grass types to be able to bypass anything that Amoonguss can throw at it and, you know, not have your strategy disrupted.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a testament to how powerful Amoonguss is that despite 5 of the Pokemon in this top 12 graphic being naturally immune to Spore, and safety goggles often on a couple of the others, that it's still at 30% usage, right? Amoonguss can have such a massive impact that it kind of forces a lot more usage for grass-type Pokemon and helps you get a lot of value out of Gold and Go, and it's good as gold ability.
Yeah, I mean, Amoonguss is a great Pokemon to throw on your team if you have issues with Trick Room, because if your opponent sets up Trick Room, then you can have an Amoonguss in the back, be able to send it out and take advantage of those Trick Room turns, right? Sending out an Amoonguss in Trick Room, kind of dangerous because of the fact that it can just put your Pokemon to sleep, and if you're not ready for that, then that's super. I mean, Amoonguss is one of the greatest Pokemon of all time, right? Ever since it was released back in 2011, you always had to respect the Amoonguss in any format in which it was legal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Amoonguss just always has a massive impact. Obviously, back in 2011, when it could still spore grass types, that impact was even higher. But like you say, with Porygon 2 having a big weekend last weekend, having an Amoonguss on your balanced team, it's not necessarily that you're playing Trick Room, but just having an Amoonguss there makes life a lot more difficult for Trick Room players, because as soon as you set the Trick Room, well, Amoonguss is out here probably faster than most of the things you have on the field and threatening spores.
Of course. The Masters division is not the only division competing this weekend. We've actually already completed the tournament for the junior and senior division. We were actually able to have interviews done with the junior and senior division. So let's go ahead and hear from the winners from the junior division.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. My name is Gabby Snyder, and I'm here with 7-time regional champion Kevin, who just won the Orlando Regional Championships. How does it feel?
It feels very nice to win, and because I had a very tough top 4 opponent and a finals opponent, I'm glad I was able to pull through and win.
So why don't you tell me about the 6 Pokemon you ran this weekend?
So the 6 Pokemon I ran at this weekend was the team I ran at EOIC, which was the team I ran at Knoxville, because at Knoxville I felt like the team was very strong in juniors, so I brought it to EOIC, and then Orlando was just after a week after EYC, so I didn't want to have to make a whole new team and have to practice my matchups with that. And this is also the last tournament of Reg F, so yeah.
Nice. And what were those 6 Pokemon, in case people aren't familiar?
The 6 Pokemon were Ogerpon Wellspring, Farigiraf, Ursaluna Blood Moon, Urshifu Dark, Fluttermane, and Incineroar.
Awesome. So you were telling me that the finals match was a very difficult match for you. Can you tell everybody about what your strategy was and how you won it?
My strategy was to lead Flutter Main and kind of deal as much damage to my opponent's team as I can. And then in the back, I had Urshifu and Incineroar that could sweep the rest of my opponent's Pokemon.
Nice. And did that work out for 2 games? Did it go to 3 games?
It worked out for game 1, but game 2, I kind of also had to use my Ogerpon, and I had to position very carefully and correctly, which I did.
Nice. Well, now that you've won 7 regional championships, what's your next goal? What's your dream?
My next goal, I would say, is Worlds, because my goal at the start of the season was to win an international, and I've already done that and a lot of regionals. So I think my next goal is Worlds.
Nice. Well, Kevin, congratulations. You're definitely going to be someone to watch at the World Championships this summer. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
I want to give shout outs to my family and especially my brother, since he helped me a lot with Pokemon in general and my matchups today. And I also want to thank my coaches, Kylan Van Severen, Justin Tang, and Justin Karras.
All right. Well, Kevin, best of luck in the future, and thank you so much for joining us.
I am here with our Orlando Regional Champion in the seniors division, Aiden Patterson. Aiden, congratulations on the victory this weekend.
Thank you.
So let's get into it. What was the team? What was the group of 6 Pokemon that have crowned you regional champion?
So Dragonite Shinpao Core, that's just the thing that's consistently worked throughout this entire meta for me. But it's based off my Worlds team from last year. But instead of Talonflame and Urshifu, it ran Clear Amulet, Landorus T, and Speed Booster Flutter for speed control. Along with, rather than Thundurus Incarnate, it ran Thundurus Therian, which I kind of regretted halfway through, but it worked out. And it still ran the Scizor that completely checks Flutter Mane for free, which is very useful in a meta where Flutter Mane is over 60% usage most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I love hearing that Scizor is doing well down in the juniors division as a counter to the Flutter Mane. Hopefully the Masters can pick up on that too. Yeah. You know, so you mentioned you playing at Worlds last year. How long have you been playing VGC?
Total of 10 years, but I took like a 3-year hiatus because of the pandemic. So like that, I don't really count that. So I've really only played in seniors for like 2 years plus 1 tournament from 2020. So yeah, that's
all the experience you can get. That's going to be great. I see your cute little plush here. Is Mabasov your favorite Pokemon?
He's my favorite plushie because he's a great pillow, and I got him at San Antonio. And look at him, camera.
That is pretty adorable. Now, something more important to show off than the plush is the medal. How does it feel to have that medal in your hand right now?
It feels pretty great, honestly. Honestly, we didn't do an interview for Peoria, so I didn't get to show it off there. So this actually feels really amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it looks awesome too. I'm definitely jealous that I don't have one to my name. And then, of course, last question: you have any shout-outs for friends or family, people that helped you make your team or support you along your journey?
Shout out my dad for driving me 9 hours here, and my buddy Kyle for riding with us, and the Cleanum Discord group where they helped me build my team, and we just goof off and have a great time. I hung out with them pretty much the entire time I was here. And my boy TJ, who is also at home, because he left this morning because he did not make day 2, but he's an awesome person, and I'm glad he was here.
9 hours, that's a long ride, but it was definitely worth the trip. Congratulations, Aiden. We're going to be back with more action from the Orlando Regional Championships.
It's always nice to hear from the junior and senior division just because, we rarely get to see them play only during the international championships or the world championships, but it's always nice to hear from the champions.
Yeah, and those are kind of the rising future stars of the game. We've seen so many players come out of juniors and seniors and immediately have a lot of success at Masters. You got to keep an eye on those divisions, see who's going to be coming up the ranks.
The rising stars, right? The players that will move on from the junior division into the senior division, and then, of course, players that move from the senior division into the Masters division is always interesting to watch, and I think that there's always a lot of great success when players that have success in the senior division move up to the Masters.
Yeah, for sure.
They're players that you have to respect their game.
They've got the grind. They're working hard for it.
The grind mindset?
Yeah.
let's go ahead and take a quick look at some tweets. Of course, if you want your tweet to possibly be featured here on the broadcast, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon here from Pseudogiri. And this one goes to @ABoxOfTimbits. Not only did Olivia make it on stream into day 2, but she also secured her Worlds invite. Congratulations to Olivia. What a run. Hashtag #PlayPokemon, hashtag Pokemon, hashtag Pokemon Scarlet Violet, hashtag Pokemon fan art, and look at that. I love seeing fan art.
I love this art. They all look so friendly and not like they're just about to smash you with so much damage, which is what's actually happening.
Yeah, I mean...
The Chimpow doesn't look like it's about to Icicle Crash your entire life away.
They look more like friends than they do like they just want to beat you up, right?
Like they just want to pounce on you.
Yeah, well, of these 4 Pokemon, Len, I'm going to ask you right now, which one of these Pokemon are you more intimidated by?
Most intimidated by? Well, I'm probably most intimidated by Landorus.
But that's not Landorus there, and that's Landorus Incarnate.
Well, yes, but oh, I see. But still intimidating to me. I'm not a Pokemon, so I don't have to abide by the rules of gameplay mechanics, and so I can be intimidated by his mustache, his demeanor, his trickster genie mindset.
Just look at that. Just look at the arms being crossed. Like Landorus looks like Landorus is disappointed in you.
Oh, he looks like a disappointed dad for sure.
For me, I would most likely not want to be pounced upon by the Rillaboom because not only is it really big and bulky and just strong, but it has a drum and I can't keep rhythm. So
so you think he would be giving you drum lessons and then you would keep making mistakes and he would just reach over and hit you with the drumstick?
Yeah, kind of like that, kind of like that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the next tweet here from Mr. Rishi TTV. Before and after, always fun playing against Ashton Cox. Chestnut is a menace, 7-4 right now, but having a blast, going for top 64 points.
That is the face of someone who just had a Chestnut belly drum and then sweep their team, it looks like. Probably taking it better than I would have.
Yeah, I mean, you just went up against the last year's finalists here at the Orlando Regional Championships, and you know, it's always intimidating when there's a Pokemon on that team sheet that you just don't know what it does. Like,
do you think you see Chestnut and you just panic to try to remember what all the projectile moves are?
I do. I know it's Shadow Ball's one.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. Don't Shadow Ball.
Don't Shadow Ball Chestnut. That's my #1 rule in life.
Don't Sludge Bomb it.
I knew that too. Don't Sludge Bomb it. Yeah, great. Any other projectile moves that I already know that you can just tell?
So many of them, but luckily we don't have a Chestnut across the team sheet from us right now. None in team preview. We do not have to think through all of our moves, our 24 moves that we have, and figure out which ones are actually going to work.
Let's go ahead and take a look at another tweet here from Wolfie Glick. It's just a photo of Wolf sinking down in his chair after going into team preview against Justin Karras yesterday during the Swiss rounds.
Realizing that he would be up against an Iron Crown. For one game, he made it look like it was working out, but then wasn't able to take the match. What is a matchup that you remember having this reaction to, where you're just like, oh no?
If I had to pick a match like that where I saw something that my team just never matched up well against, well, here's the thing, right? Like, there's a lot of times where my teams don't match up well, but it's more of a player diff.
Oh,
the other
you can just do it anyway. Oh, I see. The other players way better.
It's more of me reacting to this because the other player is clearly better than I am, and I will just go down like that. Do you remember a time when you had to do that?
I remember plenty of them, times where just Pokemon that you absolutely did not want to see. I remember coming up against a Sleep Talk Suicune and just looking down at my team going, none of these Pokemon can KO it before it rests again. This is going to be a really long 20 minutes.
That's always really tough when you see a Pokemon that you're just like, well, I can't knock it out.
Yep, I don't really see how I'm ever going to get there.
It's still a thing that you have to worry about because as we saw yesterday, you know, Clefairy in a Raging Bolt, like, you know, you have to be able to knock out those Clefairies before you try to set up that Raging Bolt. So it's still a thing that's prevalent today in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. You just always, there's enough Pokemon with the right ability or supportive move to make themselves immune to, like, make their entire team immune to what your Pokemon are trying to do. That just feels very defeating when you realize that you've been checkmated. There's not really any good way out of this.
other reasons why I'd also sink into my seat is if I got paired up against my friends.
Oh, it's always sad. I think that
really
was part
sad.
of Wolf's reaction yesterday too, having to be up against Justin. But
yeah,
having to play your friends, knowing that only one of you can win that round, you're not going to be both celebrating after the round is difficult.
But it all worked out. They both made it to day 2. They're both competing right now. So that was actually a really great interview with Justin after that, just being able to talk about kind of like how do you deal with this matchup, and it was really in detail. So if you go back and have to watch a winner's interview, I highly suggest you go back to the VOD after today's broadcast, tomorrow on your free time, and check out that interview with Joe Brown and Justin Karras.
Yeah, I thought it was super insightful, covering like how to prepare for certain matchups, how to manage not needing to make big reads, but also things like how to prepare yourself between rounds and keep your mental energy up over the, whoever wins this tournament will have played 18 matches of Pokemon over 2 days. You have to be thinking through how to keep up your energy throughout all of that.
Do you remember how many wins it took for you to win your regional championship, Len?
Well, however many it takes to win top 128 player single elimination. I think that's 7 rounds.
Yep, and that was mine as well. So, the format has changed a lot.
Best of one, just get it done quick, move on to the next one.
1-day events, right? Just, what was it, 1-day event at the tournament would start at 10. We'd be all done at like 2 p.m. or something like that back in the day. But here, nowadays, 2-day tournament, and 18 rounds, best of 3, mentally straining, and of course, just knowing all that you need to do in order to be able to maintain that mental strength, that mental energy in order to be able to win.
Yeah, how to use your breaks between rounds, how to use the ends of games that are already kind of decided. I thought it was really also interesting, he mentioned that it can affect team building. You have to think through whether you want a team that's going to be constantly putting you under that strain every round of the day, or if you want some easy situations to play out of.
Yeah. Swiss round 13 will be starting shortly. Let's go ahead and take a look at some Swiss standings here at the Orlando Regional Championships. So remember, this is the top 16 players currently. After the Swiss rounds today, we will be cutting down to a top 8, and the battles are just going to be more and more intense, because as the Swiss rounds progress, the battles become so much more important to try to be able to maintain that top 8 standing. You do not want to be on the bubble.
Yep. Players are going to need 13 wins to be safely qualified for the top 8. So even our top 3 players with 11 wins need a couple more today to lock that in. About half the players then with 12 wins and 3 losses will make it into the top 8 based on their resistance tiebreakers. And so, yeah, you need to be getting all the wins that you can. Every match is so critical if you want to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, and these are only the top 16 players. There are more players that are currently sitting at 10-2 that are also still vying for that precious spot in the top 8. I mean, it hurts a lot when you bubble out at 9th based on resistance. It hurts.
Yeah, absolutely. I had it happen to me a couple tournaments ago. But it's not something that's always in your control. You just have to try to win the matches that are put in front of you, and play the best Pokemon that you can.
So you're saying just win out?
Just win out. If you're 15-0, they can't keep you out of the top 8.
Okay, yeah, exactly. I mean, that's a great strategy going into Swiss Led. Just go undefeated and just maintain that. You're guaranteed cut. That's great advice. I appreciate that a lot.
That's a free one for everyone out there.
Again, the battles are just going to become more and more intense. Shout out to all these players that are currently in these top 16 standings, and shout out to all the players that even made it to day 2. Like, that is a feat in its own to be able to compete here at day 2 of a regional championship. So congratulations to all the players out there.
Yeah, I mean, we started with such a massive field, more than 820 players, and only, I think, 76 of them were able to make it on into day 2. So already less than 10% of the field making it a day 2. You're in that top 10 percentile to even make it here, but then you've got to basically be in the top 10 percentile again to get into the top 8.
Yeah, and shout out to seed 13 and 14 right now, Wolf Glick and Justin Karras, players that we saw yesterday compete on stream. They're still sitting right there, vying for a spot in the top 8. Some notable matches for Swiss round 13 here. We have Dylan Matthews sitting at 10-2 versus Justin Karras. Stefan Mott, who we saw with Clefairy yesterday, going up against Rowan Hall at 10-2 as well. Dawei C versus Wolf Glick. It's always intimidating to go up against a player of Wolf's caliber, but, you know, this is it. You got to win out, right? You got to just win. Just win and in. Sitting at 11-1, Zachary Weed versus Charles Moses. And then our featured match will be Ben Grismer sitting at 11-1 versus Luca Paz at 10-2.
Yeah, should be an exciting match. Both players who have been top 4 at a couple of regionals in the last couple of years. Luca also won the Liverpool regional last year. Yeah, 2 really high caliber players who are having great weekends so far at 11-1 and 10-2 respectively.
Yep, and Luca actually had a very strong run at the Knoxville Regional Championships as well, making it through to the top cut. So this is going to be a really exciting battle right here that we're going to be watching.
Yeah, it should be really interesting. Ben known for a lot of really interesting team building. I'm excited to see what he's got this weekend. Should be fun.
Yeah, I'm super excited for it. Let's throw it down to the stage right now where the players are getting ready to get into battle here in Swiss round 13. On your left, Luca. On your right, Ben. Luca running the team of Fluttermane, Raging Bolt, Amoonguss, Hearthflame Mask, Ogerpon, Incineroar, and Urshifu. Over on Ben's side, Torkoal, Farigiraf, Indeedee, Smeargle, Urshifu, and Hatterene.
So when you see a Smeargle, the immediate question is what are the 4 moves? Smeargle, of course, can learn almost every move in the game, and this Smeargle has Fake Out, Follow Me, Spore, and Decorate. So it's both here to support and help get that Trick Room set up, but also boost its team. But first, looking at Luca's 6 Pokemon, we see another balanced team, but it's not that cycling balance core to support a Calm Mind Raging Bolt. Instead, it's an Assault Vest Raging Bolt. It can just trade damage well and help support some of the team with Electro Web, and more of the damage emphasis is going to be on this Mystic Water Urshifu Rapid Strike and Ogerpon Hearthflame. A relatively supportive Fluttermane, one of these without Shadow Ball, the Icy Wind Taunt Moonblast set. And really, yeah, the damage emphasis is going to be on those 2 Pokemon and getting speed control help from the Icy Wind on Fluttermane and the Electro Web on Raging Bolt. But that's not speed control that's going to be that helpful in this match when you're looking up against a basically hard Trick Room team. 2 Trick Room setters with Farigiraf and Indeedee. It's going to be an interesting matchup to see the fight between that damage potential and the Trick Room trying to go up.
Yeah, and Luca, this is the redemption arc for Luca's EUIC team. Luca brought this team to the European International Championships, but is doing better at this event with this team. So, you know, maybe it was just nerves in EUIC, but it seems like he's got things figured out. Over here on Ben's side of the field, Torkoal, Farigiraf, Indeedee female, Smeargle, Urshifu Single Strike, and Hatterene. So again, as you mentioned, it is a very much a Trick Room team. Yeah, a hard Trick Room team. The fastest Pokemon here is going to be Urshifu Single Strike, but probably not a very fast Urshifu Single Strike. So the name of the game is going to be getting Trick Room set up, managing the good answers to Trick Room on Luca's side, like Amoonguss and Incineroar trying to disrupt it, and then Amoonguss having presence inside of that Trick Room. And then trying to just get as much damage down as possible. Hatterene, a Trick Room setter that is more emphasis on being able to do damage itself. A lot of Pokemon are there to set up Trick Room, and they're very bulky or have the right abilities to make sure that they can set up Trick Room safely, whereas Hatterene can get the damage going straight away and can be in turn supported by Indeedee, setting down that Psychic Train and helping to turn on the full strength of Expanding Force. And here we go, Swiss round 13. Ben, this is the most normal team that this chef has cooked up so far, leading with Hatterene and Indeedee. Over on Luca's side, it is going to be Ogerpon and Amoonguss leads to go. Looks like Trick Room has a chance to go up here, but you do have to watch out for that Amoonguss on the other side. Yeah, Amoonguss on the other side. Of course, Hatterene's ability is Magic Bounce is going to help prevent Spore from disrupting that. Indeedee has no similar protection. Ogerpon also threatening a ton of damage, but doesn't like this position, just going to switch out into the back and bring in the Incineroar. Yep, Incineroar will take the field here. The Intimidates are not going to matter at all versus the Hatterene and the Indeedee, but it will be a nice pivot point to be able to possibly go for some big carding shots or some knockoffs into the 2 opposing Pokemon on the other side. Yeah, an interesting detail of this Trick Room team from Ben is that it is clear Amulet on the Hatterene, so it doesn't have to worry too much about parting shot. Yep, Indeedee will Terrasilize here, turning into the Fire type. And here's a Healing Wish from Indeedee. It's just gonna knock itself out and try to send in a Pokemon safely to heal, but here is Amoonguss using Spore in Hatterene's Magic Bounce. that is going to bounce back, but it does not affect Amoonguss. So Hatterene uses Trick Room, and this is a setup for Ben to be able to safely get in a Trick Room sweeper here.
Yeah, this is a really good play by Ben. When you're a player with so much experience playing hard Trick Room, you have to see all of your different paths through it, the way that you're going to get Trick Room set up safely here. And so the path that Ben identifies is first you have to make sure that the Ogerpon Hearthflame on the other side can't just KO Hatterene with Ivy Cudgel, and so Hatterene goes for the defensive Teralization. Amoonguss can't spore the Hatterene, but you don't really want to get NDD spored and stuck on the field wasting away your turns. And so Healing Wish, it doesn't really accomplish anything. Torkoal will eventually heal because it came in at full health. But what it does in the meantime is it gets NDD off the field. Torkoal gets to come in for free. The Trick Room goes up. Nothing is asleep. You have the 4 full turns now with your 2 most damaging options. Hatterene with Expanding Force turned on, and Torkoal with Eruption turned on. But then there's Incineroar. It's immune to Expanding Force. It resists Eruption. That's the kind of role it can play on these balanced teams to help. You just use its typing to disrupt the Trick Room and make life a little bit more difficult for Ben. He's going to have to find other coverage options to deal with Incineroar because he can't just use those same type attack boosted moves that would make it so much easier.
Amoonguss Force Protect does not want to eat this Eruption that's Sun boosted from this Torkoal here. Torkoal does get the Eruption off, will hit Incineroar again. Incineroar with that great resist and this immunity here, not even taking 50% damage from the Eruption, as Hatterene will use Expanding Force into that Dark type immunity here. Incineroar uses Parting Shot, will lower Torkoal's special attack stat, and also allow Luca to be able to react to this Trick Room mode. So Incineroar will go back to Luca. Now Luca gets to send back out 1 Pokemon. It will be that Raging Bolt with the Assault Vest. So trying to bulk out this Trick Room.
Yeah, Incineroar, the Incineroar gets the Parting Shot down on Torkoal, lessens the damage output, doesn't really take too much damage itself out of that turn, despite taking a Choice Specs Eruption in the Sun. And now Raging Bolt with the Assault Vest comes back in. Still won't really love taking a combination of Expanding Force or Dazzling Gleam and Eruption, and Amoonguss still just as threatened as ever. You have to imagine that even with 1 Parting Shot down on Torkoal, Amoonguss is not going to be able to take a Choice Specs Eruption.
No, it does not want to take this Eruption at all. You know, Eruption, it's one of the strongest moves in the game coming from Torkoal because of the Sun boost and the fact that this Torkoal is still at full health here. Amoonguss has to switch out, cannot stay in, will have to go back into the Incineroar that resists, but again, that first Eruption did a lot. This one won't do quite as much because of that Parting Shot that Luca used the turn prior. So here is another Eruption into both these Pokemon that resist. So again, that Assault Vest on that Raging Bolt, not very effective on it, as well as, ooh, all right, cool. Hatterene picks up the KO with the Dazzling Gleam, not going for an Expanding Force that turn, just maybe expecting that Incineroar to switch back in. So Incineroar gets knocked out there as Raging Bolt goes for a boosted Thunderbolt because of the Photosynthesis and brings Torkoal down to just a little bit of hit points.
Yeah, Torkoal going down low. The Raging Bolt has the Photosynthesis from the Sun, meaning that does so much damage. And yeah, the name of the game is getting out of Trick Room for Luca. So even a turn like that, Incineroar gets traded away. There was something where the damage had to go, but now we only have 2 turns of Trick Room left. He's managed to use the resistances of Incineroar and the bulk of Raging Bolt to get through a couple of them, but now Ben's got to capitalize on these last couple turns of Trick Room. Raging Bolt, of course, cannot protect itself, cannot go for Thunderclaps with Psychic Terrain down, and so is looking pretty vulnerable, and is a vulnerable spot for the team. If Amoonguss were to come into that slot, you'd have to imagine it's easy to target a fire move in that direction and just lock in 1 more KO in this turn of Trick Room.
Yeah, so again, that Raging Bolt, Photosynthesis boosted with the Assault Vest, really proven how bulky it can be. I mean, it switched into those just extremely safely. Took the damage really well here, as Ben will retreat Torkoal here, will replace it with an Urshifu. So Urshifu will take the field here. Operating in the Sun, not ideal condition for Urshifu, as Luca will opt to Terastallize. It is going to be that Ogerpon will get that Embody aspect and get an attack boost. So this Ogerpon right now threatening damage right as Trick Room is about to expire.
Yeah, it needs to try to trade some damage this turn, is hoping to be able to take whatever the Hatterene throws out. This Expanding Force is going to do a lot of damage, but not quite enough, which means Ogerpon is going to be able to get a boosted attack off this turn.
Yep, and Ogerpon will opt for a Stomping Tantrum into that Hattering slot. Does get the one-hit KO because of that Fire Teralization, but down to the Ogerpon and Amoonguss over on Luca's side of the field. The Urshifu on Ben's side of the field, as well as Torkoal in the back.
Yeah, getting the Urshifu in is helpful because I'm sure the Ogerpon would love to protect through this last turn of Trick Room. But of course, Urshifu has no protection against the Spore. Amoonguss can just move first in this Trick Room and try to put it to sleep. And the Torkoal on the other side is weak and can't go for an Eruption. Did get the chance to switch back out and come back in, which means it can pick a new move, can opt for Heat Wave or Weather Ball instead to have a different fire option. The Ogerpon's still going to need to protect itself, wants to get through this last turn of Trick Room.
Yep, Ogerpon will protect itself as Torkoal opts for a Weather Ball, big damage in the sun into that Amoonguss and gets the one-hit KO there. So it's going to come down to this Ogerpon on Luca's side and how it can deal with the Urshifu and the Torkoal.
Yeah, and so basically there was enough damage there to lock up the game. The Weather Ball KOing Amoonguss prevents the Spore from putting Urshifu to sleep, which means that Urshifu gets that Wicked Blow off, KOs Ogerpon and ends this game. Just so much sheer damage. Ben needed one Trick Room. He won the game on the last turn of the Trick Room. 5-turn long game, just barely has the damage to get it done.
Yeah, so Ben right there using this hard Trick Room team to be able to just set up Trick Room, get in your sweeper extremely safely. I mean, what a setup that was with the Indeedee and the Hattering leads, right? Like, just immediately Healing Wish just to knock out the Indeedee and be able to get in a Trick Room sweeper like Torkoal right off the bat.
The Healing Wish is so smart because you saw that it really did take all 4 turns of that Trick Room for Ben to win. And it did not have the health bars to try to set up a second Trick Room if it had expired. And so if you waste a few turns with Indeedee needing to switch out, wasting turns trying to wake up again from a Spore, then you're just not going to be able to clear this team within those 4 turns. But it recognizes that Indeedee is not important now as a health bar. It's important to just get it off the field, get attackers in the nick of time, and get it done.
Yeah, so amazing play and setup right there from Ben. So Luca is now going to have to try to figure out how to prevent Trick Room from being so problematic. I mean, the magic bounce on that Hattering is just so important just to be able to not be put to sleep by that Amoonguss. And also, like, just the Torkoal threatens that Amoonguss immediately off the bat. I mean, being able to send in your Torkoal for free under Trick Room, no risk of any damage, and Torkoal is not a speed Pokemon, just being able to fire off Sun boosted, Choice Specs boosted Eruptions at full health, dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely dangerous. It's hard to find the right combination of Pokemon that can actually weather a turn against both the Hattering and the Torkoal at the same time. You know, Raging Bolt can resist the Eruption, take not that much damage from it, but then has to take a Dazzling Gleam that does so much.
Yep, and here we go, game 2 of Swiss Round 13. Ben leading the same, the Hattering and that Indeedee. Ogerpon and Amoonguss over on Luca's side of the field.
Yeah, so it could be more of the same, right? The same leads, the same options are available, but it's a scary thing because if you go for exactly the same play of Terrifier and Healing Wish, it could just be an Embody Aspect boosted Stomping Tantrum KOing Hattering and preventing Trick Room and really ending this game on the spot if you were to just lose 2 Pokemon. So very risky for Ben to try to find the same play, but that means that it's going to be a little bit easier for Luca. If that was the best play available for Ben and it is not feasible to go for it a second time, then what is the next option? What is the next step down in the matchup prep?
Yeah, so Ben must be worried about going for the same option because of that threat that you have mentioned. Amoonguss on Luca's side of the field will switch out. It is going to be the Incineroar on Luca's side. Again, these Intimidates, not going to matter, but if Torkoal does somehow get in safely, then at least Incineroar will be able to deal with that Torkoal. Ogerpon on Luca's side of the field is going to Terastallize here, get that Embody Aspect exactly as you mentioned, that 1 stage of increased attack, a possible Stomping Tantrum. If that Hattering does Terastallize, that is going to be a 1-hit KO as we already saw in the last game. So here we go. How is Ben going to react to this? Indeedee just opting for a Follow Me here. Okay, great adjustment. Just not wanting to go for the same leads here, or the same moves here. The Stomping Tantrum does land into that Indeedee, does a little under 50%. Ogerpon will take some chip damage from that Rocky Helmet, but Hattering, most importantly, is able to set up Trick Room safely.
Yeah, Hatterene gets the Trick Room safely. Ben makes the right adjustment. One turn ahead in both Game 1 and Game 2. That little bit of chip could actually be impactful. I think that's about the same amount of health that Ogerpon survived the Expanding Force with in Game 1, which means it's not probably going to be able to do that this time. But Incineroar's on the board where it needs to be, and Ben doesn't have that full momentum this time. NDD just stays on the field this time, doesn't get to go down for free, but that doesn't mean Ben still has 4 Pokemon. It's not always that you want your Pokemon to go down. NDD might be able to still get a Healing Wish off this turn and get itself off the board, or just continue to play and fight with NDD.
Yep, Ndidi will go for a Dazzling Gleam here. Not very effective into the Ogerpon, but Incineroar will get the KO on Ndidi with a knockoff. Going to take a little bit of chip damage again from that Rocky Helmet. So now Ogerpon will be able to go for an attack here. Can go for some big damage. Will opt for the Ivy Cudgel. Lands into that Hatterene, and it is still a very strong attack and gets the one-hit KO from that range.
Yeah, so not a great turn for Ben there, right? You can see the change that happens when NDD is stuck on the field. It's not actually slow enough to move before the Incineroar just gets knocked off and KO'd. And that means that without the Force coming out, Ben probably expecting a spiky shield from the Ogerpon on the other side. The damage wasn't there to KO Ogerpon, just some chip kind of Dazzling Gleam, which means that Ogerpon gets the Ivy Cudgel off and sets this game at a 4-2 advantage in Luca's favor. But now it's a 4-2 advantage with the big attackers on the field. Choice Band Urshifu is here. Choice Specs Torkoal is here. They will never switch attacks. They will never switch off the field. They will just do damage for the next few turns and try to get through Luca's team in time.
And it's really challenging to just lock yourself into that eruption button, because if Torkoal takes any damage at all, that damage output begins to just shrink, and you never want to have a low health Torkoal on the other side of the, or you never want to have a low health Torkoal on your side of the field just opting to go for, you know, really pitiful sun boosted eruptions, as Torkoal will Terralize. It will become the fire type to boost its fire type attacks even stronger. So this Torkoal right here trying to do as much damage as it possibly can here under this Trick Room. It is going to opt for an eruption. We saw Incineroar survive last time. Incineroar has taken a lot more damage, but Incineroar hangs on again with just a little bit of health. Does get the KO on that Ogerpon though.
Yeah, Torkoal really just needed to get one or the other, because Urshifu will be able to eventually clean up or deal damage. Of course, the Incineroar underspeeding the Urshifu and getting a parting shot off, which means the Urshifu attack is going to land into whatever takes this spot.
Yeah, so Luca has to send in a Pokemon here to just take an attack from this Urshifu. It will be the Amoonguss that will try to sponge up this attack from the Urshifu. It is the Wicked Blow connecting in that Amoonguss does a lot of damage. Amoonguss will hang on and eat away at its Citrus Bear to heal back to about 50% of its remaining hit points.
Yeah, so Amoonguss takes a ton of damage for that parting shot. You get one stage of reduced special attack on Torkoal, but pay for it with Amoonguss's health bar. Incineroar, very low in the back, will be able to come in at some point, but Intimidate is not going to matter with Urshifu locked into Wicked Blow and a special attacker next to it. Raging Bolt now has to try to stand up to this pair. Not going to mind the eruption too much, even as strong as it still is with Sun and Terra and Choice Specs. The -1 special attack and the Assault Vest will help mitigate that damage, but has to watch out for the Wicked Blow coming in from Urshifu. It's going to be a ton of damage combined. And of course, Amoonguss cannot try to take an eruption, despite a parting shot that is not nearly enough to help a half-health Amoonguss take a boosted eruption, so it does just protect itself and leave Raging Bolt to deal with this turn.
Yeah, Amoonguss does not want to get knocked out here. Torkoal, again, another Sun boosted, Choice Specs boosted, Terra boosted, eruption at full health, lands into that Raging Bolt. We saw that Raging Bolt take it extremely well, and you see it again, like Raging Bolt with that Assault Vest, just such a bulky Pokemon, but here's the Wicked Blow, lands into Raging Bolt, gets the KO from that range, so just enough from that eruption to just put that Raging Bolt in range. So these two Choice locked sweepers in the back are doing work here for Ben.
Yeah, they came in under Trick Room and got the job done. It looks like just so much damage coming out. You really can't imagine two more powerful Pokemon in VGC right now than a Choice Specs Torkoal and a Choice Band Urshifu single strike, and they
Here's another eruption.
had their run of this game. Torkoal dealing just a ton more damage, picking up the final 2 KOs and giving Ben the match.
That was so much damage being dealt out in the final turns. Ben knocking out the Amoonguss and the Incineroar, securing a win here in Swiss round 13 against Luca. So, you know, Luca played his best, but Ben with the Trick Room team just a little bit stronger. Just having that ideal setup that Ben really wanted to do. He really wants to play in Trick Room. Guess what? Ben made sure that he got Trick Room up.
Yeah, Ben got the turn 1 right in both game 1 and 2. And playing hard Trick Room like this, so much of it can hinge on that turn 1 of how you safely get your Trick Room set up, but not only set up, how you get it set up in a way that leads into damage. If you just kind of get Trick Room with 2 supportive Pokemon on the field and then can't accomplish anything after that, then you haven't, it's not a mission accomplished. But using Hatterene to set the Trick Room in both games meant that one attacker was immediately on the field. Using NDD to just Healing Wish itself off of the field in game 1 so that immediately 2 attackers were there. And the second game, Luca did it for him. She got the knockoff onto NDD to get it KO'd to make room for an attacker. It looked dicey when also Hatterene went down on the same turn and left Ben with just 2 Pokemon. But it was 2 Pokemon, 3 turns of Trick Room, and that was too long for Luca.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's nerve-wracking to send in 2 Pokemon carrying choice items. You have to pick the right moves. Obviously, Eruption, strong move, but at the same time, what if that Raging Ball had Thunderclap in that slot to try to mitigate the amount of damage that...
Well, that's why the Psychic Terrain is there to make sure that you do not get your Eruptions weakened, that you can safely lock into that. 2 Pokemon that don't mind the choice items as much because they are so dedicated to those specific attacks that they use. Urshifu Single Strike is there to Wicked Blow. It will close combat in some situations, but it is there to pump out damage with Wicked Blow. And similarly, Torkoal is there to use Eruption. There are some times where it needs to go out, reset Eruption, and come back in Weather Ball. We saw that in
Game 1.
But when it is uncontested, to just keep firing off those Eruptions, even into resisted targets like Incineroar and Ogerpon. Remember that first really impactful Eruption was into 2 fire types, but it picked up the KO on Ogerpon and nearly picked up the KO on Incineroar as well, and almost, I think, hurt Luca just as much by Incineroar hanging on, which meant it had Departing Shot, which meant that Amoonguss had to take that Wicked Blow and take so much more damage. I don't think it was going to matter one way or another. The damage was just coming in too hard and too fast.
Yeah, I mean, that's the ideal Trick Room setup. You set up Trick Room, and then a lot of times with a lot of Trick Room teams, you have to try to pivot out your pieces in order to get your sweepers in, right? You usually have a setup Pokemon as well as that Trick Room setter, like a setup Pokemon that will allow you to easily set up Trick Room, maybe like a Rage Powder or Follow Me, or possibly a Fake Out setup from, you know, that's been strategies for decades now to be able to set up Trick Room. But then you can't really easily take advantage of that because, you know, this is more of a Pokemon that will help you set up, and then the Trick Room setter itself, not the best, not usually a very strong offensive presence, really bulky, being able to set up that Trick Room. And then here, Ben, again, just being able to set up Trick Room and then opt to just immediately have sweepers come in, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can see the downsides with Hatterene as a Trick Room setter, right? In both game 1 and game 2, it was just immediate one-hit KO'd at some point in the game because it's not as bulky as other options. But the difference is that if you can find the right support option next to it, the right choice of move for turn 1 to get Trick Room anyway, then you instantly have an attacker out. You're pumping out big damage with Expanding Force or Dazzling Gleam. That means you're not in as passive of a situation, and you're more likely to win in the first Trick Room. Some Trick Room teams, you know, often ones that feature Cresselia or almost just balanced teams that can play a longer game, try to set up a couple of Trick Rooms. If that's what happens, it's just one of your options during the game. When you're playing these hard Trick Room teams that really want to win in those first 4 turns where Trick Room is available, that's where you need to make sure the damage is on there immediately.
Absolutely, Len. Ben Grismer advances to 12-1 on day 2 here. Let's go ahead and throw it down to Joe in the lounge with an interview with Ben.
Thank you very much, Dwee and Len. I'm here with Ben Grismer, our winner on stream just now. And Ben, you're having a great weekend so far. You're having a great record. How are you feeling after that victory?
Feels really good. It's been a while since I've done well at an event, so it feels good to come out here and be. This is the best I've ever done, so I'm feeling really good right now. Well,
because you were 9-0 yesterday, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, how has this weekend been so consistent for you? How are you performing so well here in Orlando? Like, what's the secret sauce? What's the magic behind this team?
I mean, yeah, the team is why I'm doing so well. It's not because of me. The team has been fantastic. I've been having, you know, the pairings RNG go my way. So Yeah, the hard Trick Room team with me and Brian Collins have been working on together for a while, and it's just been put in the work today.
Yeah, I was going to ask about Brian Collins because I know he I believe he played this team at USC, right? And he's been performing well all season. And when you're kind of a player, Ben, who's known for off the wall strats, right? You like using some of the fun maybe strategies maybe your opponents aren't going to be prepared for going into a tournament. Is that an intentional thing that you want to have the information advantage, or is it just that you like that type of play style?
I think it's both, but I think it's mostly that I'm not good enough at using balance to do well with it. So I have to try to win other ways.
Okay, hey, that's fair. Honestly, if you got two things to be true at the same time, right? Obviously, we just saw Trick Room coming up victorious at EUSC, and now you're running this Trick Room team with Torkoal on it. What do you think with Hatterene as well, Hatterene and Didi, like this? We've really had access to this core for all of Scarlet and Violet, if you think about it. And why do you think that these type of Pokemon specifically synergize well with each other in Trick Room?
I think the key thing with the team that you didn't really get to see in that match is the pairing with Farigiraf and Smeargle, the two Pokemon that didn't show up, because Size Spam with Torkoal, right, that's been a thing for a while, but when there's Incineroar and Rillaboom everywhere, it's not quite as consistent, which we've seen. And I think when we paired them with the Farigiraf and Smeargle, and you can kind of say, okay, I'm not even going to bring the Size Spam against those things, that's really what kind of makes the team click.
I do think a lot of people, they see the Smeargle and immediately kind of get like flashbacks, right? to prior eras of competitive Pokemon. So, what purpose does Smeargle have on your team, and why do you think Smeargle has not been able to reclaim that title that it used to have as one of the most ever-present annoying Pokemon? It still is annoying to deal with, but it's not as high of usage as it used to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think it lost its, well, we all know it lost its big move that made it annoying, but so it has to take a more niche role. And you've got this stand. It's just so good to be, when you have a hard Trick Room team, to have those moves like Fake Out and Follow Me and Spore that really put pressure on. And then obviously the key final move being Decorate, which can really get things, make things go crazy.
There we go. Yeah, I was looking for a pun. I was gonna try to bail you out of it, but I couldn't think of a pun in time. Get things started is all we can say there. One thing I notice a lot on Trick Room teams that have an Urshifu on it is oftentimes it is the single strike variant instead of rapid strike. And I always wonder what comes down to that decision on why Trick Room teams will usually opt for the Wicked Blow and single strike instead of surging strikes and the rapid strike version.
Yeah, I mean, Urshifu is the strongest Trick Room Pokemon, which is not something maybe you hear people say, but yeah. The fact that it can break protect, that's one of the main ways that most people playing this format are going to try to beat Trick Room, by stalling it out. So breaking protect is absolutely huge. And then with this team, it's clear because the surging strikes in Sun wouldn't be quite as good.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a good point, right? If you got Torkoal on your team, you don't want to have the surging strikes. Now, I'm sure you've scoured the Pokedex and you've looked at every Pokemon's viability in Scarlet and Violet. What's that one Pokemon that you've tried? Is it Scovillain? Is it Arboliva? Like something in Scarlet and Violet's Pokedex that you have tried your as hard as humanly possible to make viable, and you've just not been able to make it work?
Definitely Sneasler. We had a cool team with Hawlucha with the Psychic Seed on Burden at NAIC last year, and so this new year came along, Sneasler, I was like, wow, Sneasler must be good, right? If Hawlucha was good, Sneasler must be good too, and no, it's not.
No, definitely not. No matter what did you try, like the grassy seed, grassy terrain, or
got to put it with psychic terrain, obviously.
Oh, right, yeah, so you can't fake it. Yeah, that makes sense.
So you can have Size Spam on the team too. Why not?
Why? Yeah, absolutely. Why not? All right, Ben. So, do you have any and shout outs for any friends or family watching at home?
Yeah, well, first shout out to my fiance who's here. I think was hoping to maybe spend today with me going to some theme parks, but she's still supporting me, and so I really appreciate that. And then all my friends who have helped with the team, especially Brian Collins, who had a fantastic result with the same team at EUIC, couldn't have done it without any of them.
That's funny. You're like, sorry, babe, got a regional to win. Amusement parks are going to have to wait for later. Now, while I have you, Ben, we've been doing this thing all weekend called Pokemon Snapshot, where we've having our winner interviews, and then they can play Pokemon Snap. You told me you've never played the original N64 Pokemon Snap, but that didn't stop Toller Webb from playing yesterday. So are you interested? I'll walk you through it.
Sure.
All right, cool. So you want to grab that controller right there. Yeah, I'll hold your mic for you, and then production's going to put the game on the big screen for you there. So basically how it works, you just press any button just so it, there you go. So you're going to hit A to go to course, yep. And then, so don't press it yet. So your joysticks are how you move the camera, right? The R3, for lack of a better word, is like really fast movement. You don't need that unless you want to go like this to this to this super quickly. Most of your moves going to be from your left hand. To take a picture, you have to hold R2 to zoom in with it, like you're actually putting a camera up and hitting A. So your purpose, you're going to be on this course, and you're going just like everybody else, and we're keeping tally of everybody's score throughout the weekend. So you want to take as many photos as, or good photos of each Pokemon. You can submit 1 photo per Pokemon. So 1 Pidgey, your best Pidgey shot, your best Stoduo shot, your best Pikachu shot, and we'll tally it up at the end of your run. So do you think you're ready? You think you can handle it?
No way, but let's do it.
All right, so I'll hold your mic for you in case you have any commentary. So hit A. Go right ahead. Everybody in chat, make sure you cheer on Ben because it should be a pretty fun experience. Your first time playing Pokemon Snap. So you're gonna use the zoom in on or use R2. Oh no, do we have the same issue as yesterday? Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. We might have the same issue with the controller from yesterday where the R2 is not working. So we're gonna do. Oh wait. Okay. Well. So for some reason, all right, whatever. That's all good. We're gonna retry. So whenever you're ready, hit A. So sorry about that. And so this one zooms in for the camera. So sorry about that. So yeah, whenever you're ready, hit A, or we'll go down to retry. Obviously, you don't want to lose out on the time you had in the course. So you're gonna have Pidgeys coming at you right off the jump. And then the only way it counts when you hit A, when there's like that red circle over the Pokemon. If their Pokemon name comes up, that shows that you got a picture of it. So wait for it. There, you saw how peak there. So you want a Duo shot. Now don't waste all your film camera. You only have 60 shots per course.
How long?
So,
how long is this?
The course I think was about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes long, something like that.
Okay.
So you want to make sure when you get good angles on Pokemon, like they'll come out from different directions. Check out the water real quick if you want. If there's a Lapras out there, you go. Try to get it before it goes down. Come on, there you go. Nice. All right. Not everybody gets the Lapras.
This is a little.
Now, if you want, you can throw. Hit B or throw. Yeah, sorry. You can throw a Pokeball or a Pester Ball. Now it wakes up. See, before when it was sleeping, it was a question mark, but now when it's awake, it's a Snorlax. It was a Snorlax the whole time, but little did they know. And if you ever did want to speed through a section, you can press that R1 button, but you don't necessarily need to. Yeah, like because you don't want to miss an important shot. Oh, you just ran over Meowth, Ben.
Oh no. Oh wait, this. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So.
Back on track.
Yep. So you wanna zoom in on your set.
I've already got Butterfree.
But hey, you never know. You might get a better shot.
I thought you could only do it one time.
No. You only submit 1 photo each Pokemon.
Oh, okay. Let's get.
So if you want, you can try to get. Oh no, Butterfree ran. You can. I think Sun's gonna run out on the in the grass. The Doduo ran out. Oh, there's a Scyther. Nice. Now there's a Chansey. That's a Chansey. If you throw a Pokeball at it, throw B, try to hit it, and break it out of its thing. All right.
Is that
oh, there's that Lapras again.
Let's throw a Pokeball at Kangaskhan.
Okay, yeah, 100%.
Mega Kangaskhan?
It is not Mega Kangaskhan. In 1999, it was not. Try it again.
Oh.
No, Ben, you missed it. Okay, go for the Pidgeys.
Oh, wait, that's the wrong button. That's the wrong button. Wait, why am I throwing apples? Oh, I need to zoom in.
Yeah,
okay.
You're just chucking apples at Pidgeys
what do
the
apples
beach.
do?
You can distract them. Like turn right, turn right. Oh gosh, the other right, your other right. You missed a chance at the beach. Here, take a photo of the Meowth. Come on, Ben.
There we go.
All right, you got one. Oh, that was so stressful. I was stressed for you. So
yeah, I was stressed that whole. I'm more stressed than I was playing today.
Yeah, that's how your opponents feel when they're playing against your team. Is how you just feel. So I'll still hold this because you got to choose your photos.
Okay.
So we're gonna hit A, and you go to hit Oak's mark, and basically you click that first photo, that hit A on it, and you can choose one of your Pidgeys to select. So they'll show you the 2 Pidgey shots that you have.
That one kind of stinks.
Yeah, I'd say that one's probably better.
A little better.
Yep. And then your next one's Doduo. It'll show you all your Doduo photos.
Kind of bad.
That's not bad.
That one's
See what
scary.
else you
It's
got?
Pikachu. I choose that one.
Oh, I choose Pikachu. Classic. Okay.
Oh.
So go back one because you have the access to Pikachu there. You see those down there. So
bad.
that
That's
one.
bad, too.
Well, they're kind of the same. You want to show ones that have great technique, great poses, things like that. Let's see. Who's that? Butterfree. Okay. That one's probably not going to be good because it doesn't count the Snorlax there. Yeah, so that's probably not a good one to select. All right. That's a good Snorlax shot. That might be.
There we go.
That might be what's gets you on the leaderboard there. So let's see. Check out your Meowth ones.
Take this one just because it's the only one.
No, well, there were other Meowth ones, but it's probably your best shot there. Now, Scyther, not everybody gets Scyther to come out there, so you're going to get extra points that not everyone else has had access to.
All right,
there you go. And now check your Kangaskhan. Look in the wrong direction, but that's okay. Now go all the way back because I think you missed a Pokemon. You'll see it's highlighted if you have a Pokemon that's not selected. There's the Lapras.
The Lapras, yeah,
that's going to help you out there. Some people missed out on Lapras. So you're going to hit B and go down to Professor Oak, and I'll put your mic down for a second so Incineroar can help me keep score here. So you're going to hit A. Go ahead. And we're gonna go through. So you don't worry about the stuff on the left side. That's from previous runs of like the best photos on this course. So keep hitting A. You're just gonna keep going through, and I'm gonna keep tally for you here. So keep going through. It's gonna go off the size. Just spam A to get down to the total. So that's 240. Not the greatest start, Ben.
How did someone get 2,600?
That was me. I'm somebody. So it's based off of composition. So I dropped it. The bigger your photo is, the bigger they are in your shot. You get more points. If they're in the center of your shot.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's like that's a 230.
We have to keep tallying.
We got to keep score. We got to see if you beat Youngster Joey on the leaderboard. So keep on going. So he is in the center of the frame, so hopefully you get some technique bonus there. Let's see. Do you get the times 2? Go for it. No. Oh wow, I really thought you would. No. Yep. Just keep hitting A. Just go. It's gonna. Nope. Last time. Yep. Just hit A. That's all you need. So that was what, 350, right? All right. And this one, Butterfree's a little far away. I'm not going to lie to you, Ben. But I think the back half of the course is where you got it. Oh, God. What'd you get there? What was the points?
Was it 240?
I thought it was 240. I just want to make sure. I want to get the accurate points there. Now, Lapras should get you some points here, just that everyone else doesn't have access to. No technique. I thought you would have got that. Oh, jeez. All right, 200, Ben. This is the...
It's got to be good.
Yeah, this is the... I think that's better than my photo, honestly. Let's see. This should be your big multiplier. Size 730, 1,000 pose, Ben. Technique times 2. We're going to multiply it. 3460. Let's go. And that should be better than my photo, right? So there you go. You replaced it. You have the best Snorlax photo on the account. All right. Meowth is a little far away, but we'll take every little point we can get. That's 110. So keep on going. Scyther, and I think Kangaskhan's probably your last Pokemon. So he looks like he's cutting grass or something. Maybe you get some. You don't get any pose there. Oh, wow, I thought you would have got pose. Yeah, that's what I would have thought that. But no, Kangaskhan should be your last Pokemon. So 500 on size, pose. He's looking the wrong way, no technique. I really thought you had the technique on that one, but that's it. All right, so I'll count this up off screen, but just let me know. You can pick your mic back up if you yep. So you're good. You're done. Let's see. I'd say that Snorlax. That could be a big big moment for you.
If I'm not last, that would be cool.
Yeah. So how did that feel, playing Pokemon Snap for the first time, 20+ years late?
It was fun. It was fun, yeah. A little embarrassing to do it in front of people watching.
No, it's gonna be good. Don't worry. So we don't have we don't actually have the leaderboards updated yet with your score, but I'm curious as to where our Pokemon Snapshot leaderboards were as of yesterday, because I know we had a couple of trainers that were able to play, and Jimmy, when he won, was at round 6, kind of knocked it out of the park. So let's see. You see your tallies here. Where do you think you're gonna end up on the leaderboard?
That's more than 4,000, so not below everyone.
Right, you're gonna
we got that.
I'm gonna guess like Ash Ketchum tier, I think is possible. I think it's possible for you.
Maybe I can't add in my head.
All right, so basically, you know, what this means is you're not gonna go professional in Pokemon Snap because you're already a professional VGC player, right? So don't need to play too. But
yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, that's definitely okay. Did you grow up on the N64 or anything? You know, playing other Pokemon games?
No, I grew up playing no Pokemon games at all.
Really?
I never played Pokemon until I was in high school, and now I'm here. So I don't know.
So wait, what was your first Pokemon game?
Playing X and Y was the first actual Pokemon game that I've
Really?
Played through, yes.
Wow, that's pretty cool. I'm a big fan of X and Y. I know it's one of those types, the first 3D, you know, Pokemon game compared to the old sprite-based version. So what are your thoughts on X and Y as your first game?
I liked X and Y. It's fun. It was fun. It was my first experience. It was good. I like walked around and tried to get shiny Pokemon, but I like Gen 7. What's that? Sun and Moon better because that's when I started playing competitively. So that's my favorite.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm more of an X and Y guy than a Sun and Moon, but I at least respect the play there. What were some of your favorite Pokemon that you used in your early adventures, your first couple of Pokemon games?
Oh, I don't even.
You don't even remember? Like, did you use that Mega Lucario that you got in X and Y?
I've like blocked out that from my mind because it's filled with so many competitive Pokemon teams.
The real important question. We don't care about Smeargle right now. Who was your X and Y starter? Who was your first partner Pokemon?
Oh, it was Chespin.
Chespin?
Yeah.
When Froakie's sitting right there?
Well, Chestnut, I heard, is doing well today, so.
Well, okay, all right.
And where's
10 years later, Ben.
I don't see Greninja around. I don't see Greninja. I don't even know what the fire starter is. Is it Delphox? Like, I don't see Delphox anywhere, but Chestnut is making waves.
Delphox is crushing it in Pokemon Unite. Greninja is in like every TCG deck with concealed cards, right? So I think they all, and then sure, we got Chestnut in VGC. They all have different amounts of viability. But you know, I want to thank you for sitting down, hanging out with me here. I hope you had as much fun as I did.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, thank you for having me.
All right, so congratulations to Ben, who was able to win on stream and then take photos in Pokemon Snap. I don't know how good the photos were. We'll find out later, but we're going to head back to the casters here with more Pokemon action.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Ben. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to watch.
I'm actually really bummed that we're stuck here behind the desk when we keep playing Pokemon Snap.
Yeah, you want to be playing Pokemon Snap?
Yeah, I got strats.
What is your photography style?
Well, I took a high school photo class once.
Yeah.
And
what'd they say?
Lots of rule of thirds. I'd be going for lots of rule of thirds here.
Oh, you'd be going for the rule of thirds. You're not trying to be avant-garde?
No.
Just trying to throw the rules out the window, do your own thing?
Is that what you do?
Yeah, only Dutch angles, putting things in the corner. You gotta find new compositions.
Oh, okay. So you were
I don't follow Professor Oak's rules.
So are you basically just doubting Professor Oak's
He's not a photography professor.
Exactly. His rubric on rating photos of Pokemon. He cares about the science of the Pokemon.
Right. He's looking for encyclopedic photography. I'm trying to create Pokemon art.
You want your pieces of art to be hung up on whatever museums exist in the universe.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. There has to be beautiful photography exhibits, and they were probably all taken out of little robotic cars going along a beach seeing the same Pokemon.
You're such a rule breaker, Len. You're such a. That's so artsy. That's super artsy. I would back your Pokemon Snap photography skills.
Thank you.
I always thought that you'd be kind of like more of a min-maxer, just trying to optimize the points based on Professor Oak's rubric. But I love that you put that life behind you, and now you're just all about what makes you feel fulfilled.
Right. I want to find joy. I want to spark joy when I see my own photographs.
So you're the kind of person that when you get something hung up in the museum at, like, I don't know, Pallet
You mean
Town or
hung
something
up
like
on the wall in 4th grade outside the hallway? Yeah.
But like, let's say hypothetically, like, I don't know, you go to like, I don't know, like Pewter City, and then all of a sudden, like
the Pewter City Museum,
and then all of a sudden you see a photo that you took of what landscape would you take a photo of in all of?
Are you going to be a landscape photographer? Or are you just going to make sure there are no Pokemon? You're going down the beach, going, oh, look at that beautiful horizon.
I'll have a subject in my photo. Like, yeah. I'll have a subject in my photo, but what landscape would you be shooting?
What landscape would I be shooting? I think a nice forest scene. Get some Pokemon running through the trees. I don't think the robot car fits through there, so you might have to go on foot.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's called off-roading. Yeah, so you're just gonna grab your backpack with your camera, get off that cart, and then just go off into the wild.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on the cart. I'm gonna see something off in the distance, and then just jump out and start sprinting after it.
Okay, yeah, mine's more
National Geographic style.
Mine's gonna be less adventurous than yours.
All
mine's
right.
more like in the studio, but like still like using the rule of thirds and stuff like that.
Oh, you're gonna pose your photographs.
Make it black and white. You know, real art.
Moody,
stuff right
yeah.
Here. Moody, exactly.
Is you gonna have a Smeargle in the studio with you, the assistant?
Well, Smeargle's more gonna be along the lines of the one that's gonna be painting it. Like it's like the behind the scenes of the photo being shot. So I'm gonna be shooting the photo, but Smeargle's gonna be painting me taking the photo.
So you're gonna pose a still life, some nanab berries, maybe an Iapapa sitting there on a table, and then you're gonna be photographing it. Smeargle's gonna be painting it. It's gonna be a beautiful scene.
That actually sounds great. I mean, you know, during some downtime, maybe I'll go like try to recreate this right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah. We're gonna go ahead and take a quick break, but when we come back, more action here at the 2024 Pokémon Regional Championships in Orlando.
Terastallizing your Pokémon has been a key part of VGC since the release of Pokémon Scarlet and Violet, being very influential on the result of a battle when utilized effectively. Let's take a look at how trainers use Terastallization to give them an edge in battle and how the Stellar type can shake things up. Offensive Terastallization can be primarily utilized in two different ways to increase the damage you can output in battle. The first way people boost their damage is through Terastallizing into the same type. Fluttermane is a great example, as its most popular Terra type is Fairy, a type it already has. Fairy Terastallization changes its 1.5 times same type attack bonus Moonblasts to 2 times power. Trainers can also give a new typing to a strong attacker with a strong coverage move. Landorus Incarnate Terastallizing into a poison type can maximize Sludge Bomb damage, along with getting rid of some weaknesses its original typing has.
And because of the Terra, it barely hangs on.
Defensive Terastallization drops your original typing weakness for the type you Terastallize into, which can completely change your type matchups. An Amoonguss that wouldn't have taken a Flare Blitz well can now take the hit with ease. Additionally, Terastallizing into a type with immunities can completely swing a turn in your favor. Qianpao Terastallizing to Terra Ghost allows it to ignore moves like Sacred Sword and Fake Out. Immunities aren't just for damaging moves, but can also be used to get around status conditions. If an opponent's Amoonguss pressures your team, Terastallizing into a grass type can make you immune to its powder moves, stopping Spore and Rage Powder. You have to be careful since there are situations where Terastallizing can be detrimental. A Terra Fairy Fluttermane will lose its normal type immunity, making it vulnerable to getting faked out.
Fake out! The call to fake out into the Fluttermane!
Oh yeah, this Fluttermane is about to enter a world of hurt. Fake Out and the Moonblast is enough to drop it in turn number 1.
If you Terastallize your Amoonguss into a water type to avoid taking too much damage, you could get punished by an opposing Amoonguss Spore. It's important to know when it's ideal to Terastallize your Pokemon. The Teal Mask introduced Ogerpon, which has a unique take on Terastallization. You're not able to change its Terra type and ability, since the masks are the only way to alter the Pokemon. When Ogerpon Terastallizes in battle, though, it takes on a new appearance and also has its ability changed to Embody Aspect. The Indigo Disc took a different approach, introducing the Stellar type. This is a Terastallization exclusive type, unlike any other. Stellar Terra retains all of its defensive weaknesses, meaning this mechanic is utilized for offensive purposes. You get a 1.2 times boost to any move that isn't your original typing, and a stronger 2x boost if it is a move of your original typing. This allows Pokemon that run multiple different coverage moves, like Qian Pao, a much needed boost to pick up a KO it might have originally missed. Stellar Terra does come with drawbacks, only getting the Terra boost the first time you use an attack. Stellar Terra also changes the effects of Terra Blast, giving it 100 base power while being super effective into any other Terastallized Pokemon. This can lead to some cool interactions, such as an Urshifu single strike being able to deal with the Terra Fairy Fluttermane it originally couldn't knock out. However, Stellar Terra Blast does come with the drawback of lowering the user's attack and special attack at one stage. There are so many ways to utilize this mechanic, with players constantly innovating on its many uses. How will you take advantage of Terastallization to help push your way to the top?
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 Pokemon Regional Championships here in Orlando, Florida. We are currently in the middle of day 2 right now as we whittle down the field from over 800 players yesterday to a smaller field today until we finally make it to a top 8 here in Orlando. Dweeha and Lendul here at the desk, about ready to take you into Swiss Round 14 coming up very shortly. A lot of action here going on right now.
Yeah, these are high caliber battles. 99% of players will be whittled away before our top 8. And only the real players having an incredibly successful weekend will be left standing moving into that single elimination bracket.
Yeah, I mean, just to be able to make it to the top 8 out of a field of over 800 players, that's an accomplishment. I mean, we already say that day 2 is an accomplishment. It is an accomplishment. Top 8, bigger accomplishment. Winning the whole thing, biggest accomplishment.
Yeah, absolutely. And still plenty of players out there vying for it. Players searching for 13 wins to lock their spot into the top 8 and 12 wins for a chance at that top 8. Lots of players right now with 10 or 11 wins and a couple of rounds left to get those spot chances.
Let's take a look at the predictions that us casters made before going into this weekend and how the Pokemon not in the top 12 basically how we predicted them to do. Basically, we try to predict not top 12 Pokemon and what we thought would succeed the most. We thought Trick Room would be a thing. Guess what? It is a thing, but not being set by Porygon 2. Oops, our bad.
Yeah, there's been very little program. There actually are still, I think, 9 of them in the day 2 field. Not sure how those are doing today. But basically sitting at about the same usage we saw last week and in the last stages of Regulation F. So it's still possible to see one emerge into the top 8, but like you mentioned, it's been other forms of Trick Room. We just saw Ben Grismer's team. It's a much more hard Trick Room. Porygon 2, Pokemon that often is more on a little bit of balanced team. It's that kind of Trick Room setter that might set up more than one Trick Room in a game or fight a little bit outside of Trick Room, unlike the Hatterene that wants it in the first turn, wants to win the game in the first 4.
Yeah, Len, I'm gonna allow you right now, if you had to remove one of your predictions and change it, or at least allow you to swap it right now, which Pokemon on your top 4 would you be swapping?
Pokemon would I be swapping? We haven't seen much Ting-Lu. There's been some of that. The reason Ting-Lu's in those predictions is because of the archetype with Ting-Lu and Dozo without Tatsugiri that we had seen edges of popularity over the last few weeks. 2 bulky Pokemon that can also use a combination of Sand Tomb and Yawn to trap things into sleep and just kind of start whittling down damage. But not much of that actually seeing play in day 2 today. I'd probably try to take that one back. As far as what to add in its place, I mean, we've seen plenty of NDD both like on Ben's team in the last round, but also Justin yesterday playing it on a more mixed speed team with Iron Crown. Again, another Pokemon that still Trick Room. We're gonna on a theme with our predictions here of what's just out of the top 12, but a little bit more diverse usage to it.
So that is your option to switch out Ting-Lu into Into Indeedee?
Yeah.
All right, that's an excellent choice. That is a great choice.
What is your swap out to be made? You know, there are, I think, more than 10 completely unique Pokemon in the field today. Would you pick any of those for your prediction?
No.
Predicting them to rise from that one appearance in day 2 all the way to the championship?
I don't think I'd be able to, you know, opt for one of those, you know, unique Pokemon that have made it to day 2. You know what? Great minds think alike, right, Len? I'm just gonna opt for what you just said.
Okay. Also going with Indeedee?
Indeedee, yep, for the exact same reasons you did. I am definitely not copying off your homework at all.
No. You're doing your own original work each round, and I appreciate that.
We're doing independent research. It just so happens that we meet at the same parts. I mean, it was really cool just watching Indeedee on Ben's team be able to, you know, provide so much support to make sure that that Trick Room comes up. So, exactly what you said, Len. Exactly what you said. Ting Lu for Indeedee. Hot swap it right now.
All right.
Send it.
I think we have to stick to Ting Lu because unfortunately the predictions are locked in before the tournament, but we can wish. We can dream.
A healing wish?
Yeah, a healing wish.
A healing wish for the Indeedee. Yeah, so Swiss round 14 has just been paired. We will get to that shortly. Len, do you believe in any of the single Pokemon or the unique Pokemon being able to succeed into the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, there's a Screamtail that's currently already locked into the top 8, I believe. I'm not sure if that was a unique Pokemon, if maybe there's 1 or 2 others, but definitely not a Pokemon at very high usage. It's been played by Zachary Weed, first-year master, who's having a really great tournament this weekend. So that would be my my point of belief.
Well, yeah. All right. Well, that's a good call right there. Well, Swiss round 14 is going to be featuring a player. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at a video about this player who you may not know who he is. I definitely don't know who this player is at all.
An up-and-comer.
Possibly. Who knows? Let's go ahead and take a quick look at a player profile.
Let's hear it for Glick!
My name is Wolf Glick, and I am from Washington, D.C. I first got into Pokemon when I was probably around 5 or 6 years old. I really hated getting my hair cut. And so my mom took me to one of those places where they had TVs for the kids to watch so that they would, you know, sit still and get their hair cut. And they had an episode of Pokemon on, and, you know, my mom and I watched it. I loved it, and I was just obsessed. Like, I had the Pokemon cards, I had, you know, action figures, I had pretty much everything. I eventually was able to play the games when I was a little bit older, and I really fell in love. And yeah, I mean, ever since then, I've just kept playing, and it's just, you know, turned into something so much more than I ever could have expected. When I was in middle school, I found out that you could play Pokemon against other people, and that really got me hooked because I have such a competitive personality. And so I was playing online. There were these forums, and you would go and you'd basically like schedule a battle over Wi-Fi. And you know, on one of these forums, I saw that there was a sub-forum that said real-life events, tournaments in real life. And I thought, that sounds cool, so I clicked on it, and I saw that there was one in Chantilly, Virginia, like 30 minutes from where I grew up. And yeah, so I ended up winning that first event, and it kind of snowballed into everything. You know, I think some people, when I talk about, oh, I'm still playing, I've already won Worlds, I've, you know, won every level of tournament, I think some people are like surprised, or they're thinking like, okay, like, well, why? Like, why are you still playing, right? And I think the answer that people expect is something like, I want to be the best ever, I want to be indisputably the best ever. But the truth of the matter is that I really just play because I enjoy it. Like, I really enjoy and appreciate the game, and I love that it's always changing. I love that it makes me feel like I can always change, like I can always be better. The best thing that I've gotten out of Pokemon is my friends. Some of the best people I've met in my entire life are people who I've met through this game, and I really love Pokemon because it gives us a chance to kind of all see each other a couple times a year. You know, none of my friends are really even that close to DC, so being able to come to these events, being able to work with my friends towards a common goal, being able to celebrate their successes, being able to kind of commiserate in their losses, I don't know, it's really meaningful to me. I think the game's also taught me a lot about failure, you know? People look at me and they see like, oh, all the trophies, all the accomplishments, right? But there's a lot more failures than there is victories. It's really hard to kind of truly try to be the best in the world at something, because when you fall short, like, been kind of told pretty directly, you are not good enough, you are not the best. And so one of the best things that I've got out of that is just the ability to cope with failure, to say I tried my best and I wasn't good enough, and I'm okay with that. Well, I mean, I'm a little biased. I think winning Worlds for me will be Probably one of my favorite moments from competitive Pokemon history. I think there's lots of other great moments, but personally, if I'm being honest, the fake out Swords Dance play in the finals of my Worlds, it'll always kind of have a special place in my heart.
Wolfie Glick is your 2016 World Champion after so many years of hard work. I can barely stay in my seat right now.
Probably my favorite player is Shoma Honami, the 2015 World Champion. When I watch him play, I feel like he sees the game in just such a completely different way that I do. I just think it's so cool. Aaron Traylor is another one. He just is so willing to break apart the way that the game works at a higher level, and I think he's doing something that nobody else is doing. My starter Pokemon, that's a tough one. My first starter Pokemon was Charmander, but I really like Emboar. He's one of my favorites, so I feel like I have to kind of represent my boy. My goal every season is to win Worlds, just plain and simple. It's a lofty goal. It's one that I've achieved before. It's also one that I failed much more than I've achieved. And barring that, I would love to see one of my friends win the World Championship.
That match that you're going to be seeing, I guess I did know who Wolf Glick is. Wolf Glick will be facing off against Dong Hoon Yum. That's going to be an exciting matchup. Other notable matches coming up in this next Swiss round: Justin Karras versus Ethan Trejo, Lorsi versus Rowan Hall, Ben Grismer, who we saw in the previous round of Swiss, will be going up against Zachary Weed. Both those players are the two highest record players right now.
Yeah, both at 12-1 and getting pretty close to locking their spot in the top 8. Would have a chance even if they didn't win any more matches, and one more match will confirm it for them.
Yeah, so these are some pretty intense matches. Again, we're winding down here in the Day 2 Swiss round, so every match is going to be more and more important to be able to secure that ticket to the top cut. Of course, Dong Hoon versus Wolf, that's going to be an exciting matchup. These are two players that are very strong players.
Yeah, very strong players generally, and having a very strong weekend, both at 11-2. That's a pretty high win rate. That means you're having a successful weekend. It takes so much to make it into the top 8 of one of these tournaments with more than 800 players.
Yep. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Swiss standings and how things are in the current state here. Again, this just showcases the top 16. The magic number is top 8, and we see a lot of players moving up and down this list. Moving up looks great. Moving down, a little bit nerve-wracking here.
Yeah, don't want to be taking too many losses at this stage. A few names here that we've seen win on stream, Stefan and Justin, but even players that we saw lose on stream, like Lorsi and Wolfie, making it into the top 16 standings here still, and still with very good chances to make it into the top 8.
Yeah, so again, 13 wins kind of like secures a spot, right? For sure. So that match between Zachary Weed and Ben Grismer, that is going to determine, or at least secure a spot for sure for one of those players. And then the rest of the players just kind of have to fight it out.
Yep, try to get the wins where they can against really strong opponents.
Yeah. You know, we've talked about this before, but there are going to be players with the same record that do not make it to the top cut. So you want to make sure that you win as many games as you possibly can, because you do not want to be on the other side of that bubble.
Yeah, that tiebreaker is determined by your strength of schedule, kind of how the opponents that you played fared. If you had to play other opponents who also did super well and made it into the top 8 themselves, then that's going to help pull you into the top 8. But you don't want to leave it down to that tiebreaker and trust that that I think my strength of schedule is difficult enough. I think I took my losses late enough. You want to just get those 13 wins and kind of control your own fate.
Yeah, and again, each of these matches is going to be important. How many times have I said that so far?
I think they're going to be pretty important.
I mean, they're going to be really important because I keep stressing it, and that means that it's a lot. And since I'm stressing it, the players are actually stressing. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, I can imagine if you are stressed about it, then those players who are sitting down at the table, looking across it at their opponent, who's thinking the same thoughts, that they need to get this win, they care so much about this match. It's a really tense moment of anxiety, of stress, of trying to just get across the finish line.
And going back to what we heard during some interviews and just in general, just like maintaining that mental strength, just be able to take it one match at a time. That's going to be important as well. You know, if something doesn't go right for you in one game, you have to be able to just shake it off and then just go into game 2, adjust, and then take it one game at a time.
Yeah, Pokemon's a game where you just cannot lose focus for a moment. You take one turn too carelessly because you didn't consider every option, and you can lose too many resources to pull it back in that match. And so you have to maintain that focus, that attention, and consider every option.
Yeah, so this is going to be a battle between two players that I'm really excited to see. I mean, Wolf Glick, perhaps one of the most famous players in video game history, like perhaps one of the greatest players in VGC history, so many accomplishments, but Donghoon is also a very strong contender as well. Donghoon has results from from competing, and he's been around for a long time too.
Yeah, two players who are not unfamiliar to this stage and who will be trying to kind of add another notch to that record of success.
Yeah, so it's going to be exciting. Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It should be a fun match. Two pretty, I think, nothing too surprising or shocking about the teams, but again, teams that are not exactly those 6 Pokemon that are most commonly paired together, both with a little bit of a different take on things. That'll mean we get to see a new matchup, a new version of the game playing out.
Yeah, and Wolf, of course, trying to vie for a 2nd regional championship this year. Donghoon trying to win a regional for the first time this season. So, you know, Wolf wants that. Wolf wants to get his picture up there twice. Donghoon wants to get his picture up there to be crowned as a regional champion. So again, like, this is going to be an important match. Round 14 Swiss, super important.
Yeah.
I'm stressing it.
You're
stressing it.
Yeah, both teams that are going to play a little bit of balance. Donghoon does have a Trick Room mode with the Ursaluna Blood Moon and a Farigiraf, and Wolf has a Tornadus with Tailwind. So more speed control than we see on a lot of balance teams, but neither team like fully committed to that. There's still, you know, a Raging Bolt, Ogerpon, Incineroar core on Donghoon's team, and the same Incineroar, Amoonguss, Landorus kind of an Urshifu core on Wolfie's team. That means we could see this game play at a bunch of different paces. We could see things go quickly, we could see it grind with balance, or a sweep attempted with either set of speed control.
Yeah, let's go ahead and throw it down to the stage where the players are seated and getting ready to mentally prepare for Swiss round 14. On your left, you have Donghoon. On your right, you have Wolf. The teams that we had already mentioned before briefly, but just to go over them again: Ogerpon, Blood Moon, Ursaluna, Raging Bolt, Incineroar, Fluttermane, and Farigiraf. Over on Donghoon's side, Wolf running Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Incineroar, Fluttermane, Amoonguss, Landorus Incarnate, and Tornadus Incarnate. So pretty similar team to what Wolf brought to Charlotte, the tournament that he won this season. So probably some adjustments based on metagame developments, but we actually saw that team on stream yesterday.
Yeah, I think this is also the same thing that he brought for top 16 finish at the UIC last weekend. Yeah, looking at Donghoon's team, like I mentioned, there's a Trick Room mode in there with the Farigiraf and the Ursaluna Blood Moon, but also a lot of fast options with Fluttermane holding the choice specs, being able to pump out a ton of damage, not one of these supportive booster speed Fluttermanes that we've seen some this weekend. And then also the Ogerpon Wellspring can play at a little bit of a faster pace.
Yep. Donghoon, the 2023 Milwaukee Regional Champion and Farigiraf enjoyer. I think a lot of people really enjoy Farigiraf, but you know, Donghoon may enjoy Farigiraf just a little bit more than everybody else.
Yeah,
it's on the team.
Wolf, also a noted Farigiraf enjoyer. Pokemon can provide so much utility protecting against priority, which could be helpful against some of the options on Wolf's team. Not really a priority-dependent team like we've seen some players use, or even Wolf use himself in Charlotte. Just the fake out and Aqua Jet that won't be most critical to Wolf's game plan. I think the Amoonguss is also going to be impactful here because it makes it a lot harder to play that Trick Room mode. Amoonguss may be trained such that it is always slower than the Ursaluna Blood Moon when Trick Room is up, which means it's difficult to go for the giant Blood Moons if you're always having to worry that a Spore is just going to come in place. And, you know, Donghoon does have Ogerpon Wellspring that can try to follow me away that Spore. You can find some combination here where the speed with the Trick Room can still really work in an advantage, but I wouldn't be surprised to see this game play at ordinary speeds.
Yep, and Wolf looking to be our first 2-time regional champion for the 2024 season. Wolf is the defending Orlando regional champion as well, so trying to defend his title here at Orlando. It's always nice that when you have a city that a lot of regional championships happen in and you're the only winner of them.
Yeah, you're saying Wolf's trying to stake a claim to the city of Orlando.
The city of Orlando is going to belong to Wolf. Get the mayor of Orlando here, give Wolf the key to the city if Wolf wins this regional championship here. Both players now preparing to get into team preview. Again, you want to take as much time as you possibly can. You want to make sure that all your decisions in team preview are going to be the best options for you because, again, Swiss round 14, these two players sitting at an 11-2 record. A loss would be devastating, a win would be amazing.
Yeah, a really critical round. I'm going to be interested to see some of the speed or interactions. Wolf has a much faster Pokemon, things like the Choice Scarf Urshifu, but that's going to run into some problems with the Thunderclap Raging Bolt on the other side, no protection against that, also the Ogerpon Wellspring. But I think another point of focus is the Landorus Incarnate. It looks like it matches up very well against a bunch of Donghun's Pokemon. We'd love to be able to land an Earth Power into that booster energy Raging Bolt. And I think one critical speed relationship could be between the Landorus and the Ogerpon. Ogerpon naturally faster, but on a team that's maybe playing at a slower pace. Often the Ogerpon may be trained more to be bulky and be able to trip in some damage. And I think it could be really impactful for Wolf if the Landorus is naturally faster than the Ogerpon. Then you're more likely to actually force a Terastallization using Sludge Bomb and make life a little bit more difficult for Donghun.
Yeah, both players now have made their selections. We're ready now to get underway here with Swiss Round 14 at the 2024 Pokemon Orlando Regional Championships. Wolf leading with Amoonguss and Fluttermane. Ogerpon and Ursaluna leads over for Donghun's side of the field. Fluttermane's Photosynthesis will activate because that booster energy will be a special attack boost here. So this Fluttermane trying to get as much damage out as possible to start off this battle.
Yeah, so two more offensive Fluttermanes. Right now, though, Donghun's not on the field in the match. Instead, it's the Blood Moon next to the Ogerpon. Both players leading a big damaging special attacker next to a possible redirection. The Ogerpon could also just go on the offense against this Fluttermane. Doesn't have to worry about getting Rage Powdered. The Amoonguss looking like it might be in an okay spot here, but you have to imagine a Life Orb boosted Blood Moon is not what Amoonguss wants to take either, and Amoonguss likely intended to be slower than Blood Moon, which means that outside of this Trick Room, actually, that works in Blood Moon's favor.
Ogerpon on Donghun's side will Spiky Shield. Does not want to take damage from this Fluttermane right now, but it looks like Ursaluna will also protect right here. Just trying to see what Wolf is going to be doing this turn with these two Pokemon. Fluttermane will go for Dazzling Gleam, a little bit of spread damage onto both Pokemon. And when I say little, I mean it still hurts a lot into these two neutral targets as both Pokemon protect. Amoonguss will opt for Spore here, will just land into that Ursaluna slot. So a little bit of knowledge here for Donghun to try to figure out what Wolf's game plan was going into turn one.
Yeah, it's not like any Terastallizations were committed or choice items were locked into. It is just kind of learning what Wolf's mindset is in this game. Looks for the Spore into Blood Moon, tries to just kind of gently spread damage. Isn't too protective of the Fluttermane. Maybe that's a sign he's willing to let it go down if that's a trade for a reasonable Dazzling Gleam. And those are all pieces of information that Donghun can take and use to formulate a game plan for this turn, but also Wolf is just free to completely change it up. Nothing about that turn committed any resources or forced Wolf's hand for the next turn.
Ursaluna forced to switch out. It will be the Incineroar to take the place of that Ursaluna on Donghun's side. So Incineroar's Intimidate, not going to matter at all against this Amoonguss, and the Fluttermane will be able to provide fake out support, maybe possibly flinch that Amoonguss next turn, as here's a Dazzling Gleam connects into the Ogerpon and the Incineroar, and here's a retaliating Ivy Cudgel into the Fluttermane, but Fluttermane hangs on Wolf's side, and here's the Sludge Bomb hitting in that Ogerpon, and Ogerpon hangs on too.
Yeah, so Wolf does just get the spread. Dazzling Gleam gets pretty reasonable damage. Doesn't go for the Spore into what would have still landed into the Incineroar that's holding Cura Amulet, but instead gets a Sludge Bomb into the Ogerpon. And both players get a lot of damage down, but probably neither gets the KO they want to go for. The Ogerpon couldn't commit the Water Terastallization there that would have both helped take less damage from Dazzling Gleam and Sludge Bomb, but also actually get the KO on Fluttermane because it would have opened up the possibility for redirection with Rage Powder, which instead just stayed as a Grass type.
Ogerpon Spiky Shields here, as Amoonguss will try to protect the Fluttermane by drawing away attacks with that Rage Powder here, as Fluttermane content to just go for more Dazzling Gleams. Will not be able to get the KO on Ogerpon because it does protect itself here as Fluttermane connects into Incineroar. Incineroar has taken so much damage right now, but Incineroar just going for a Flare Blitz into that Amoonguss. Big damage will take recoil here and knock itself out from that range. So, Incineroar comes in, drops one Flare Blitz, heavily weakens Amoonguss, but has to pay the price there as Amoonguss will just heal off all of that, a lot of that damage back with that Citrus Berry.
Yeah, pretty safe turn for Wolf. What can happen in that turn is pretty constrained. Accepts that the Flare Blitz lands into Amoonguss, but it means that Fluttermane was staying safe. Fluttermane's Dazzling Gleam moving before Ogerpon on the other side really meant that Ogerpon couldn't take any action in that turn except to protect itself. And the Incineroar goes down from the combination of Dazzling Gleam and the Flare Blitz recoil. Now you can freely just go for a Dazzling Gleam again on this turn, and either the Ogerpon's going to have to take it or switch out, and something else is going to take that Dazzling Gleam. So Wolf can continue to get pretty safe damage and put himself up. He's dealt so much more total damage in this match than Donghoon has so far.
Fergraf will replace the heavily damaged Ogerpon. Amoonguss on Wolf's side protects itself, does not want to take any attacks from this Ursaluna, as Fluttermane, again, content to just go for Dazzling Gleams, does a lot of chip, like, it's not even chip damage, that's a lot of damage into that Ursaluna slot, as Ursaluna will go for a Hyper Voice. Because of that ability, because of the Mind's Eye, is able to connect into that Fluttermane and get the KO from that range. So Ursaluna will take some damage from that Life Orb, but, you know, Ursaluna took a lot of damage from that Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, it did. I mean, I think Wolf has spent the Fluttermane in a way that clearly he wanted to use it. Got it on the field, was not very protective of it, let it take an Ivy Cudgel, let it eventually go down to a Hyper Voice, but used it to just spread damage around the team. The Incineroar is gone. The Ogerpon is at very low health. The Fergraf and the Ursaluna have both been chunked down to over 50%, and all Wolf's really spent for that is the entire Fluttermane and a chunk of Amoonguss' health bar, and there's still 2 unrevealed Pokemon ready to come in, and Urshifu is the perfect one to just come in and put a ton of pressure on this. You don't even necessarily have to risk walking into Surging Strikes to go after these Pokemon, because close combat might be enough damage to KO any of the 3, and with no ability to protect against that, you're just picking up a KO really before Donghoon can react and trying to extend to the lead. It's the kind of position where once you are ahead, because Fluttermane has spread so much damage so softly, you don't have to take super winning trades, you just have to continue to take even trades and move further ahead. And Donghoon has to continue to consider one more unrevealed Pokemon. You know, if it's the Landorus in the back, then you probably need Trick Room to try to fight through this game, because if you continue to trade without it, then you're going to be in trouble. But if it's something like the Incineroar, the Trick Room is a lot less valuable. And it could actually work against you if Ogerpon ends up in the back.
Yeah, this is a tough spot right here for Donghoon. This Urshifu is extremely threatening here, protected by the Amoonguss with that Rage Powder, but Urshifu will go for a close combat, gets the KO on Ursaluna there. Will take some defense drops because of close combat, but Fergraf now will be able to move. Fergraf will opt for Sidekick, will land into that Amoonguss because of that Rage Powder and get the KO from that range. But again, this Urshifu is extremely threatening, carrying that Choice Scarf. Will be able to get the KO on Ogerpon for sure. Fergraf could be close in range depending on how it's trained, but again, like you said, Wolf has that one Pokemon in the bag, and what it could be could...
Well, there's no reason to overcomplicate it for Wolf, right? If you know that the close combat can land into Ogerpon, it doesn't really matter what any of the other 3 Pokemon are. They're all going to be able to 1v1 a 50% health Fergraf, which means it's a very simple end game here for Wolf. Just continue to spread damage safely, never really let Donghoon have control of the pace of the game, and chipped out damage in all of the right places. The Amoonguss was spent just to keep these attackers safe, right? Used a Rage Powder to take a Flare Blitz away and mean that Fluttermane could spread out damage. Used a second Rage Powder to take a Psychic and mean that more than one of these close combats can land. And it just was too much damage coming in for Donghoon to manage with the way that he game planned this match.
Landorus is the last Pokemon on Wolf's side of the field, and you're exactly right, Len. Like, this Fergraf carrying Citrus Berry, going to be more defensively invested here. Does not have the common, or used to be common, Throat Spray to try to give it a special attack boost whenever it used Hyper Voice. So this one more of a support Fergraf, as both players now see, well, I guess Wolf reveals the last Pokemon as we move into just the final turns of this game.
Yeah, and I think it's a really interesting construction of 4 Pokemon for Wolf, right? Just opts for the 3 biggest attackers on the team, basically with Amoonguss to support them with redirection and have some insurance in case Trick Room goes down. It doesn't need the other support options of Incineroar and Tornadus, just continues to have damage presence on the field.
Yep, Landorus will Terastallize into the Steel type. Urshifu will use close combat, picking off that Ogerpon. Again, this Urshifu is exerting so much pressure just with carrying that Choice Scarf, making it a very fast Pokemon, but also just being able to hit hard. And here's Landorus' Earth Power, hits in that Fergraf. Fergraf will hang on, will eat away at its Citrus Berry, but again, this Fergraf versus these 2 Pokemon, no match at all.
Yeah, I mean, just cannot do it, not set up to do it. I think Donghoon is going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit about how to deal with the early aggression from Fluttermane.
Yep, and there's a one-hit KO from that Fergraf into that Urshifu slot, but again, this Landorus over on Wolf's side, just sitting extremely healthy with that Terastallization at full health with the... Basically, it's just going to hit and attack, and then it's over. Now both players will have to go back and think about how they want to optimize their game plan for game 2.
Yeah, Donghun is going to have to find a way to deal with the early aggression from Flutter Mane that just spread out damage so easily, and we softened up enough of Donghun's team that they couldn't fight against the Urshifu and the Landers, and there's not really super clear answers about how you stop that in a second game. The Pokemon that weren't brought in this game, Raging Bolt going to fight even worse against a Flutter Mane on the other side. The Flutter Mane could be helpful. You have to imagine with Donghun having a slower team and Wolf having a faster one, that Wolf's Flutter Mane probably is moving first, but you can at least control the move selection from the Flutter Mane on the other side. Well, it might be forced to try to Shadow Ball and fight more directly against the Flutter Mane instead of just spreading out Dazzling Gleams, because otherwise it could just get traded back for a Shadow Ball of its own. If you can force a Teralization on the Flutter Mane on the other side to not be weak to Shadow Ball, then it opens up options to Fake Out with Incineroar and start disrupting that way. So you might have to be a situation where a little bit of fighting fire with fire and having a Flutter Mane also on the field is going to be the best way to just constrain this Dazzling Gleam spread that happened in Game 1.
Yep, and taking a look here at the replay, I mean, this Flutter Mane was so crucial in Wolf's game plan. Just throw out damage over onto Donghun's side of the field and allow the Pokemon in the back to kind of just pick up those KOs, right? I mean, this Dazzling Gleam hit that Ogerpon, was able to even get the KO onto Incineroar, but all this spread damage from this Photosynthesis boosted Flutter Mane just really just put everything in range for whatever Wolf had in the back, so.
Yeah, and part of the success of that was the passive play early on from Donghun. For instance, the switch of Ursaluna into Incineroar on turn 2. Incineroar still took a bunch of damage on the switch and didn't immediately change the momentum of the game. And Ursaluna ended up having to take a Dazzling Gleam anyway. If you had just taken the Dazzling Gleam on the first turn and traded that damage immediately for a Hyper Voice back into Flutter Mane, it would have stopped the onslaught of the attack. Now, you still would have dealt with an Urshifu coming in, but there would have been unrevealed Pokemon. Maybe it's a little bit easier to just fight this in a straightforward way. And so Wolf makes a change, has 2 completely different Pokemon on the field, but actually no change from Donghun, who's willing to commit to the Ursaluna and Ogerpon once again.
Yeah, so no Flutter Mane out on the field just yet for Wolf's side of the field. You know, this could be an opportunity for, it's not really even an opportunity. I mean, there's Fake Out support, there's Urshifu on the other side of the field for Wolf to be able to just deal with the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but you do have to watch out for a potential Follow Me from the Ogerpon, but Ogerpon will just go ahead and switch out.
Yeah, Ogerpon will switch out, doesn't want to get chunked by the U-turn on the other side, which would be an option. You can also just Fake Out the Ursaluna to help lock that in, and so instead it's going to be Incineroar coming in to intimidate the Incineroar on one side, and now a Terastallization. It will be Terra Normal on the Ursaluna Blood Moon. That's going to keep it from being weak to Surging Strikes and amplify the damage of whatever is coming out this turn for Donghun. It's going to make trades probably pretty positive in his favor.
Incineroar on Wolf's side will Fake Out the Incineroar that has switched in on Donghun's side. Here's the Surging Strikes from the Urshifu on Wolf's side. Hits into that Ursaluna, but again, because you've already mentioned it, the Terrazalization was really important there, just so that we'll be able to hang on. And now this Ursaluna will be able to throw out some massive amounts of damage because of that Terrazalization. It is going to be a Blood Moon right here. Ursaluna just going out on the offensive this turn and gets the one-hit knockout on Incineroar. So big KO right there. Incineroar is a very strong pivot piece on Wolf's team, but again, this Urshifu has locked itself into Surging Strikes right now. We know that it will not be able to get the KO on this Ursaluna because of it, as well as Donghun having better position because of this Fake Out support.
Yeah, the Fake Out support I think is pretty crucial on this turn. It can mean that with Urshifu unable to protect itself, you can put a Fake Out and a Hyper Voice down and deal a lot of damage. Does have to watch out that the Ursaluna mate is probably low enough to just go down to a Moonblast, which kind of disrupts any plan you had from of continuing this offense. You can't Fake Out the Flutter Mane to stop it, and Urshifu can just aim a Surging Strikes at the Incineroar on the other side and really backfoot any option for Donghun. It starts to look like one trade is really good. You get rid of the Incineroar, but now the Ursaluna is forced to switch, cannot continue the offense, and you're worried about trying to catch Surging Strikes somewhere. It's the Ogerpon coming into the slot next to Incineroar.
Ogerpon will take the field for Donghun. Wolf will Terrastallize this turn. It is going to be the Flutter Mane here, going to Terrastallize into the Fairy type, so you know, Flutter Mane just trying to go on the all out here, getting Photosynthesis boost, getting this Terra boost as well. Urshifu uses Surging Strikes into that Incineroar slot, so not targeting down that Ursaluna slot. So Incineroar will fall to the third Surging Strike here, and well, this Ogerpon is going to be very vulnerable right now to whatever this Fluttermane wants to deal to it. So here comes Fluttermane, getting for a Dazzling Gleam. That is going to be a full-powered Dazzling Gleam. No reduced damage because it is a spread move, and Ogerpon takes a lot from that.
Yeah, just a ton of damage, and once again, we're in a situation where Wolf just found the right damage output to make things impossible for Donghun. That Dazzling Gleam boosted by Teralization would have KO'd the Ursaluna, which meant it couldn't stay on the field, but Incineroar couldn't do anything to stop the Surging Strikes coming in. No Teralization available to save it, no Citrus Berry to help, and so it just goes down. And meanwhile, because Donghun tries to preserve the Ursaluna, the Ogerpon pays such a high price and is now too low to take a Dazzling Gleam of its own, which means that you both have a Dazzling Gleam and a Surging Strikes going into Fluttermane next to it. Or to the Furgraf, excuse me, next to it, an almost impossible situation. Furgraf can probably hang on through those moves. You could try to get a Trick Room, try to make one bigger fight, but you have to imagine this last Pokemon is probably the Amoonguss, and there it is.
Yep, Amoonguss will take the field here for that Urshifu. An option for Donghun was to go for the Follow Me, heal back up, take that Surging Strikes, and then allow Furgraf to set up Trick Room. But hey, what's a great Trick Room counter, Len? Amoonguss over on the other side. Fluttermane uses Dazzling Gleam here, will get the KO on Ogerpon and chunk away at Farigiraf, bringing it to a little over 50% of its hit points, but Farigiraf will be able to move here, and it will opt to set up Trick Room. So, Wolf had to switch out that Urshifu, and it just so happens it's that Amoonguss in the back. So that Amoonguss sitting pretty in Trick Room right now as Ursaluna will take the field.
Yeah, really controlling the pace of this game. If we're right about the speed relationship between Amoonguss and Ursaluna, it's a lot harder to take advantage of this Trick Room because a Spore can just aim at that direction. Farigiraf cannot deal with Amoonguss in one turn and is also slower than Amoonguss itself. So even the second Psychic would happen after the second Spore, even if you're able to protect the first. But for now, Amoonguss doesn't even need to go on the offense with Spore. Fluttermane bulky enough to also just try to get through this turn and attack itself, or it could just be a double protect. Lots of protects coming all around. We get that speed relationship revealed. Amoonguss does protect itself before the Ursaluna, which protects itself before the Fluttermane, and Farigiraf left the only thing attacking this turn.
Yeah, so Farigiraf will attack into that Amoonguss slot, wants to chunk away at it with Psychic as a round of protects for everybody but that Farigiraf. So now here we go.
That's a crucial prediction for Wolf, right? Because he burns the protect on the Ursaluna on the other side, doesn't even have to take a Psychic on the turn, and now is able to just Spore the Ursaluna and keep it from attacking. You have to imagine that will mean it never attacks, because a Dazzling Gleam is going to come out at the end of this turn, and Farigiraf is not going to be able to stop it.
Yeah, Farigiraf uses Psychic here, wants to try to hit at this Fluttermane, but Fluttermane, especially bulky, doesn't take that much at all, and here's another Dazzling Gleam from that Fluttermane. Will get the KO on that Ursaluna. Farigiraf hangs on, will be able to eat that Citrus Berry, but again, Wolf has played this masterfully here. Wolf sent in that Amoonguss and just took advantage of these Trick Room turns, as well as that Protect that he had mentioned.
Yeah, the game plan is just so smart to use early offense to chip things down and to use Amoonguss to make sure that Trick Room is not a winning play. This is not the kind of hard Trick Room team like we saw from Ben in the previous round. They can deal with Amoonguss by having something even slower in Torkoal and by having multiple Trick Room attackers. Instead, it's just the Ursaluna that's a little bit too fast in Trick Room for this Amoonguss, and so Amoonguss is able to control that option from Donghun, and if he's not going to have the Trick Room at his advantage, then Wolf's big attackers are trading damage too fast for him, and Donghun stayed one turn behind. Wolf was always able to pump out enough damage early, punish somewhat passive plays from Donghun, and just win trades that made it very difficult for Donghun to ever come back in that match.
Yeah, so Wolf will advance to 12-2 on the day with one more Swiss round, but that was just really tough for Donghun because Wolf just had all the pieces in at the correct time, right? If you think back to like game 1, that Fluttermane, we've already said it, basically that Fluttermane was out on the field just chunking away at any Pokemon over on Donghun's side of the field with that Photosynthesis boosted Dazzling Gleam. Game 2, Wolf made an adjustment, sent out that Incineroar, sent out that Urshifu. That Urshifu immediately threatened that Blood Moon Ursaluna. Yes, Donghun was able to terastallize that Blood Moon Ursaluna, but also like it just wasn't in the best position, right? Like, Ursaluna was able to get one Blood Moon off onto this Incineroar, get the one-hit KO, but then from there, it was...
Because the speed was in Wolf's advantage, the trade still worked in Wolf's advantage. It looked like it's a trade that in just raw health bar in the first turn is not in Wolf's favor, right? It's a Surging Strikes for less than 50% into Blood Moon in exchange for the entire Incineroar. But then, because the speed is in Wolf's favor and he's going to be having both of his Pokemon act first, when the Ursaluna is down to 50% health and can no longer take a Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam, then Donghoon just has no options. And, you know, it's very difficult to decide to just sacrifice those Pokemon, get out of that position and hope for something better out of the back. And so Donghoon makes switches that just softens damage everywhere. And I think Wolf was really smart at almost every position in this game to put out damage in a way that meant Donghoon couldn't avoid it. There was no switch to try to pivot into a different position. The damage had to land somewhere, and every bit of damage that landed put Donghoon further and further behind.
Yeah, so again, that's just position play. That's all it is. And Wolf really took advantage of it. You know, you always want to be the first one moving on the field, right? If you're a slow Pokemon, you want Trick Room up. Trick Room never came up. There was never really, well, it came up, but then it wasn't in the best position because Wolf immediately had that Amoonguss in to be able to battle it. We saw it in game 2, you said it best. During that Protect round, basically the Amoonguss was able to burn the Ursaluna Protect. Didn't take a psychic that turn, didn't try to Spore in that slot where the Ursaluna protected, and then the next turn the Ursaluna paid the price.
Yeah, I mean, you could see even those small plays where Wolf gets further ahead probably weren't actually necessary. Psychic wasn't going to KO Amoonguss in one turn, and so the second Spore would have landed. But maybe if Ursaluna is able to double protect, get through 2 turns and 2 Psychics land, then things start to look dicey for Wolf. But he stays 1 turn ahead, plays it very safe. Doesn't really have to make any reads in that set. He's never trying to guess whether Ogerpon will follow me or not, or where the switch will happen. Just puts out damage in a way that means he's incrementally moving further ahead, and there are no real positions that Donghoon could move himself into where he could try to come back.
Yeah, so that's tough. That is really, that's just, I wanted to see the Blood Moon Ursaluna do more attacks, right? We were able to see it pick up 2 KOs, one with the Hyper Voice, one with the massive Blood Moon, but again, like, it might look like it's a fair trade on paper. You said it. It looks like it's a fair trade on paper, but it wasn't. Like, it was just momentum being sunk.
An interesting aspect of Pokemon that is that a lot of times these relatively bulky, but not like wall bulky Pokemon like Ursaluna that can trade a bunch of damage back out. It feels like they can do more damage than they take. That's a really good trade. But there's this extra momentum effect when you are stuck with a Pokemon that's going to move last on the field and is too low to take another hit, because now it means your partner is vulnerable as well. Your partner doesn't have something next to it that is drawing attention or going to take a KO and help protect it. And so when Ursaluna was so low it couldn't take a Dazzling Gleam anymore, that's what got the Incineroar KO'd, right? Because the Incineroar then was just stuck to take a Surging Strikes. Nothing was going to help with that. And so those kinds of trades can be really dangerous if you don't have speed control in your favor.
Yeah, and again, even when you do opt to get up that Trick Room, it's disheartening to see that an Amoonguss is on the other side just underspeeding everything on your team, right? Like, just, you know, you set up, you spend a lot of resources to set up this Trick Room. You finally get the Trick Room up, and then just right as you set up Trick Room, this really slow Mushroom on the other side of the field is just going to provide so much support that it just prevents you from being able to execute your strategy.
It's always a balancing act with fitting Trick Room on your team. There are a lot of different variations of it. Of course, last round we saw the really hard Trick Room that's committed to it with multiple Pokemon that are slower than Amoonguss. Multiple answers to Spore, but that can have a harder time if it can't really decide to play without Trick Room and play a more balanced match. I think there's a lot of situations where Donghoon can opt to play without Trick Room and play a balanced match, because Trick Room is basically 1/3 of a team. It's 2 pieces there, and Frigoraph can play support without actually having that be Trick Room support. But when you play that kind of soft Trick Room, that means when you really need it, it's not a backstop. It's not something that you can rely on in the same way that a hard Trick Room, if it can manage to force one out, can rely on that.
Let's go ahead and throw it down to an interview with Joe Brown and Wolf Glick in the lounge. Take it away, Joe.
Thank you very much, Dewey and Len. We are here with Wolf Glick, our round 14 winner on stream. Congratulations on that win. Second time's the charm here in Orlando. You had that tough set against Justin yesterday, but now against Donghoon, you got that 2-0 victory. So how'd that feel?
Felt good. I was looking at the matchup and I thought, oh man, I don't really have a way to take these Ursaluna attacks, so I certainly hope I can deal with it before it deals with me.
Yeah, I was really surprised at how the match started, because obviously you have a lot of offense potential, a lot of aggression potential between both of your teams, right? So I wasn't anticipating there to be, you know, long 10, 11, 12, 13 turn games or anything. So when you know that your opponent has such tools available, like the Blood Moon hits that can OHKO almost anything, and like they can match your aggression. How does that affect your decision making?
It's really hard, you know, like when your opponent can kind of get rid of any of your Pokemon in a single turn. Like the only Pokemon on my team that can survive a Terra Normal Blood Moon is Tornadus, and that's just because it has the Focus Sash, so like nothing can KO it in one hit. So yeah, understanding that, I basically said, you know what, I'm not going to try and stop the damage from coming in because I can't. Like I'm not going to try and tank it like because I can't. Instead, I'm going to say, okay, you know what, your Pokemon are just naturally slower than mine, so I'm just going to try and make damage trades and say, all right, you're going to get this kind of like first turn if you want it. Like you're going to get a KO and I'm not. But I have a second wave of offense, which still has the speed advantage. So in game 1, it was Urshifu in the back, and in game 2, it was Fluttermane in the back. Like I was using Fluttermane and Urshifu basically to apply the first like wave of pressure, and then hoping to use the second one to close it out.
And then you also had you had Terra Steel, right, on the Landers, where sometimes I feel usually we'll see like Terra Poison so that there's more Sludge Bomb damage. And so what was the decision behind going for Terra Steel this time around instead of what many other trainers would use, Terra Poison?
Yeah, so I basically thought that like I wasn't using Terra Poison offensively very much. That's the main advantage, is if you use Terra Poison, your Sludge Bomb gets stronger, but like the situations where I would go for that were pretty specific, and like resisting Torrent's Bleak Wind, resisting Icicle Crash, like those felt like a lot more value to me. So yeah, that's why I decided to go with Terra Steel.
Okay, yeah. So you're obviously you're not guaranteed in cut yet, but you're playing well. More than you're playing well. Are you feeling well? I know you had you were just in England, then you had a rough trip, getting here at the last second, getting to Orlando. How are you feeling?
So yesterday, I think the word that most kids nowadays are using is bad. Let me tell you about my life, okay? I went to England. I said pip pip cheerio. I got a lot of fish and chips. Then I came home and I was like, great, I'm home. And then on Wednesday, I said, you know what? I kind of want to play more Pokemon. Like, I wasn't planning on going to Orlando, but like, what if I was a silly little guy and I went? So I booked a ticket on Wednesday. Thursday, my good friend, Dr. Aaron Traylor, I went to watch him defend his PhD thesis. And so I went there on Thursday, got it Thursday night, watched him Friday morning defend his thesis, and then I trained up to Boston to catch a flight, which the flight was trying very hard to get away from me. So I got here at like 2:30 in the morning, I think, and like showered, like jumped into the little cot and like got like 3 hours of sleep before rolling up yesterday. So at the end of yesterday, I was like, what day is it? What year is it? Like, I don't feel so good. And like,
yeah, well, because I feel like we have so many different stories in VGC where players are like, oh, the best I ever did was when I had 2 hours of sleep. And then other people are like, I need 8 or 9 hours to be fully rested to play. But like, you were able to perform on a lack of sleep.
I ran out of gas towards the end. I went from 6-0 to 7-2. So definitely like a little bit running out of gas, but also like running, okay, round 9, let me paint the picture for you. Round 9, 3 hours of sleep, game 3, Tinglu Dundozo, Santumion. First game goes to time. I'm like, I want to go to bed. I don't want to be here anymore. Like, I shouldn't have come, but yeah, I slept like 10 hours last night, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. I had revolving sushi. I ate so much sushi, so yeah, like I was like a little bummed to go 6-0 to 7-2 yesterday, but my Dr. Aaron Traylor, he told me, he was like, listen, going 7-2 on 3 hours of sleep is nuts. And there are a lot of players who are like, oh, like I always do well when I don't sleep, and that's because they are young, they are youthful, they're maybe in their like late teens, early 20s, and they are like, their bodies can handle that. But I've been doing this for too long. Like, I don't get like at least 6 hours of sleep, and I'm starting to feel like I think this is a young man's game sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they'll learn sometimes. You get into that Tinglu Doza matchup and your back just starts hurting. You're like,
I was like, get me out of this chair.
That's so funny. But obviously, like, what I thought when we saw you on the list, I'm like, oh, Wolf came here to defend the crown, winning the biggest regional ever in Orlando.
Iron
Crown. And like, we thought that it was planned. You were going to be here the whole time. I didn't know it was kind of a last-second decision. So, how often do you usually plan out? Do you look at the whole schedule at the beginning of the year and say yes, no, yes, no, yes, or is it like kind of like every couple months you check which ones you want to go to?
There's something in the middle. Last year, I basically went to so many events, and I just burned out so badly. Like, by the time it hit September after Worlds, like, I wasn't doing so good. Like, I basically lay in my bed for 2 months and didn't do anything, and I would like to not have that happen again. And so I really was very intentional about the events that I was going to this year, where I was thinking about going to Knoxville, but after I won Charlotte and like I qualified for Worlds, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna miss it. So my plan was just to do Pittsburgh and Charlotte, EUIC, NAIC, and then like Worlds. But yeah, like I thought, well, like, it didn't fill up, and I'm enjoying playing, and like I really liked my team. So yeah, I decided to come here and give it a shot.
Yeah, fingers crossed, we're hoping for you, because that would obviously be a great story. You'd also be the first person to win 2 regionals in the season, get 2 photos. Have you thought of a new pose if you get a second title to be on the graphic.
I want them to let me sit on the. They have like a little table back there with the plushies. I want to let them sit. Like I want to sit on the table and kind of like I want to do a seated pose. You know what I mean? I'll sit on the floor too, but I think it'll be harder for the camera. I don't think they're gonna let me do it. I actually at EUIC they were like, hey, do you want to take another photo? And I was like, yes, because I just was like smiling like a big dork in my other one. So I gave them a big wink and they didn't use it. There's a photo of me somewhere on Big Pikachu's hard drive of doing just a phenomenal wink, and they didn't use it. They didn't use it during my match. They haven't used it yet. I wonder if I'm just very bad at winking.
I mean, you're back here now. You could try to plug a flash drive in, try to do something, get that information, because I would love to see that photo. But I'm sure everybody wanted to know your take on Incineroar, right? And then you showed the world like, hey, let's not give up on Incineroar. I'm sure now everybody at home wants to know what your thoughts on Regulation G in the upcoming format are going to be.
I think Caloric Shadow is probably pretty good. I'm a little worried about it because we've never had a World Championships that used a single restricted format. In fact, the only time we've had a single restricted format in my memory is during one of the Players' Cups for Sword and Shield. So I think that it's going to be a format where there are a lot of viable Pokemon. Sometimes we saw the year that I won Worlds, there was very few restricted Pokemon that are viable. I think it's the complete opposite. I think that we'll see even more niche picks like Ho-Oh, Kyurem, maybe some of the Necrozmas even. I think that a lot of Pokemon that are restricted can do really well. So I'm those formats can be kind of spooky because in a worst case scenario it kind of turns into matchup roulette where it's oh, their restricted beats my restricted, so I lose. But I'm hopeful that it'll be fun, but we just can't really say very much about it because it is the first time that we've ever had a regulation.
And, last one, because I want you to be rested. I want you to be well-rested because I'm rooting for you to get into Top Cut here. So you have any shout-outs for friends and families? Maybe shout-outs to Dr. Aaron Traylor as well.
Yeah, big shout-out to Dr. Aaron Traylor. Congratulations, buddy. I'm so proud of you. And, yeah, I want to say thank you to all my friends. I have a lot of support. Here I have Yuki and Justin Karras and Yotam, and I have a bunch of friends back home. Aaron, Brendan, Billa, Marcus, Ed, did I say Dylan, Trey, Gio, and of course my non-Pokemon friends and family. Haley is back home watching, I think, and my parents might be, and my brother, and so yeah, I have a lot of people to thank, and I hope that I hope I can win the next one and hopefully make it into Top Cut.
Oh wait, by the way, I totally forgot. I heard that back in the day you played video game regionals, but you also played TCG regionals. Is that true?
Yeah, because it used to be that video game was only on Sunday. We'd play the whole video game tournament on Sunday, and so I'd play day one of TCG regionals. It wasn't so often.
What was your favorite deck that you ever played?
I really liked. I didn't play. This was only when I was doing just TCG, but there was I really liked the Fainting Spell Gengar and the Machamp Donk back in 2006. I don't know. 2002.
Oh, wow.
It was a while ago. When I played, it was the format with Virizion Genesect, I think, and so I don't remember too much about it, but I didn't like it that much. Okay. I think. Yeah.
I can understand not enjoying the Virizion and Genesect. Yeah, but thank you, Wolf. Best of luck in the final round of Swiss upcoming. But instead of going to break, we're actually going to go back in the past to yesterday when I got the chance to have a trivia segment with one of my good friends. So we'll see if he earned that T-shirt. Take it away, production. And I am here with one of my favorite human beings on the entire planet, Brendan Lewis. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Joe. It's so good to see you, man. I love being here with you guys.
I know, for anybody who's watched competitive Pokemon over the last decade or so, Brendan, one of the most important people that's helped me, help a lot of us in the grassroots community on stream to get to where we are on commentary. So I thought I would reward you by embarrassing you with my difficult VGC trivia question.
Give me the easy ones.
No, okay. So there's two different routes because Brendan's one of my best friends. So I'm like, do I throw him a bone and give him the easy questions, or do I have the respect as friends to force you to randomly choose? And I asked Jake, and Jake said that he has to randomly choose. So we have 3 cue cards here, and you have to choose 1 through 3. This is 1. Okay. So what set of questions would you like?
Let me go straight at the middle here.
All right, set number 2. So if anyone doesn't know, if you have 3 questions here. If you get all 3 of them right, you win a Play Pokemon t-shirt. Do you consider yourself, Brendan, a master of VGC?
I was talking this earlier. Somebody was like, oh, Brendan, what would you do if you got trivia? And I was like, if you get me a specific year, I'll knock it out of the park. But general trivia, I'm doomed.
All right, so let's see. Question number 1. We try to throw a softball to begin. Name a Mega Evolution Pokemon that has won the World Championship in the Masters Division.
Mega Kangaskhan.
There you go. Fun fact, the only Mega to win 2 times is Mega Salamence. So there's a whole bunch of Megas, obviously Gyarados and, Wolf's Gengar. That's the softball. You feeling strong?
I mean, that was a good one. Let's keep them like that.
All right, I'll see what I can do. Question number 2. Similar to Pachirisu, which electric rodent did Wolf Glick use to win the 2016 World Championship that also had the ability to redirect electric attacks?
Can I get a Raichu, please?
Absolutely. Kanto Star. Underrepresented since Pikachu steals the spotlight all the time. That is Raichu. Correct answer. All right, question number 3. This is for all of the marbles. And by marbles, I mean Play Pokemon t-shirt. With 6 Pokemon on each of Ray Rizzo's 3 consecutive World Championship teams, that equals 18 total Pokemon. How many of those Pokemon were on multiple of Ray's championship winning teams? And I'm not just gonna throw you for a loop so you don't say 7. The answer is either 0, 1, or 2. So those 3 years in a row, you thought it'd be easy, right? Those 3 years in a row, he had 18 total Pokemon. How many of them were on multiple Ray Rizzo winning teams?
Well, you know, I know 1 was a restricted format, so it's unlikely that there would have been repeats from that year. I'm gonna go with 2.
You just lucked into the correct answer. Brendan Lewis, VGC Master. The answer is Cresselia in 2010 and 2012, and Hydreigon in 2011 and 2012. How do you feel right now?
That was awesome, man. That was so much fun. Thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah.
And I'm flexing this for the rest of my career. I'm not top cutting anything, but I'm a trivia god now.
That's great to know. All right, congratulations, Brendan. I hope you enjoy your Play Pokemon shirt, and we'll be right back with more action from the Orlando Regional Championships.
Urshifu goes for the protect. It fails.
And with that attack, Wolf Glick becomes your Charlotte Regional Champion, 8-time winner.
The king is back, ladies and gentlemen.
Coming into this tournament, I wanted to build a team that would give me the tools to win in any matchup. Not necessarily that it would automatically win matchups for me, but no matter what I played against, I would have the ability to play the game and have the tools to win without having it be a crazy uphill battle. So I focused on using Pokemon that I knew were really strong, that also covered a wide swath of the format with like what they were strong against.
It's gonna be the trick room. It's gonna be the trick room. Porygon 2 gets a chance to set it up, but Wolf is gonna just reverse it.
Yeah, that's a beautiful play by Wolf.
I used Ogerpon Hearthflame because I had a good matchup against Urshifu regardless, and it allows a lot more damage. Like my team it's not great at doing damage immediately. Like oftentimes you want to get Hyper Voice off with Frigoraph, or Swords Dance off with Ogerpon, or a Calm Mind off with Fluttermane, and Incineroar and Rillaboom don't do immediate damage. So I wanted a Pokemon that could kind of step on the gas, so to speak, and at any moment just like Terastalize, get the attack boost, and just blow through my opponent. So I think that it's a strong Pokemon that players should respect.
You're not gonna be able to take it. That is a one-hit knockout.
I was actually really worried about opposing Incineroar because my team, you know, I have Incineroar, I have Rillaboom, I have Frigoraph, I have Fluttermane, I have Ogerpon Fire, and all 5 of those Pokemon, like, they're not terrible into Incineroar, but like I can't easily get rid of it. It's really all Urshifu who, you know, if they're paired with a Moongus or other grass types, it can be really hard to kind of nail down Incineroar, especially because it's such a slippery Pokemon. I really just focused on the game in front of me. Like, there was a part of me when I entered top 8, I thought, wow, I'm like, what, 14 wins and 1 loss? And if I lose here, the whole tournament's over? Like that's really scary, right? It would kind of feel like a waste to do so well and then just have it all end. But I put those thoughts out of my mind and I just said, okay, like, how do I beat this person right now? That's all that matters to me.
Close combat comes out, targets into the Ogerpon, and Wolf Glick will be advancing to his 2nd regional championship finals this season.
All my opponents were great, but I felt the most stressed, and I think the most challenging of my top cup matches was definitely the final one. It was the only one where I lost a game. The others I won cleanly. Basically, like, in the other matchups, I felt like I had the tools to kind of outplay my opponent, like, in a sense where I had the tools, I could make it tricky as to what I was doing and just overall get myself an advantage by using aggressive playing and positioning, whereas in the final matchup, like, I really didn't know I was going to win the finals until the very end. I realized turn 1 that I had gained a slight advantage, and turn 2 I was able to take out Ursaluna right away, which was really, really good because it had caused me a ton of problems. It had taken a KO, but the problem was that the Trick Room was up and the speed tiers were weird, and I wasn't sure how much damage I was going to do with anything, and so the end of the game came down to I had 3 turns in Trick Room, I had Frigoraph and Incineroar against a -1 special defense Urshifu. And I was like, well, I attacked with both my Pokemon, I win the game, great. But then I thought, well, you know, if they get a triple protect, I'll lose. So it really wasn't until the final turn where I saw the protect fail. It was the double protect that failed. You know, I was in the finals of Pittsburgh, and I got second, and my Pokemon got frozen at the last second, and like maybe I would have won otherwise. And so I thought, like, man, it'd be really unfortunate if I lost another finals on a low probability outcome. So I really didn't believe I was going to win until I really saw the protect fail and my attacks come out.
It's not going to be able to save itself from this one. And with that attack, Wolf Glick becomes your Charlotte Regional Champion.
Feels really good, you know? I'm in contention for one of the best players of all time. I think if you ask many people, they would say I am the best player of all time. So to kind of be able to continue to prove that, to continue to say, hey, I won at the time, the biggest tournament of all time last year in Orlando, and now I'm doing it again in Charlotte. It's pretty cool. It's nice to win. You know, I work really hard at this game, and Worlds this past year was disappointing for me. You know, I did a lot worse than I wanted to, and so being able to win is really great, and to kind of say, like, okay, look, I'm doing something right, I can still keep up, like I am still one of the best.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Orlando Regional Championships. I am Jake Muller and I'm joined with Gabby Snyder to take you through the last round of the Swiss stage of this Regional Championships here in Florida. Gabby, we've had two great matches already this morning, another great one coming to you in round number 15, and then we will finally decide who makes it into the top 8 single elimination bracket stage.
To steal the wise words of a friend, it's been a long day, long day. But there still is so much incredible Pokemon action to be had here, and I think what's really exciting to me is that this is probably the second time we've had this 6 rounds of Swiss on day 2 at a regional championship, which means this isn't really a situation that a lot of players have had practice with. So I think going into Top Cut, it's going to be really interesting just to see the mental fortitude of the trainers who have qualified. Shout outs to Zachary Weed, who is currently the #1 seed and at 1 loss throughout the entirety of the tournament is guaranteed to move on into Cut. I love seeing one of my locals actually just go show up and have a great time this weekend, and hopefully we'll get to feature him on stream in Top Cut finally too.
Hopefully, that would be so great, Gabby. Let's look at some of our Swiss standings so far. Like you said, Zachary Weed is the only player at 13-1 who has punched his ticket into top 8 guaranteed, but plenty of players right behind him looking to get into those final 8 spots as well. We've got 5 trainers at 12-2, including, I believe, 4 of those names we've seen on stream this weekend, plus Charles Moses, who we hopefully get to feature later on. But Gabby, what do you make of these top 6 so far? Obviously, Zachary is locked, but do you think those other 5 are in a pretty good position as well?
I think so. I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to when you drop down to that 3rd loss, approximately, to determine if you get into Top Cut. For those of you who are unaware, the way that these trainers are ordered is based off of something called resistances. So it's how well the people who you lost to have done in the tournament. So the later you lose to someone, theoretically, the better they've done in the tournament, therefore you are more likely to move on. So given that there are currently 5 trainers who are 12-2, I would assume that even if you do lose this last round, you should be okay. But that is definitely a risk you don't want to take. Like if you can just lock it in yourself at X and 2, you'll get a better seed going into top 8, and you won't have to sit there worrying while the tournament organizer does the math in the back room with their calculator. Now that's a math expert
And that's
right
exactly
there.
how that works, Gabby.
Oh yeah, it's all just one person, a old-fashioned calculator, like
With
one
like
of the
the
old
printing out
ones.
the results of
yeah.
this. Yep, there we go.
And they have little spectacles going, oh, I see.
The Monopoly man, actually just figuring out standings. No, but actually let's take a look at the next matches we have. Again, this is our 15th round of Swiss. Like you called out, Gabby, that is not something we get to say too often. And a whole extra round of play on this second day. And we will get to show you a match between two 11-3 players, Aaron Brock and Paul Ruiz, a former world champion.
Yeah, and on the other matches, notable matches from this round, though I would argue that most of them are notable at this point in time. Our number 1 seed, Zachary Weed, will be playing against Joshua Lorsi. Justin Karras and Ben Grissomer playing each other. And then Andrew Zhang versus Daniel Reyes. And you know, I would love it if we could feature all of these matches.
Yeah.
There have been some really exciting ones this weekend, but to be able to bring you a former world champion playing a win-in for the Top Cut here at a regional championship, you know, especially knowing that Paul Ruiz doesn't really make it up to the North America region so often. Usually he's at those LATAM tournaments in Brazil and around that area, is really exciting to see.
It really is. Yeah. No, it's always great to get to see players from other regions interact. You know, we have a lot of LATAM players that can make it up to Florida or make the trip for any IC. Easier to justify a bigger tournament like that. But for the most part, it's hard to see these Latin American players get to play against some of our, you know, American and US and Canadian talent. So it's great. And obviously Paul is doing very well, as he's done in the past, at the international stage. Speaking of Paul, Gaby, I'm getting word that the players are ready on stage. So let's jump over there and see how this match is going to play out. I am so excited because not only is Paul a former world champion, Aaron Brock, I believe, also got top 4 at the very first regional in Scarlet and Violet, all the way back in San Diego. So certainly someone that is no stranger to success, in the later stages of a tournament.
Yeah, no stranger to Articuno either, though thankfully it's a different bird that's making a very unique appearance on his team. You know, I mean, talking about team preview just at this head-to-head phase, Corviknight versus Como-O.
Yeah.
As much as I love Como-O and as much as I'm glad to see my caster prediction actually, you know, coming true this weekend, I don't think Corviknight's necessarily the Pokemon you want to match up against.
I think the only time I've seen Corviknight recently is when we've seen our caster friend Len playing on stream.
Yeah.
So it's cool to see someone else is joining in on the Corviknight fun.
Yeah, well, it's a very tricky Pokemon.
Yeah.
I guess in Scarlet and Violet, you do have to take care to keep it away from the Tinkatons of the world, if you will. But if you're able to find alignment with the right Pokemon, you know, Mirror Armor will reflect any stat drops back at that Pokemon. You have Tailwind for speed control, and if you can slow your opponent down and get some bulk ups in, it's just impossible to take down.
It is. That Corviknight will be joined on Aaron's team by Incineroar, Ogerpon, Hearthflame, Raging Bolt, Amoonguss, and Rapid Strike Urshifu. And Aaron is chasing a championship after multiple top cuts. Like we said, at least that top 4 back in San Diego, and I believe 1 or 2 more top 8s to his name, but no further progress just yet. And of course, we would love to see Aaron break through into that final stage.
Paul Ruiz also has the correct Gastrodon as a mascot on his side of the field, running a team of Amoonguss, Incineroar, Fluttermane, Ogerpon, Wellspring Mask, Landorus Incarnate, and Como-O. I gotta say, I love the Como-O, favorite Pokemon. Shadow Claw, though, that's not the move that people typically run alongside of Iron Press, or Body Press and Iron Defense.
No, it's not, and it kind of makes sense too. If you're kind of indexing into the Iron Defense Body Press strategy, obviously your number 1 foe there is going to be Ghost types because they are immune to that Body Press. So giving yourself Shadow Claw gives you a way to hit those super effectively and not just neutrally with possibly, you know, a Flash Cannon and an Iron Head like we see in the other options.
Yeah, and if you're looking to go back and watch an incredible match after this set and, you know, the rest of the stream as well, Paul Ruiz was our 2018 Masters Division World Champion, winning the World Championships in Nashville, Tennessee. It was an incredible weekend. Definitely go back and watch his win. But for now, though, we are going to be getting into game number 1 shortly. And, you know, we've talked about the Como-O, we talked about the Corviknight. I'm curious, Jake, how you think these teams are going to match up, because beyond those 2 standouts, they do feel, you know, somewhat similar. Not exactly, but, you know, I see one of those genies there. There's difference in Ogerpons. It's going to be a really unique matchup for that reason.
I actually think Corviknight's set up pretty well here. The fact that it's bulk up and not running something like Body Press or another attacking move like we see sometimes gives it a lot more of a threat into Paul's team. Just looking at the Pokemon Paul is packing, it's once a bulk up or two gets set up, it's going to be very hard to break through. And of course, Corviknight's kind of main calling card is being very, very good into Landorus. Landorus, with its Earth Power and Sludge Bomb, cannot deal damage to Corviknight at all. So if that's the position Aaron can get this Corviknight in, he might be in a very good spot.
Well, we have those two signature Pokemon out on the field to start game number 1 here of Swiss Round 15 versus Aaron versus Paul, Corviknight versus Kommo-o, Incineroar versus Urshifu.
And this, again, kind of a great spot for Aaron to be in right now. Corviknight immediately reflecting and Intimidate back to the Incineroar means it's at -1 attack. Perfect chance to get one of those bulk ups going if that's what he chooses to do. And of course, the Urshifu very heavily threatens Incineroar as well with those Surging Strikes, especially considering Aaron is running the Mystic Water item on this Urshifu to even further boost the power of those Water-type moves.
Fake out from Incineroar will stop Urshifu from attacking this turn, and Kommo-o, not wanting the Corviknight to be the only Pokemon to set up this turn, goes for an Iron Defense. So already we have +2 defense on the field for that Kommo-o, +1 defense and +1 attack for the Corviknight.
Another setup turn there. I mean, the Corviknight and the Kommo-o kind of had nothing better to do. Really good position. I think still for this Corviknight, obviously that Kommo-o gets 2 stat boosts quicker than Corviknight can because the Iron Defense boosts defense by 2, which at the same time is boosting the power of Body Press. So Corviknight a little bit behind, but when Corviknight gets those bulk ups and another chance to get some possible Brave Birds off, you are threatening super effective damage into that Kommo-o still. And of course, with the -1 attack on Incineroar and the +1 defense on Corviknight, really not threatened a whole lot by a big chunk of damage here.
Yeah, Corviknight has plenty of opportunities to sneak those bulk ups in. Amoonguss certainly will not be stopping it this turn for Paul, switching out that Incineroar to send that Pokemon to the field. Way better suited to take these 3 Surging Strikes as well.
Surging Strikes comes through, and with that Rocky Helmet, a lot of chip damage as well. Not the greatest for the Urshifu there, but thankfully this Amoonguss taking some chip damage means that even if it does Terastalize, it will be continued to be threatened by the Brave Birds coming out from this Kommo-o. So even though that might look like a little bit of a rough spot for Aaron to be taking that damage, I think that chip damage on Amoonguss can be very valuable.
Yeah, and seeing that the Kommo-o also opted to go for yet another Iron Defense this turn, I can't help but wonder what's the condition that these trainers are looking for. I mean, Kommo-o will have +4 defense, which means Body Press now is going to do a significant amount of damage, but that Corviknight as well, especially with Brave Bird having that higher base power, having that, recoil damage, seems like would be a great pick for Aaron if he wants to break from this setup phase.
It is, and Brave Bird now threatens super effective damage onto both of these Pokemon on Paul's end. Like you said, Gabby, the defense now at +4 means that you're taking a little bit less damage from that Brave Bird, which is coming from a +2 attack. But that kind of is made up by the fact that the Brave Bird is super effective, whereas the Body Press wouldn't. And of course, if you want to Terastalize away from that flying weakness, if you're the Kommo-o is Terra Fire, which staring down an Urshifu is really not the place you want to be.
No, Amoonguss could have Terastalized as well into Terra Fairy, but instead just going to redirect some damage this turn. Close Combat does, I think, less damage than the Rocky Helmet recoil, so this Amoonguss has done a great job so far of doing the most damage for Paul. Here comes that Body Press from Kommo-o, brings the Corviknight down to half of its health. Corviknight returning with a Brave Bird into the Amoonguss for the KO.
Amoonguss is KO'd for the first knockout of the game, but that is a lot of damage being dealt to Aaron's Pokemon by recoil, by Rocky Helmet. This Urshifu has not taken an attack, I believe, other than a possible fake out from that Incineroar very early on, but it's already very, very low on HP just from taking those 4 Rocky Helmet chips. And now that the Kommo-o has gotten a Brave Bird off, a Body Press off into that Corviknight, the Rocky Helmet, the Brave Bird recoil also put that Corviknight into range for what looks like 1 more Body Press as well.
Definitely 1 more Body Press, and it's possible as well that this Corviknight won't even have the opportunity to go for Roost, which is usually what they want to do in this situation, because we saw that Kommo-o outspeed Corviknight consistently. You know that Paul has the Incineroar with access to Fake Out. That could also stop it from attacking. And on top of all that, you also have the Wellspring Ogerpon now, which is more than fast enough to outspeed Corviknight and secure that KO.
This is actually like a pretty easy double KO here if you're Paul. Obviously, any kind of grass type attack into that Urshifu on Aaron's end will be enough for a KO, and then I didn't even realize how low the Corviknight got taken by that recoil.
Yeah.
And that is quite clearly Body Press range at this point. So even though the 2 turns of setup both went off pretty cleanly for both players, the double effectiveness of the Iron Defense setup for the Kommo-o in the form of Iron Defense proving very useful here for Paul.
It was also the addition of that Rocky helmet and Amoonguss that has put Aaron into a tough spot, but he still has 2 Pokemon remaining. Will detect this turn to stop any damage from the Ogerpon, but body press enough to pick up the KO on Corviknight.
Big KO there. The Corviknight is kind of a big threat. If it is allowed to get a roost off, this game could get pretty dicey, but a smart target there from the body press. Make sure that Corviknight will not be able to attack before it gets knocked out by that body press. And now Aaron has to decide whether to bring in the Raging Bolt or the 4th Pokemon remaining. Raging Bolt does hit the field though. I believe it is that Terra Fairy, which we usually do see on Raging Bolt, so that does actually give you a great way to resist those body presses and possibly threaten some super effective damage with a Dragon type move.
Yeah, Terra Fairy and Assault Vest. It does mean that this Raging Bolt will not also be able to set up its own boost, but usually you only want 1 or 2 Pokemon on your team to take that role, and in this case for Aaron, it's going to be the Ogerpon and that Corviknight.
The issue though for Aaron is that Paul just has Follow Me on the field. Like the Raging Bolt, it can Draco Meteor the Kommo-o if Follow Me is not an option. Unfortunately though, that is a move that Paul's Ogerpon is packing, unlike some we've seen on stream earlier this weekend.
Here comes another Ogerpon, but this time wearing the Hearth Flame mask on Aaron's side of the field, going to switch out that Urshifu and save it for later. We do also get the first Terastallization of the game from Aaron, turning his Raging Bolt into that Fairy typing.
Now it will resist Body Press, which is great. However, it does give up the resistance to both Grass and Water, which are the 2 attacking types Paul's Ogerpon is packing. So you do have to worry about trading off those defenses instead.
Kommo-o protecting itself this turn. Ivy Cudgel now from the Ogerpon into the opposing Ogerpon. That's neutral damage, but it brings that Ogerpon down to just below half its health. Ogerpon on Paul's side of the field taking about 50% damage as well from a Thunderbolt.
I think really smart plays from both players. Going for the Ivy Cudgel instead of the Horn Leech into that Urshifu slot on Aaron's side is really smart for Paul. Urshifu was low enough and had to use close combat, so its defense was at -1, such that the resisted Ivy Cudgel would still be enough for the KO, but Ivy Cudgel hits most of what Aaron has in the back much harder than Horn Leech would. So some really big damage onto Aaron's Ogerpon right off the bat. And of course the Thunderbolt into Ogerpon on Paul's side from Aaron I think was also very smart. If you get caught going for a Draco Meteor into a protecting Kommo-o or even a Follow Me, losing that special attack would be very disastrous. And a really nice bit of damage there from Thunderbolt. Looks like 1 more should be enough for a KO.
1 more should be enough for a KO, but Paul needs to figure out how he can tackle this Fairy-type Raging Bolt, especially knowing that Kommo-o has given up any sort of Steel-type attack coverage for Shadow Claw, which is a Ghost-type move. We do see a Terastallization from Paul this turn, and it has to be the Kommo-o, given that the Incineroar returned to the field for that Ogerpon. Kommo-o changing into a Fire type here to not take super effective damage from a potential Draco Meteor from Aaron's Raging Bolt. We also see a Spiky Shield from Aaron's Ogerpon to protect itself this turn. Body Press, it still does way more than I expected, honestly, thanks to all those Iron defense boosts.
That is a lot of damage. That is resisted, and Raging Bolt is a naturally very bulky Pokemon. That also shows that if Kommo-o gets 2 Iron defenses up and the Raging Bolt doesn't Terastallize, it will just get 1-hit KO'd by that +4 body press. Huge bit of damage there, and I do like that Terastallization. Like you said, Gabby, it does prevent super effective damage from Draco Meteor. And the nice thing about having Fire in this scenario for Paul is that oftentimes we see players go for Steel on their Iron defense Kommo-o, but that would actually put you in a much worse spot against this Ogerpon on Aaron's side. Fire, though, allows you to resist both the Ivy Cudgel and any kind of grass move from that Ogerpon while dropping that Dragon weakness.
Fake out from the Incineroar will stop the Raging Bolt from attacking this turn, but Aaron finds an opportunity to set up once again. Sword Stance on his Ogerpon to boost its attack 2 stages, so even though he does lose the Raging Bolt here this turn, that Ogerpon is now such a huge threat at +1 attack overall after the Intimidate.
It is a big threat, and now that the Raging Bolt was actually the Pokemon Paul decided to KO this turn instead of Ogerpon, Aaron does get to bring the Urshifu in, and because the Kommo-o is now a Fire type, Surging Strikes actually just KOs it. You're actually in a spot now where this Urshifu is kind of a big problem, and of course, because of the Unseen Fist ability, you cannot protect either of the Pokemon on the field. Unfortunately for Aaron, the Ogerpon won't be able to attack for more than resisted damage, so that Sword Stance does go up, which is nice. It kind of keeps you in this game a little bit, but if your Urshifu doesn't take kind of 2 KOs in the next 2 turns, I'm still not sure it'll be enough.
There's also the Ogerpon Wellspring mask in the back of Paul's party, which could swap in for either Como-O or Incineroar and then use its water absorb ability to negate any surging strikes.
Right.
So there's a ton of pressure on Aaron to make the call this turn correctly. Who do I target and with what?
It's true. You might have to close combat here just to make sure you're not giving that Ogerpon Wellspring form any kind of healing with surging strikes. But if you're close combated and Como-O absolutely survives this turn, you have to call whether or not Paul swaps out, but there's no switch at all, just a Swords Dance instead.
Como-O is going to stay on the field, but unfortunately it'll take a Surging Strikes for its trouble. And after all 3 hits, it is enough to pick up that KO. Good information for Paul and for Aaron to see just how that might have actually missed the KO if it was still at full health going into a next game. But for now, Como-O has been knocked out. Incineroar will use Parting Shot to drop the attack of that Urshifu by another stage. And just like that, both of these trainers are down to their final 2 Pokemon.
They are, and you have to wonder whether or not Paul kind of had to go for a read there as to whether or not a Surging Strikes would hit one of those slots. Now that the Como-O got knocked out without taking another KO, it looks like Ogerpon will be in range for either an Ivy Cudgel or a close combat coming out from this Urshifu. Although the Parting Shot plus the Intimidate coming in, Urshifu now at -2. Close combat a little bit less of a threat, but of course we have the Ogerpon on Aaron's end. Between the 2 Intimidates and the 2 Swords Dances is at +2 attack. This is going to be really close, Gabby. I think it might still come down to some Protect and Fake Out reads here. You do still have to worry about the Unseen Fist, but if you're Aaron's Ogerpon at +2 attack, obviously you can KO Paul's Ogerpon, but the Incineroar on the other side still will be resisting everything.
Yeah, I really like how Aaron just went for the double Protect play here to ensure that neither of his Pokemon would be flinched and caught off guard. I'm more curious about how Paul targeted this, because I would think you would prioritize the Fake Out onto the Ogerpon, knowing that after all those Swords Dances and Intimidates, it's now at +2 attack, and then just double into that slot. We actually see the Horn Leech connect with the Incineroar, trying to heal that Ogerpon up with its health so that it could withstand an attack from the opposing Ogerpon.
And
also activate the Citrus Berry from Paul. That was a great opportunity to capitalize on otherwise a very passive turn.
That was so smart. You know, making sure you fake out the Ogerpon, I think, is the right play, but capitalizing on the double Protect there to make sure you're not getting caught by a Fake Out. You not only heal your Ogerpon a little bit, maybe you can survive a close combat from this range now too, but also your Incineroar is at higher health than it was when it started that turn. I think this match, Gabby, is going to come down to the speed interactions between the 2 Ogerpon. If Paul's Ogerpon can attack first and KO Aaron's Ogerpon, then we might see it be able to survive a close combat. And no, Aaron's goes first!
Here comes the Ivy Cudgel, and it is enough to pick up the KO on Paul's side of the field. Paul shaking his head. Urshifu is guaranteed to be the next Pokemon to attack, and even with the extra help from that Citrus Berry, it just means that the Incineroar could take 2 hits from Surging Strikes instead of 1. Aaron Brock is up 1-0 in this final round of Swiss.
That was a really tight end game there. I think at certain points, I actually thought earlier on that Paul was in such a strong spot with that Como-O, but thanks to him being forced to Terastallize by that Raging Bolt threatening Draco Meteor, that meant Urshifu could come back in and threaten that Surging Strikes to KO through those Iron Defense boosts. And I think Paul maybe possibly made a mistake not trying to catch that Surging Strikes with the Water Absorb from the Ogerpon, because at that point when Como-O went down, and especially because Aaron capitalized very well with those Swords Dances, it was much more difficult for Paul to make any headway.
Yeah, one play that I was curious that we didn't see from Paul was the use of Follow Me on Ogerpon in particular, because it did seem like there were a couple of turns where, yes, you do have to guess, is it going to be Surging Strikes or close combat from the opposing Urshifu? But I do think that the Ogerpon would have helped its partner by taking some of that damage away. But for now, I agree. You know, you were just saying this was a very good start for Paul and Como-O. I absolutely agree. It just felt like the Urshifu and the Ogerpon just out-damaged Paul's Pokemon at the end of the game.
Yeah, and that's what it came down to. Once the Como-O went down, that was kind of all of Paul's offensive threat at that time, especially because the Ogerpon Wellspring on Paul's end doesn't have the Swords Dance like we're seeing from Aaron's or even Stefan's Wellspring Ogerpon earlier on in this tournament. And so after that defense boosted Como-O went down, there was not a whole lot Paul could do to threaten a whole lot of damage anymore. especially because of the way Aaron set up the rest of his Pokemon. Yes, the Urshifu took a lot of damage from that Rocky Helmet earlier on in the game, but making sure it didn't get knocked out and stuck around to threaten that Surging Strikes into the defense-boosted Como-O is more than enough.
Yeah, and it does make me wonder if Paul's going to consider adjusting his strategy going into game number 2 here. You know, both that Incineroar and that Amoonguss felt like they were there to support the Como-O. And as much as it pains me to admit this as a Como-O believer, I don't think you can dedicate essentially 3 Pokemon to 1 attacker in this matchup, knowing how offensive your opponent was playing game 1.
Yeah, we did get to see kind of how the Iron Defense and the Bulk Ups interacted, though. After 2 turns of both Iron Defense and Bulk Up, the Como-O was definitely out-damaging the Corviknight. So I guess that's something for Paul to still keep in mind. You know, if I do get the chance to go for that setup again, maybe I prioritize keeping Como-O healthy. Maybe I do use that Follow Me, like you said, Gabby, or possibly use that Amoonguss to put things to sleep, use that Rage Powder as well. And now we have the Como-O Incineroar lead again from Paul, again getting intimidated by its own self because of that Mirror Armor and the Corviknight Ogerpon from Aaron.
I think Incineroar could take a little intimidation. I don't know. Maybe it needs that little blow to its ego. We'll go for the fake out into that Corviknight to stop it from setting up any bulk ups this turn, whereas Como-O goes straight for the Iron Defense. Funnily enough, though, Aaron already showcasing an adjustment here. Not only did he lead the Ogerpon Hearthflame, but also immediately switched in that Raging Bolt so that it can now threaten both the Pokemon on Paul's side of the field.
Smart swap there from Aaron. The Ogerpon there was doing absolutely nothing, especially because this Como-O was absolutely going to be Iron Defensing this turn. And in its current state, it is resisting both the Grass and Fire type moves from the Ogerpon on Aaron's side. And that's, I mean, kind of a clear fake out into Corviknight there too. You know, Corviknight is the only thing that threatens any kind of damage. And of course, if you get 1 Iron Defense up before it can even bulk up once, you're already way ahead in that setup war. So a smart turn from Paul here. You might probably see him not allow this Raging Bolt to go for a Draco Meteor into the Como-O as a Dragon type. I would imagine some kind of Terastallization or Protect and reshuffle that Incineroar on this turn if necessary.
Well, interestingly enough, we see Aaron opt to Terastallize first. Oh no, excuse me, that was Paul. Never mind. Como-O and Corviknight are Terastallizing this turn. I agree with this play, if only because judging by what we saw in game number 1, Como-O was so central to Paul's strategy, you just have to protect it. But we already see an adaptation from Aaron again. It is still going to be a Fairy type Terastallization, but instead now it's the Corviknight with that Fairy typing, which means it will resist the body presses for sure, but we also could see this play out later. That's a +4 defense Como-O. You said that body press is gonna do a ton of damage to not a Fairy Raging Bolt. Here's the opportunity. Not even a bulk up coming out. Tailwind instead, and Draco Meteor does come out from the Raging Bolt into Como-O. Still does a big chunk of damage, well over 50% of that Como-O's HP. So that Terastallization did save it from being one-hit KO'd. But now, unfortunately, this Raging Bolt finds itself at -3 special attack thanks to the Draco Meteor drops and the parting shot from that Incineroar. With Tailwind up on the field now, though, it does look like Corviknight and Raging Bolt will definitely outspeed the Amoonguss coming in, and the Como-O as well. So even though Raging Bolt is at -3 special attack, Corviknight has more than ample opportunity here to use Brave Bird, deal some good damage to that Amoonguss, possibly knock out the Como-O. It does feel like Aaron is still in the driver's seat and should have an opportunity to sneak that Raging Bolt off the field if he decides he wants to do so. He can easily switch that Raging Bolt out here, but you have to wonder if Paul decides to go for Body Press into that slot. We did see the +4 Body Press, you know, would have 2-hit KO'd that Fairy type Raging Bolt, so it's safe to assume it would be knocked out in one hit here. Can anything Aaron could possibly switch in survive a Body Press? Or do you just have to take a KO this turn? And of course, because of the +4 defense, you're not going to get knocked out by Brave Bird. Amoonguss probably survives this as well because it's such a bulky Pokemon. No, it doesn't though. Just straight up one KO'd. That was a critical hit from that Brave Bird, knocking out the Amoonguss in one go. Corviknight will take some recoil damage, both from the attack, and here comes that Draco Meteor. Como-O able to hold on in the red. Body press. Here's that Calpin. It is enough for a one-hit knockout there. I think you're okay with that, though, if you're Aaron, because trading your Raging Bolt at -3 for an Amoonguss feels huge. That's a really big critical hit there. I think it's probably safe to assume Amoonguss usually survives that.
thanks to it being a naturally very bulky Pokemon, even though that is a same type attack bonus Brave Bird. Unfortunate critical hit because if the Amoonguss sticks around, it can either redirect some attacks later on, possibly put some things to sleep, but you do in turn get the big KO onto that Raging Bolt. Yeah, you're trading one Pokemon for one Pokemon, which is kind of nice and all, but with Tailwind up and with this Corviknight and Ogerpon, relatively healthy still, you can't fake out them both, obviously, if you're this Incineroar. This Kommo-o is now at very low HP. There's no kind of Pollen Puff for any kind of healing other than the leftovers on this Kommo-o to get it pretty healthy again. So you really have to worry about, how many times do I have to, how many more chances will I get to attack with this Kommo-o?
Yeah, and I love how Aaron is approaching this turn as well. It does feel like he looked at the field and accepted, you know what, you're probably going to flinch one of my Pokemon. Well, I could try and protect this turn so I don't take damage. At the end of the day, I would just be stalling out my own Tailwind.
Right.
So I'll give you a choice. You know what my Ogerpon wants to do, and you can probably guess what Corviknight wants to do at this point. Let you choose. Paul is actually just going to switch out that Incineroar, though, so Aaron is going to get, I think, exactly what he wanted from this turn with the Protect from the Kommo-o as well. That means Ogerpon free to Swords Dance to negate the Intimidate and go up to +1 attack, and now Corviknight as well going for Roost to heal up half of its health. That's going to put it basically back to full.
That's a bit of a disaster turn for Paul there. Not a bad assumption to make that Aaron will try and play a more safer turn. Obviously, Fake Out was in play because that Incineroar had just switched in, but Aaron takes such good advantage of that. Like you said, Gabby, why would you want to double protect in your own Tailwind? Like, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go straight for that Swords Dance. Aaron's been very aggressive with those Swords Dances throughout the set, and it's paid off very well. He's now at +1 attack on that Ogerpon, and even with the defense boost from Kommo-o, that may be enough for a KO, especially considering you have the option to attack with that Corviknight as well. Obviously, Ogerpon on Paul's end cannot Terastalize, cannot drop that flying type weakness, so a Brave Bird coming through would be super effective as well.
Incineroar taking the field once again to negate the attack boost from that Ogerpon, but this Corviknight is still, I think, the public enemy #1 for Paul's team. Ivy Cudgel into the Kommo-o.
Oh my goodness.
It's not very effective, and without that critical hit to get through those defensive boosts, even with the Brave Bird, Kommo-o able to hold on, go for a body press into the Ogerpon, and it's a one-hit knockout.
That was not very effective. That was incredibly not very effective. That did so little. Even the Brave Bird. I thought Brave Bird would do so much more than that. Obviously, it is at +4 defense, and Kommo-o is pretty bulky, but Corviknight's no slouch, and Brave Bird's a very strong move. Kommo-o showing, though, hey, I am still in this game. Do not count me out because I will just take one more body press KO for the road. Obviously, Urshifu now should be able to KO with Surging Strikes, but we're still in that position that we saw last game where you have the Ogerpon Wellspring as well. You have the option to kind of absorb those Surging Strikes with the Water Absorb if you can. I don't know that it's such a great idea on this current turn, Gabby, just because you don't really want to take a Brave Bird coming in. At the same time, your own Kommo-o has already done so much. You could possibly try and finish this game out just with this Ogerpon and Incineroar, but that survival from Kommo-o, the double up with the neutral Ivy Cudgel at that point, and then the Brave Bird from Corviknight, that was insane.
Yeah, Aaron relying on Ivy Cudgel's secondary effect of having a higher critical hit chance there, trying to break through the iron defenses of this Kommo-o, but unfortunately unable to find any purchase. Fake Out will stop the Urshifu from attacking this turn. Here comes the body press from Kommo-o into that Urshifu for the KO.
Wow.
It is just the Corviknight left standing for Aaron. Brave Bird goes into the Incineroar and brings it down into the yellow, which should activate the Citrus Berry.
It does. Citrus Berry pops right back up, and this Corviknight, even though it is still relatively healthy, it does resist this body press, does not have any bulk ups of its own, and because this Kommo-o didn't take any damage, that might still be out of range for one more Brave Bird. So another body press, maybe an Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon in the back. Paul has clawed victory from the jaws of defeat in this game here, Gabby. I thought the Kommo-o was down and out, but clearly it had other plans.
Yeah, I will say that in this kind of endgame situation, you would expect to see Incineroar really pivot heavily, typically, so that you could continue to rely on Fake Out. You could continue to stop Corviknight from boosting its attacks and defenses with bulk up, for example. But because Corviknight's mirror armor ability is in play, this does mean that parting shot would not work against Corviknight. It would just bounce the stat drops back to Incineroar, and then it would not be allowed to switch.
Yeah, it's a really rough interaction there for this Incineroar. You kind of want your Ogerpon on the field right now, but you really can't risk it coming in on a possible Brave Bird. I think if you're Paul, this is the right thing to do. You just keep going for Flare Blitzes into that slot. Between the recoil from Flare Blitz itself and the Rocky Helmet, eventually you should be able to get your Ogerpon back on the field. And if you give yourself 2 turns to go for Body Press, like a Follow Me Body Press, followed by 1 more, that's probably enough. 1 Body Press coming through here just barely does not KO Corviknight. And the Rocky Helmet chip damage does come through. Actually, a Roost following Corviknight too.
I mean, over a long enough time scale, we do know that Paul has limited access to recovery here. That being said, though, the Flare Blitz is able to drop down this Corviknight to below, I believe, the body press damage threshold here. So as long as Paul goes for another body press this turn, I think he should be able to lock in that KO overall. But if you are Aaron in this situation, you are up 1 game. You know that the game clock is still progressing throughout this matchup. And if you think that with the combination of Brave Bird, Rocky Helmet, and Roost, you can bring this down to a 1v1 situation, you are able to win. It looks like Como is knocked out by Rocky Helmet. Corviknight hanging on by a thread. Will have the opportunity to heal itself back up, and this is why you continue to play this endgame.
Absolutely. Rocky Helmet here actually a huge factor for Aaron because Como could not freely body press. That's something I kind of felt to take into consideration there because if you just keep body pressing, eventually the Rocky Helmet will outdamage Leftover's recovery.
Exactly.
And you won't have a chance to keep attacking. And again, it was very, very risky for Paul to try and swap in Ogerpon for that Incineroar slot earlier on in this game. So you don't think you really have the option to do so, and now Ogerpon is kind of the last shot for Paul here.
Ivy Cudgel just have an increased critical hit chance, but it doesn't get the crit this turn. Corviknight now able to heal itself up once again. And now as these turns progress, we are getting closer and closer to Corviknight winning.
Well, that's actually a really smart snarl, though, because keeping Incineroar healthy and on the field is really important. That just means Aaron can't keep roosting over and over and over, and he has to eventually attack and possibly knock himself out with a Brave Bird after a certain number of turns. And the more that you let this Ogerpon on Paul's side go for Ivy Cudgels, the more chances you're getting for a critical hit with that boosted critical hit chance, too. This is going way back and forth, Gabby. I did not expect this.
It is, and another important thing to call out here is that Roost only had 5 uses throughout this entire match. It is now gone. And Ogerpon, even though Ivy Cudgel is a physical attack, it doesn't make contact.
Correct.
So Ogerpon will not be taking recoil damage, or won't be taking damage from the Rocky Helmet. Instead, Corviknight has to go for a Brave Bird at some point into that Pokemon for the KO. Here it comes. It's a one-hit knockout. It is just Incineroar versus Corviknight remaining, and Incineroar is just hanging on by a thread.
But Flare Blitz should be able to pick it up here, but it went for Snarl instead. Survives at 2 HP. The Corviknight hangs on and will win this match for Aaron. Oh my gosh, Gabby.
Paul Ruiz had it. He had a path to victory, but Corviknight, thanks to the power of Rocky Helmet, thanks to Roost, and thanks to that Brave Bird getting the one-hit knockout on that Ogerpon, is enough to send Aaron into what should hopefully be a top cut appearance here at the Orlando Regional Championships.
That is insane. It's hard to know because obviously Roost has that 5 PP, and typically when you're playing a Pokemon like Corviknight with a move like Roost, you want to be using your PP ups, your PP maxes possibly. And Paul might have been counting those Roosts because at maximum PP, that's a possible of 8 uses of Roost. There's no way for Paul to have known. You know, we have our open team sheets, obviously, but the PP on there is not listed. So there's no way for Paul to have known that the Corviknight ran out of Roost. If Paul knew that the Corviknight could not Roost anymore, he surely would have selected Flare Blitz on that turn, just because that means that even though there's the Rocky Helmet and the Flare Blitz recoil, the Incineroar attacking with Flare Blitz and KOing Corviknight on that turn would have resulted in a win for Paul, even though the game would have ended at 0-0 Pokemon technically. So that's a wild end game there.
Yeah, at the end of the day, when it comes to Pokemon fainting order, it is the Pokemon that faints last, that person would win. So because recoil damage and because Rocky Helmet damage is applied at the end of the damage interaction, that would have guaranteed that Incineroar would have fainted last and that Paul would win. But, you know, that's a great call-out about the fact that Aaron did not have all 8 uses for Roost. I think a lot of times, especially in formats where there is a lot of fake out, there is a lot of like damage cycling and Pokemon switching and all that, you kind of think, do I want to have the maximum possible uses for my move so that way maybe I don't get encored and then I get locked into a struggle or something? But Aaron just showcasing that Corviknight had just enough in the tank to get the job done, and that was a great team building call from him going into this tournament.
Like the new use case for not maximizing your Pokemon's power points is baiting your opponents into not using Flare Blitz.
Yeah.
We've unlocked the new level of team building.
You know, especially after the iron, or excuse me, the iron printer, the item printer has made those items feel so much more accessible and fun because you get the chance to get the cool Pokeballs as well. Just showcasing, nah, you don't need to do that.
No. Wow. What a well-played match from Aaron there, too. I think there were multiple times in both of those games that kind of countered him out, but Aaron knowing this team very well, you're not getting to 11-3 without knowing exactly how these matchups play out, and expertly using that terrestrialized Corviknight to make sure that it can't take nearly as much damage from that body press, using Roost as much as he could to keep that Corviknight healthy, and the one bulk up coming through, obviously there were no critical hits from that Ogerpon's Ivy Cudgel, so that defense boost was very important throughout this whole game.
Yeah, it was. And shout outs to Paul, though. I know he's run Como-O throughout Regulation F and has just really been a master of this archetype with the body press and the iron defense combination. It was so amazing to see him just commit to that strategy in game number 2, and I think really showcased just how prominent it can be. But Corviknight was just one step ahead. It had the flying taxi just waiting for it. Like, I got to go to top cut.
Aaron called the flying taxi to take him to top 8. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. Though I'm happy for Aaron. Obviously, he's put himself in a position where, based on how the tiebreakers play out, he might find himself in top 8. Even if it doesn't go his way with those numbers, that's certainly at least a top 16, which is a very
100%.
fantastic finish here at Orlando. But of course, we're crossing our fingers for him, hoping we get to see some more of that Corviknight action in top 8 this weekend. That was really fun.
That was an incredibly close match.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to hear from Aaron as to kind of his game plans for that match, just because there were so many different pieces to be moving around for both players, really. Paul, obviously, that Como-O was the big kind of checkmate piece. Like you said, we've seen it have some great success this year. I won a regional, I believe, in Sacramento with Michael Zhang, and Paul's been running it for a while as well. But unfortunately, this time, not enough to break through the Corviknight.
It's okay, and I don't think Como-O will be making an appearance in Regulation G either, but I feel like this was the perfect send-off match for Como-O.
Truly.
It was very exciting, it was very hype, and we even got to see Como-O be a shining star.
True. Yeah. It was a cool fire terrestrialization too.
Yeah,
that's something that
sure.
I personally haven't seen just yet, and so it came in really handy against the Ogerpon on Aaron's end. Kind of just a different set of defensive resistances that, in this case, were very good.
Yeah, well, thank you for indulging me on my Como-O love. I really appreciate that. But I think it's time we send things over to the Corviknights in the room. Joe, why don't you take it away with an interview with Aaron?
Thank you very much, Gabby and Jake. That was an exhilarating matchup. We are here with our round 15 winner, Aaron Brock. What a match. Congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you, thank you. I am feeling amazing. I played my win-in on stream at Vancouver, and it didn't go so well. And hopefully this went a little better. I got the win, so I did my part.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. You got to see, obviously, how the cards play out. You know, this is kind of new territory. We don't as often get 15 rounds of Swiss compared to our normal 14 that we've had over the last couple of seasons here in Scarlet and Violet. And, you know, going into that match, you've made multiple regional top cuts. You perform well, and you can obviously play with the best of the best. But you literally were facing one of the best as in a world champion, Paul Reed. So, how did you feel going into this match?
Yeah, I mean, I have the utmost respect for really anybody here. Anybody could be anybody in this game, and really when I saw the matchup, I was just, okay, I can't freak out about it. I have to take it just as any other game and do my game.
Yeah, I think it definitely makes sense, and you stuck to that strategy. You stuck with your Corviknight, and I think it's always funny, Aaron, because whenever I think of you, I think of the San Diego Dreadnought team. But you also use Corviknight, so you've used some other really fun things. So what led you to bringing this Corviknight, inspired team here to Orlando?
Yeah, well, I thought Corviknight has been really good for a long time in this format, honestly, because it just completely blanks Landorus Incarnate, and its mirror armor ability is super broken. flying coverage is really good right now in the format, and it's very bulky. So I just thought that it would be a nice way to help deal with Landorus on a team that otherwise didn't have any ground switch-ins.
Okay, so this is where we need to get, because we were all popping off back here watching this. That the crowd was going crazy as well. Everyone was invested in this matchup, Aaron. And talk me through the end game against Paul, where he has multiple Pokemon. He's got the +4 defense on Como. You just have Corviknight in a dream, basically. And how do you map out, those last 4 or 5 turns in that match against Paul?
So the turn before, it was just Corviknight when I lost my Urshifu. I expected that Paul would read my Protect and switch to Ogerpon, but obviously I didn't get the call right and ended up losing Urshifu for nothing. So honestly, I had all but given up. I was like, I'm gonna play it out, but I did not think I would win. I was like, okay, I need to try and spam out. Maybe he'll knock himself out with the Rocky Helmet chip, and maybe I can survive hits long enough to be in a comfortable range to get another Brave Bird off on the Ogerpon. And I just kept clicking Roost, and he ended up hitting me twice. I lived on very small HP both times, and Corviknight was able to clutch it up.
Well, I mean, your Corviknight, it did so much damage in that set, especially since it's not like you had the Iron defenses set up or anything. Like, you got the full knockout onto Amoonguss, the one-hit KO onto Ogerpon Wellspring as well. Is this something that happens often? Because I think most people see Corviknight and think, defensive wall. It's just, it might not get knockouts, but it's going to be able to take hits. But no, yours was actually claiming KO after KO.
Yeah, I thought Corviknight normally is typically a really bulky Pokemon that can kind of just sit there and absorb hits. But at least for my team specifically, I thought that having the 4 moves that I chose and only having Brave Bird as my attacking move, while giving me the ability to set up with bulk up and have the utility, I thought that was the best kind of combination of roles for it.
Yeah, it was just such a cool match. I know, how do you feel? I know you have when you're on stage, you have the noise canceling headphones and everything, and you got music in the game to try to keep you in the zone. But are there ever times when you're on stage where you feel the crowd, like you feel it after a crit or after a big play, even if you have noise canceling headphones on? Do you ever just feel that energy? Yeah, definitely. If something like that were to happen, I could feel the energy, especially if the crowd noise kind of bleeds through sometimes if they get loud enough. So, all right, how many regional top cuts, if this is enough to get you into cut here, what would this number be for you? This will be my 3rd regional top cut if it ends up that way. Okay, and how do you feel this team composition, this team construction that you have of this core of 6 compares to your other prior regional top cuts? I'd say it's kind of about the same. When I look back on what teams I've tended to do well with, it seems that there's a common factor that I use pretty standard Pokemon for 5 of them, and then 1 pick is like a cool off-meta weird pick, and that really seems what I have the most fun doing and what I end up doing best with. Yeah, I think that's such a fun way to look at it, because I think a lot of times, we ask trainers all the time, Aaron, do you start with the funky pick? Do you go, I want Corviknight, and then I'll make 5 Pokemon that revolve around it? Or do you have a conventional team of 5 and you're like, man, I think Corviknight could round this out nicely? Yeah, at least for this team, I had, I was borrowing a friend's team, Sven, and his team, I believe it was Chenpao over Corviknight, but when I was testing it, I just did not like how defensively weak it was to Landorus, so I thought, okay, this does kind of the similar things. It gives me speed control, and it ended up working out well. Now, I'm always going to ask, in my heart of hearts, because I do love that Dreadnought team, what's it going to take to get you to run Dreadnought again in a region? What does the format have to be like? How can we make Dreadnought viable again? Unfortunately, it's going to take a lot, because he definitely can't compete with the restricted legendaries coming in Reg G, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, yeah, I figure maybe a future regional Pokedex or something like that where Dreadnought is in. I'll keep my fingers crossed for you. But I do have, because let's get your mind working here, because we have one last set of trivia questions that we were not able to ask the rest of the field, and sure. Get you rested. You got time before Top Cut and everything like that. So I think you should be pretty pretty well equipped to answer some of these questions. All right. So
sure, let's hear it.
As we all know, if you get all 3 of the trivia questions right, you're going to win a free Play Pokemon T-shirt. All right.
Wow.
So big prize on the line. All right. So you ready for question number 1? Should be a toss-up.
Let's do it.
All right, Aaron Brock with the last trivia set of the weekend. Name 1 of the 6 Pokemon on Shohei Kimura's 2023 World Championship team.
Fluttermane.
That's a great guess. I don't even know if you thought about it or you just like, you knew. For fun, just for extra credit, can you think of any other Pokemon on the team? I have all 6 listed.
Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Yep.
Landorus Therian.
Yes.
Amoonguss.
Yep.
Chenpao. And Iron Hands.
Wow, you get 6 Play Pokemon shirts now. I was just kidding. You got all 6 of them though, obviously. You played at the World Championships, right? How did that go?
I almost made top cut. I went 4-3 on day 2.
Okay, all right. This year, Hawaii is your year. We're getting day 2.
100%.
We're getting day 2 top cut.
100%.
Or well, I guess just top cut in general in Hawaii. All right, question number 2. Now you should be very intimately familiar with this answer. Okay. Aaron Brock. In honor of Ji-Sock Lee winning the first Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Regional Championship in San Diego, his Garganacl was distributed as a reward. What was the terastallization type of Ji-Sock's Garganacl?
It was poison, wasn't it?
It was Terrapoison. I was so worried you were about to say ghost, and I was just like, Aaron, no, it's poison. Yes, it was Terrapoison. Did you face G-Sock or no?
I did, in top 4, right? Yes.
In top 4, yeah. Oh, that San Diego was so long ago, but it was really only like a year and a half ago, if you think about it.
Yeah.
Feels like so much has happened.
It feels recently, but also feels like ages ago at the same time. It's
All
weird.
right, now here's the kicker. How long have you been playing VGC?
I had started over COVID, so in like 2020.
All right, so not 2009? Is the
No,
one you got in?
definitely not.
All right, this is question number 3 for the T-shirt, Aaron.
Oh man.
In 2009, Kazuyuki Tsuji won the first video game championship. Which of the Sinnoh first partner Pokemon was on his team? So you got a 33% chance to get it right.
Was it Empoleon?
It wasn't Empoleon. Aaron Brock with the Play Pokemon T-shirt, the Trivia Master. How does it feel? Hold it up to the crowd. Look at that beautiful green. A nice green you can wear that out on a night on the town. Lovely shirt. How do you feel?
Feels amazing. Win the last round of day 2 Swiss. Get all 3 trivia questions. I don't know. It's amazing.
You're speechless as you should be. So, congratulations on your victory. That was an awesome set there. Fingers crossed. Hope to see you in Top Gun and see how you can perform the rest of the season all the way up to Honolulu later this summer. But for now, we're actually gonna. I believe I was somewhere else prior to this. I don't remember. Time is kind of a flat circle right now, so I'm gonna toss to myself at some other point in time. Here I go. Florida Man attempts trivia. Brady Smith, you're here. You're a regional champion, Daytona regional champion, right? So you're no stranger to success in Florida.
Oh, yeah, you could say that, I guess, yeah.
All right, so what would be more to you, being a regional champion or winning a free T-shirt by getting 3 trivia questions correct?
Okay, the answer's so obvious. T-shirt every single time. Come on, guys, T-shirt.
It's the T-shirt, definitely. All right, so Brady, are you ready for your trivia questions?
Yes, of course I am.
All right, we're going to start off with a softball for you, okay? Which of the Genies has not won the World Championship in the Masters Division?
Okay, so 2013, Arash won with Tornadus. 2015, Shoma won with Landorus and Thundurus, so that has to be an Enamorus.
Enamorus, see, I thought I was going to get that, we thought the Enamorus, it really hasn't done anything, right? And Shohei didn't have it there, so yes, you are correct. Poor Enamorus, the pink one, has not gotten there. All right, question number 2. Now, I know you're a big fan of the stream, you're a big fan of VGC history, so hopefully you're going to get this one, Brady. As a counter to Mega Kangaskhan, which Kanto fighting type Pokemon did Mark McQuillan use in the 2015 to make the Boston crowd go crazy and win the Seniors Division Championship?
Mark McQuillan is my dog. I love that guy. He used Machamp, the champion. I love that guy with Dynamic Punch, no guard. He punched Mega Kangaskhan finals. I remember that.
Yes, that was a great time. Correct, the Machampion, as Shady and Dwee decided to call Mark that day. All right, question number 3. This is the tough one. The T-shirt is on the line.
Okay, I think I'm ready.
All right. In GS Cup format years 2016, 2019, and 2022, how many times did Xerneas win the World Championship in the Masters Division?
Okay, so I'm going to go through this one by one. So the highest place in Xerneas in 16 was Eduardo Cunha in top 4, so did not win there. 2019 did not win. Lunala Groudon won, so not there. And then 2022, Eduardo won with Zacian and Calyrex. So Xerneas has not won a single Masters Division regional championship.
Brady Smith, the VGC Encyclopedia. Congratulations. You won your t-shirt.
Oh yeah, I'm going to Disney World.
Flip around.
Hold me up, sir. I'm going to Disney World, guys. I did it. Thank you.
All right, well, you didn't win a regional this weekend, but at least you got your shirt. So you don't go home empty-handed. So thank you to Brady. We'll be back with more action here at the Orlando Regional Championship.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokémon Center, EUIC London.
「私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。
Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Now Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。1戦目はもうその想定していた選手と違うものが出てきてしまってかなり厳しい状態になっていたんですけど、パオジアンのつらら落としに助けられて1戦目を取ることができて、2戦目は想定していた対戦内容だったので、その想定していた通りにことが進んで、勝利を収めることができて嬉しかったです。相手のパーティーのリキキリンとウーラオスをどのように倒すかが鍵となっていて、それらに対抗するためにテラスタイプを変更したモロバレルが、鍵になると考え、臨みました。なんだろう、勝利することも大事ですが、その対戦相手がいることによって、得られる、友情だったりコミュニケーションが僕の中では一番、このゲームの大切なところだ。
the time now, you know, I live in the Boston area. I attend the New England regionals. We have our own little communication server and all that good stuff. And I gotta say, seeing the community come out to Orlando in particular and support each other. I mean, there were multiple people who day two'd, multiple people who got a lot of championship points this weekend.
Yeah.
It's just incredible to see the community, you know, at the local level, just meeting up every Thursday night for their weeklies where, you know, there's no points on the line at those, but it's like a league where you can go and just make friends. And I think there's cool prizing that Pokemon sends out, which is awesome.
No, it's great.
Go to the premier challenges, you know, support each other there. Yes, it's a competition, but, you know, I really liked that team idea that you had. Why don't we kind of get something going here, you know?
I'm down.
Why don't we collab?
I see. I think we got something. I think we're onto something here.
Yeah. It's just really special to see. So shout out to the New England community in particular, because I'm biased.
Let me shout out my people
shout out
too.
your community too.
I host some tournaments over in the Dallas-Fort Worth area where I live, and we had 2 people make day 2 as well. I believe Jonathan Zuniga and Lihu Shen were both of our
congratulations.
Dallas day tours, so it was really fun to see. But I was checking along with our local communication server as well, and I think we had 4 or 5 that were playing like win-and-ins for day 2, and everyone was talking like, oh, let's root everyone on, and it was so cool to just see everyone following along from home, but still rooting on their community members, and that was really fun. So Texas VGC, I have to shout them out too.
And on top of all that, I don't know if you've thought about this yet, Jake, but so there is a nice little period between the North American International Championships and the World Championships where championship point events cannot be held. That's it. You're just done for the year.
Kinda makes sense.
But it does mean that you can run fun events.
True.
Have you thought about any fun events you want to run for your local community during that time?
I haven't yet, but I will now that you've brought it up, because that does sound pretty fun. You can probably come up with some pretty kooky ideas. Maybe like a Chaos Cup event. We talked about that a little bit yesterday.
Well, if you want the Chaos Cup teams, I got a guy.
What if there would be one where, here's an idea. This is off the rails a little bit.
Okay, I love off the rails.
You sign up, you submit your team or whatever, but at team preview, you swap switches and you pick what the 4 your opponent has to bring.
I did that in a Professor Cup once.
Oh, fun.
It was awful. Like, it was really great because the mind games were like peak. So like, I think my opponent had like 2 fake out users and like a bunch of weather Pokemon, so I tried to set them up so they couldn't take advantage of it. It was a good time.
That is funny.
But speaking of our local communities, let's go check in with social media, as if you are here in person, you can tweet, but if you are watching at home, you can also join in on the community as well. And here we go. Shout outs to Dan, a long-time VGC aficionado who's actually running the Retro Cup format here. It's a side event format. Those are 2 DSs that those trainers are playing with, in case you don't recognize them. And they have a bunch of the 3DS games that you can just be given a console, be given a team, told have fun. So it's Chaos Cup with the added technology on top of it.
There we go. That's so fun. I love playing old formats. Any of the formats in the range from like 2015 to 2018, I would happily play anyone in if given the chance. So it's really cool that they have this set up to let players that maybe didn't start playing Pokemon until, maybe the Sun and Moon era, the Sword and Shield era, get to experience some of like the X and Y, possibly even the Black and White era games. So I absolutely love this is happening.
Yeah, and I was actually talking to Dan last night, and he was telling me that, these are on-demand pods. So basically, once you get 4 or 8 people, you just run the tournament.
Oh,
and
nice.
You can play as many sides as you want. But sometimes they'd end up with an odd number of people, so he would actually get to jump in and play. So like, he was telling me about all these great battles that he had and just all the old formats, and he said he was having a great time over there inside. So if you're here in the venue with us, make sure to check out those side events. If you're at home planning on attending your own regional or international or world championship, check out the side events. It's a good deal. It's a lot of fun.
All right, let's jump over to our second tweet. I can't wait to see. Oh, hey, wait, I know them.
What?
Oh, those are 2 cuties. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they are very cute.
Maybe there's a caption, but I'm too busy looking at those 2 people. Okay, let's read it.
No shame in that, honestly.
I don't know what Gabby Snyder said, but Pancham is throwing some serious shade.
So, you know how you can only have one favorite Pokemon?
Yes.
And you know how every Pokemon thinks that they should be your favorite Pokemon?
Of course.
Pancham is not my favorite Pokemon.
Me neither.
Yeah, we kind of got into a little bit of a scrappy disagreement backstage, and while I do hope that we can we can work through our differences in a friendly manner, I think we might need a mediator. So if anybody is a trained mediator in the room or in the hall, please come see me and Pancham later. We have some stuff to work out.
All right. All right, next tweet of the afternoon. William Bauer. Oh, this is so great. Such a beautiful day out. Let's mix it up and enjoy watching Pokemon with our grass group VIP style. This is so cool.
I love it. I believe those are all of the Sitting Cutie plushies, which are honestly my favorite plushes to collect now. They're just so small, and they sit, and they're cute. It's great marketing, really.
It's right there in the name, isn't it?
It is. And I hope that you are enjoying that beautiful weather outside as well. I know here in North America, we're finally getting rid of winter and transitioning into spring, and it's just been so amazing to see the flowers blooming, the birds singing, the sun existing, and all the mud from the April showers.
Of course. Well, thank you so much for sharing your tweets. We love seeing your contributions to the conversation online. Don't forget to keep sending them using that hashtag #PlayPokemon, and maybe we can feature you on stream as well.
Yeah, I think we actually have Joe in the lounge with the boys, I'm told.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go see Joe in the lounge with the boys. Take it away.
That is correct. We are in the lounge, and we are preparing everybody here to get excited for our top 8 players at the Orlando Regional Championships. And Len and Dwee, you guys have been looking, you've been crunching the numbers backstage, you've been writing down all the information. I'm gonna acquiesce to you in this segment. You know, we have 8 trainers, 8 Urshifus. Is that the storyline, or is there something else I'm missing?
Well, first of all, these 8 trainers all got here in different ways, have different teams. We've seen a lot of them on stream, but a few of them we haven't actually seen yet. Our 1 seed, Charles, has a Tailwind team with Glamora and Urshifu single strike that feels like it's reminiscent of the metagame from a couple months ago, but is obviously still having a tremendous amount of success this weekend. We also haven't seen Zachary Weed on stream yet with his Scream Tail and Sword Stance.
And as you explain this, Len, we do have the bracket available if you want to continue explaining it.
Yeah, so
everyone can see.
I think those will be, those 2 players are going to be our first 2 stream matches to get them showing, but we've also had Justin Karras, Aaron Brock, Josh Lorsey, and Ben Grismer all on stream already.
Yeah, another player that we have not seen so far on stream is Neil Patel, who's coming off of really great success at the Vancouver Regional Championships, just has been a consistent player throughout. He's a player that's at my locals, and he's always a threat to top cut any, whether it's a Premier Challenge or a mid-season showdown, or as seen here, you know, Vancouver Regional Championships top cut, now here in the Orlando Regional Championships top cut. So Neil Patel piloting a balanced team that is utilizing Urshifu, Rillaboom, Incineroar, Chien-Pao, Raging Bolt, and a Hearthflame Ogerpon. So really traditional balanced team right there that just you know, it's one of those Raging Bolt teams, right?
Yeah, I mean, a Raging Bolt team with that core of Incineroar, but still a lot of offense behind it, right? Having the Ogerpon, Hearthflame, and the Chien-Pao means it can also pilot modes that are a lot more aggressive than some of the balanced teams can manage.
Yeah, utilizing that Chien-Pao's ability to just, you know, making sure that the defenses are weak over on the other side of the field to open up for, you know, all those physical attackers, the Hearthflame, Ogerpon, the Urshifu, the Rillaboom, the Incineroar. So, you know, it's a cool take on it.
It should be an interesting matchup against Charles' Tailwind team of Ogerpon, Wellspring, Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, Glamora, Tornadus, and Urshifu single strike. That's a 6 Pokemon core that we've seen together quite a bit. If you've been playing at your locals, you've probably played someone who used those 6 Pokemon. It's been a pretty popular team, but I think it was more popular a couple months ago. I just think it's really interesting to see how maybe it got countered a little bit in the metagame for a while. As it started to be used less, some of those counters dropped off, and then it's able to have just an incredible run with a player who is able to pilot it, probably knows it very well to be able to run it so well and get into this #1 seed in our top 8.
I do want to point or pat ourselves on the back as 5 of the 8 trainers in Top Cut were on stream already, as you mentioned. So we got to showcase a lot of the best players here in Orlando. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but I do see Justin Karras and Wolf Glick on opposite ends of the bracket. We'll cross that bridge if we get there. But for now, I want to focus on Joshua Lorsey and Ben Grismer. Len, that's where I'm really excited. Lorsey having a bounce back performance after EUSC, making Top Cut here in Orlando. But Ben was the #1 player after day 1 of Swiss, so it's not going to be easy for Josh.
No, absolutely not. Ben's got this really tricky, hard Trick Room team with the Ndidi, Smeargle, Urshifu, Single Strike, and Hatterene. I think one thing that's going to make it harder for Ben compared to the match that we saw on stream is that Lorsey does have a Rillaboom, so that Psychic Terrain's not going to be able to just last on the field. Lorsey's going to be able to disrupt it, turn back on priority moves, maybe force Ben to use the Fergraph more. It should be a little bit more of a dynamic match than the one we saw on stream, where with Psychic Terrain assured, Ben was able to play this really straight line of just getting damage on the field and following through with it.
Yeah, setting up Trick Room and then just getting the sweepers in to deal as much damage as possible. Again, my motto of Pokemon, knock out their Pokemon before they can knock out yours. I mean, we saw that happen in the stream set with Ben, where Ben would set up Trick Room and just 4 turns. 4 turns is all Ben needed in order to secure that victory. So it's really cool to see how these 2 players are going to battle it out. Like you said, I mean, Lorsey has a couple more tools under his belt in order to deal with this Trick Room team.
It's always interesting as well to have, when you're building your team, I'm sure Lorsey has thought about his hard Trick Room matchup, has practiced it some, but it's not necessarily the matchup that you expect to have to play at the highest level once you get into the top 8 of a tournament of this size. And I'm sure Lorsey is sitting somewhere rethinking all of what those tools are, what the modes are, how he wants to disrupt Trick Room. Because the ways that you can disrupt Trick Room from some players that may be using hard Trick Room are different than the ways you're going to have to disrupt Trick Room against a player of Ben's caliber who knows all of the tricks, has his own set of tricks up his sleeve to fight back against Lorsey.
All right, gentlemen, we do have to head back to the casters, but before we do that, do you want to risk it? I know, do we like to believe in things? Do you believe in any of the 8 players?
I believe in all 8 of the players.
That's a good answer. I like that.
Come back to me. I'll have an answer. I'll have a real answer in a bit.
Finals?
Yeah. No, not after finals. After Len gives his answer.
Okay.
I'm excited to see him for the first time on stream, but I'm starting to believe in Zachary Weed out there with this offensive team with Screamtail. It has just been really strong all day in day 2. He's going to be up against Wolf, so it's going to be a big challenge in the top 8 round. But yeah, I think he's a player to watch for sure.
All right, well, quickly.
What Len said.
That's a great answer. This is why we paid Dewey the big bucks. All right, we're going to head back to the casters so we can get ready with our first top 8 match here of the Orlando Regional Championships. Gabby and Jake, take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe and the boys. Boys spelled with a Z, of course, Gabby.
Oh, of course.
That's very important in this context.
Of course. It makes them 20% more cooler.
Of course, yeah. And that's what we need is more cool on this stream.
Or more heat, as we are ready to get into our first top 8 match. And we're also in Florida. Yeah, no, I am so excited to bring you this match here. Zachary Weed versus Wolf Glick. Zachary, someone who I've seen do incredibly well at my locals. I'm kind of sad they're not up there, honestly, but top 16 in Toronto, top 64 in Pittsburgh, won the seniors division in Charlotte last year. This is actually his first year competing in the Masters division, and he has a really fun team that he's been running all weekend here. Of course, that Screamtail that the boys were just talking about, alongside of Raging Bolt, Urshifu, Incineroar, Ogerpon, and Rillaboom.
That Screamtail is really cool. Encore Disable with the Booster Energy set and Terra Ghost. Pretty standard as far as Screamtail goes, but Rock Tomb is not something I have seen in a long time. Not even just on Screamtail, just as a move in general. And for those unfamiliar, it's a single target rock type move that lowers speed by 1. So that can be a really great option for speed control. Screamtail does have Thunder Wave at its disposal, and of course Trick Room as well. But if you want a move that deals damage and also lowers speed, that's honestly probably its only option. But obviously it works well enough for Zachary to make it all the way into top 8 here. First year in Masters, top 8ing a regional of
of this size, that is really impressive, Gabby.
Yeah, this is his first time top cutting a regional at the Masters division level. I've seen him top cut many locals, and it's no surprise to see him here. But, you know, you have the newcomer against arguably one of the most veteran trainers of all time. You know Wolf Glick. You know he's the 2016 world champion. Won Players Cup 2 back in 2021, won NAIC in 2019, and is 8 times regional champion. That is just absolutely unheard of in the Masters division, yet here he is once again vying for that championship title.
Wolf has been winning regionals since before Zachary was born, I think, at this point.
Oh, no.
Wolf, again, like we've seen on stream, running this team of Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Incineroar, Fluttermane, Mungus, Landorus Incarnate, and Tornadus Incarnate. And I kind of want to call out this Fluttermane. It's kind of become just kind of a run-of-the-mill thing you see on every team at this point in the format, because it is so very good. Lately, though, we have been seeing more commonly the kind of bulky speed boosting sets with the booster energy boosting speed from photosynthesis, running something like Icy Wind for some speed control, but Wolf instead opting for the special attack boosting set and going back to the much more offensive moveset of Moonblast, Shadow Ball, and Dazzling Gleam. And we've seen that Fluttermane do a lot of damage lately throughout this tournament. And it's something that people might have their mental damage calculations off a bit for, because we're kind of used to, you know, more less offensively oriented Fluttermanes lately. And of course, they often are not running Dazzling Gleam anymore, but if you're all of a sudden forced to confront this very strong Fluttermane that is entirely focused on damage output, it might put you behind a little bit. And I think especially earlier on in Wolf's first match today on stream against Donghoon, we did see that a bit.
Yeah, converted a last-minute decision into another top cut. I think he's talked about that a lot on stream already. One thing that I want to focus in on, especially as these trainers transition into team preview and get ready to get started, is Wolf's approach to these matchups. We had that interview video with him earlier on where he talked about how he likes that board control mode. He wants to know what his opponent's options are and limit them. And I think his team does a great job of balancing, you know, the unexpected damage from that Fluttermane, the Choice Scarf plus potential Rain Dance boost for the Urshifu Rapid Strike, and just gives him plenty of ways to try and find that control. And against Zachary's team, the one thing I can't help but notice is that a Pokemon like Screamtail with Encore, with Disable, that's really meant to shut down those modes of control. So do you think we're going to see that Screamtail in this matchup?
I think it's quite likely. Screamtail being one of the few things that could outspeed the Choice Scarf Urshifu that we see on Wolf's side of the field. Encore and Disable are both very, very strong tools for shutting down strategies, like you said, Gabby. And I think in this case, Zachary's team possibly has a few more tools to disrupt opponents than Wolf's does, even though we did hear him talk about, you know, limiting options. I think when you're facing something like Double Fake Out, Intimidate, Rock Tomb, Encore, Disable, Snarl, Electro Web, all of that is meant to disrupt your own plans, so Zachary can set up his own Pokemon for success. And against a team like Wolf's that has some support options, of course, with the Amoonguss, kind of meant entirely for support, and the Incineroar as well with the Intimidate and the Parting Shot and Fake Out, it's going to be cool to see how these two trainers kind of face those tools off against each other. If one trainer is able to leverage, you know, for example, their Fake Out's better, if Zachary is able to get a perfect position for like an Encore Disable block with that Screamtail, it might spell a little bit of a tricky matchup for Wolf.
Here we go. This is game number 1 of top 8 here in Orlando. We have the Urshifu and the Rillaboom out on the field for Zachary versus the Incineroar and the Tornadus out on the field for Wolf.
And immediately the Clear Amulet on this Rillaboom coming in handy. The Intimidate will not work into that Rillaboom. It will remain at neutral attack, and the Fake Out on Rillaboom will move quicker than the Fake Out on the Incineroar on Wolf's side, thanks to the naturally faster base speed of that Rillaboom. So a decent start here for both players, I would imagine. The Tornadus on Wolf's end is not a Covert Cloak, it is not Terra Ghost, so if you do opt to Fake Out the Tornadus this turn, there's no chance it has to attack.
Tornadus will switch out this turn, and Amoonguss the Radiant taking its spot on the field. We're also seeing a Terastallization from Wolf here in turn 1 of this game. Incineroar immediately locking into that grass typing.
Immediately deleting any of the resistance or the weaknesses to the Urshifu on Zachary's side. Will take resisted damage from Surging Strikes in neutral from close combat. Fake Out into that Incineroar, so a great Fake Out opt for Zachary on this turn, but Surging Strikes into the Amoonguss instead on Wolf's side of the field.
That'll do a nice bit of damage to that Amoonguss, but there is no Rocky Helmet for Wolf. Instead, Amoonguss holding the Citrus Berry. So Urshifu at the end of the turn emerges relatively unharmed.
You have to imagine that's a smart swap for Wolf. The Tornadus is holding the Focus Sash, so you really don't want that broken. And even though you could protect against the Fake Out, you of course cannot protect against an Urshifu with Unseen Fist. But the smart Fake Out into the Incineroar means that the Incineroar does not get a chance to attack. There's no Parting Shot, there's no Flare Blitz coming through. And now Zachary's 2 Pokemon should outspeed both of Wolf's, and he has a little bit more agency on this turn.
Yeah, Zachary is in a tough spot here, though. It looks like he's considering all of his options for this turn. Does opt to switch out that Urshifu and replace it with Ogerpon Hearthflame Mask. This means that the Amoonguss no longer can put any of these 2 Pokemon to sleep, but Zachary actually makes a double switch here, switching out that Amoonguss for Raging Bolt.
Raging Bolt comes in here, and it is the Assault Vest set, as we do see, so there's no safety goggles, no Spore immunity anymore, and especially now that this Parting Shot comes through, it will be stuck on the field at -1 special attack. Incineroar has the chance to pivot out and possibly bring in a stronger matchup for Wolf right here. I kind of doubt we see the Tornadus come in against the Raging Bolt, so we might see Wolf's 4th Pokemon.
Yeah, and this is a playstyle that Wolf, I think, is very comfortable with, just knowing what Pokemon to switch in and when. Knowing that he sent in a Tornadus here, that does to me imply that whatever is that last Pokemon probably does not want to make an appearance here, and is most likely Wolf considering, I'm going to switch out this Tornadus immediately again to get that Intimidate down onto the field. And you know, Amoonguss looks like it's more than capable of picking up the knockout on Ogerpon as well, thanks to that huge Sludge Bomb.
Really smart Sludge Bomb there. The Urshifu probably not going to stay on the field because you don't want to get spored. You don't want to get, you know, Parting Shotted by that Incineroar. And you don't want your Focus Sash broken. Knowing that Ogerpon's a really safe swap there, which could possibly absorb a Spore, Wolf targets it with the Sludge Bomb, gets a huge chunk of damage and puts it in surely Bleak Wind Storm range, unless Zachary does opt to Terastalize. I think Terastalization here, not a bad option at all. The Incineroar in the back for Wolf is now a Grass type, so if it wants to try and switch on an Ivy Cudgel, it actually will take a huge chunk of damage, especially if Zachary does opt to Terastalize with Ogerpon for the +1 attack boost from Embody Aspect.
Yeah, it was definitely a risky Terastalization from Wolf early on, not having confirmation whether or not the Hearthflame Ogerpon would be making an appearance, but here it is on the field. Embody Aspect will boost its attack up by a single stage, and without an Intimidate from that Incineroar, this Ogerpon is more than able to take advantage of that. Double Protect from Wolf will stop any damage for this next upcoming turn, but that Ogerpon still a huge threat moving forwards.
Really big threat here, especially now that it will get one more turn of Grassy Terrain recovery. You have to imagine there's no way this Tornadus can knock it out with a Bleak Wind Storm, barring something like a critical hit. Hopefully you didn't just curse Zachary with that one here, but Raging Bolt also will not get any damage done thanks to the Double Protect, and unless Zachary opted for the hugely aggressive Swords Dance there, that's again a very safe Double Protect coming out from Wolf, allowing Wolf to scout out the possible Terastalization, specifically from Ogerpon. I think now knowing that Ogerpon has Terastalized, it's dropped that Grass typing, it possibly is vulnerable to something like a Spore, and is no longer going to take super effective damage from Bleak Wind Storm. Now puts Wolf in a position where he knows exactly what tool Zachary is working with.
I do like how Zachary went for the Electro Web as well in that previous turn, possibly hoping to catch a Pokemon like the Incineroar or Wolf's final Pokemon with that speed drop on the switch. We do see the switch come through from Wolf this turn, though. It is the Incineroar that will be returning to the field for that Amoonguss. Will have the opportunity to intimidate that Ogerpon and get rid of that attack drop.
Uh-oh.
But Bleak Wind Storm misses the Raging Bolt, will connect with the Ogerpon, and does fall short of picking up the knockout.
Ivy Cudgel coming through here will target down one of these 2 Pokemon, going to be that Grass type Incineroar. Thanks to the Terastalization, will be KO'd straight up by the neutral Ivy Cudgel. The Incineroar did mitigate the 1 boost of attack from the Embody Aspect. Unfortunately, not enough to allow it to survive this Ivy Cudgel. And now Electro Web will go off. And is not! Oh, it misses! That is a big, big break for Wolf there. That would have done a huge amount of damage. Not knocked it out, obviously, because of the Focus Sash, but the single target Electro Web would have done so much damage, broken the Focus Sash, lowered its speed, and that is a really rough break for Zachary. That's a 5% miss chance on Electro Web.
Yeah, not only is that true, it also would have ensured that the Ogerpon could still potentially outspeed the Tornadus, as we did see that Bleak Windstorm speed drop come through in the previous turn. Unfortunately for Zachary, though, this Raging Bolt is really going to struggle to deal damage against the Landorus, which is a ground flying type Pokemon. And I think if this Raging Bolt wants to do anything this turn, it's going to be forced to either go for a Dragon Pulse to do neutral damage, or maybe hope that you can connect a Thunderclap with the Tornadus, which, given Wolf's playstyle, I don't think that's something Wolf will, give Zachary the opportunity to do.
Especially given that he now has the chance to preserve the Focus Sash. No Thunderclaps coming out because Rain Dance is set up instead. We'll be dropping the power of any fire type moves, but Grassy Glide actually a very smart choice, ensuring that you get to attack at least once before the Ogerpon is knocked out. A huge Earth Power into Raging Bolt will do a lot of damage, but Assault Vest keeps it coming, and the Dragon Pulse does not KO the Landorus thanks to the parting shot from Incineroar earlier on in this game.
While Incineroar it did help the Landorus hang on, the one thing you have to keep in mind here is that Ogerpon does still have access to a priority Grassy Glide this turn, and then there's also the Rillaboom in the back of Zachary's party, which could easily pick up that damage on the Landorus. I think if I were in Zachary's shoes, I'd be trying to figure out how I can get Wolf down to a final 2 Pokemon, knowing that the Landorus would be the easiest one to KO.
Of course, and now especially that this Raging Bolt is not really threatened as much by the Landorus on this turn because of the possibility for that Party Grassy Glide. Raging Bolt actually could be a big piece here for Zachary to try and close this game out, specifically into the Tornadus.
Tornadus only has Bleak Windstorm as its attacking move, and if you have to knock out a Pokemon with Tornadus, that does mean Thunderclap will be guaranteed to connect. For now, though, we see Spiky Shield from that Ogerpon as Rillaboom comes in to take an Earth Power from the opposing Landorus.
I think a bit of a missed opportunity for Zachary there to try and claim that KO on Landorus. If you do opt to go for Grassy Glide, again, the priority would allow the Landorus to be knocked out before it could Earth Power. If Landorus opts to protect on this turn, you did bring in the Rillaboom, which cannot be redirected by Amoonguss thanks to its grass typing. Now you still do have the option to, of course, pin the Landorus with Grassy Glide this turn, possibly go for a Fake Out into that Amoonguss as well. But Zachary, taking a more defensive approach, doesn't get burned by it too badly because Incineroar, of course, does resist that Earth Power. But now Amoonguss is on the field in the rain, which is great for Wolf. The thing that Zachary has to most threaten Amoonguss is the Fire-type Ivy Cudgel from this Ogerpon, but Rain will be having that damage.
It's coming down to the final seconds here as Zachary decides to use Grassy Glide to pick up the KO onto Landorus. It is just the Tornadus and Amoonguss remaining for Wolf, and here comes that Fire-type Ivy Cudgel. Will be weakened by the rain, which allows Amoonguss to hang on and activate that Citrus Berry.
Citrus Berry brings Amoonguss back up to over half of its remaining HP. We'll have the chance to go for an attack here, and it chooses Spore. The Ogerpon on Zachary's end will be put to sleep for at least the next turn. And now Wolf has to bring in his final Pokemon, that Tornadus, which again is at full HP. It has that Focus Sash intact. And Zachary's Rillaboom is not holding the Assault Vest. It's that clear amulet item. With the rain up, Tornadus has the option to go for a Bleak Windstorm, guaranteed to connect. And especially because it's probably a little bit trained offensively, thanks to that Focus Sash, might just be able to take 2 KOs here, which would be huge for Wolf.
It's a tough spot for Zachary to be in because even though he has the Pokemon advantage, Amoonguss has the ability to put anything that's not Rillaboom to sleep. And it's really going to come down to how much damage the Bleak Windstorm does. It's able to get a double knockout on both the Ogerpon and the Rillaboom here this turn. What I'm really curious to see, though, is just what attack that Amoonguss went for. Did it go for that Sludge Bomb? Did it try and catch something on a switch? What was Wolf thinking in his approach? Just full-on offense. And I gotta say, the Sludge Bomb on Amoonguss is such a unique pick for the metagame right now. It is such a great move when you're facing off against Pokemon like Rillaboom that are weak to it, that don't have Assault Vest, against Ogerpon prior to any terrestrializations. Even though these 2 Pokemon are typically seen as supportive Pokemon in the metagame right now, they're definitely playing an offensive role for Wolf.
They are. Sludge Bomb actually a big deal here because it does allow the Amoonguss to threaten more damage into Raging Bolt. Also importantly, Amoonguss is kind of the last thing that Wolf has to, bastion this Tornadus against the Raging Bolt. Bleak Windstorm comes out though. It does do super effective damage into Urshifu. We'll bring it down to its Focus Sash. Does not KO Raging Bolt here, and now they will both have a chance to attack.
Zachary unable to go for a Thunderclap on the off chance that Amoonguss went for a Rage Powder, but with the offense, able to return a KO onto the Tornadus. Wolf is down to just that Amoonguss. Dragon Pulse brings Amoonguss down into the yellow. Sludge Bomb, though, will connect with the Raging Bolt, and it holds on with a single hit point.
Oh, that is crazy. Zachary has 2 Pokemon at 1 HP before the grassy terrain. One with a Focus Sash and one with the invisible Focus Sash. Raging Bolt hangs on to confirm this game is locked up in Zachary's favor. Very well played there. I love that Surging Strike straight into the Tornadus. The only way Wolf has to not let Tornadus get attacked by Raging Bolt is a Protect because of the Electro Web that the Zachary's Raging Bolt does carry, which bypasses redirection. So going straight for Surging Strikes there means that even if the Protect does come through, it does KO the Tornadus through Protect thanks to Unseen Fist, and you get the opportunity to Dragon Pulse that Amoonguss, which is the last bit of damage you need there. A very, very clutch survival, even though we did talk about the more offensive potential of Sludge Bomb on Amoonguss, Gabby. Barely not enough in this case.
Yeah, this Raging Bolt was trained plenty in those key base stats to ensure that its special defenses would help it withstand the storm. Even though Amoonguss is able to hold on through 3 Surging Strikes, you know the Raging Bolt is going to use Dragon Pulse. We saw how much damage it did last turn, and Zachary Weed takes game number 1 here in top 8 in Orlando.
Really well played by Zachary there, especially I think he needs to be commended for not panicking after that Electro Web miss. The game is much simpler for him if Electro Web does connect with that Tornadus earlier on in the game, because it would have been at very low HP, would have had no Focus Sash left to its name, and it would have been a much simpler endgame for Zachary. But knowing exactly when he needed to start attacking, even took good use of Wolf's own Rain Dance thanks to the Surging Strikes from his own Urshifu, and keeping his composure. Very impressive for someone in their first year in the Masters Division, especially going up against the Titan that is Wolf Glick.
Yeah, and I do gotta say here, and this may be me projecting and forecasting a little bit, but seeing Zachary play at locals in particular, I mean, the New England region has so many former Worlds qualifiers, so many regional champions, and just players with a lot of that momentum that Wolf has, that gravitas, if you will. So it's no surprise to see him keep his cool to me in this critical matchup. But I mean, just look, both these trainers, pure, just focus, you know, accepting, yes, this is the game, this is how I adjust. Worked really well for Zachary in game number 1, but I do feel like Wolf is incredibly good at taking information and twisting it around into his advantage.
Of course.
I think we're going to be looking at a very different board state for game number 2.
Yeah, and I think you have to, right, if you're Wolf. Wolf was caught pretty off guard on the leads, forced to immediately Terastallize that Incineroar, which allowed it to survive the first turn of the match. However, it could not switch back into the Ogre Pond later on in the game, and that essentially, I think, might have been the difference maker. If Wolf had that Incineroar available to him later on to possibly go for some fake outs, get some disruption in, maybe some more parting shots to lower offensive power from Zachary's Pokemon, he might have been in a spot where he could be a little bit more proactive, but instead, the Incineroar led again into the Urshifu and Rillaboom, the same exact leads from game 1.
So no Pokemon adjustments apparent here in turn number 1. However, you have to wonder what the game plan adjustments will be here. I believe we saw the Tornadus switch out previously and the Incineroar Terastallize turn number 1, but no Terastalizations this time around. Fake out flinching the opposing Incineroar. Bleak Windstorm missing the Rillaboom. Will bring that Urshifu down to its Focus Sash already on turn number 1, but that miss is huge.
That's a really big miss. This Rillaboom would have taken a good amount of damage because, again, it is not holding the Assault Vest. Urshifu will have the option to go for a Surging Strikes here, though. Looks like it will be just short of a KO, but could put Tornadus in range for a Grassy Glide from this Clear Amulet Rillaboom.
Yeah, with the ability to dodge Intimidates thanks to that Clear Amulet, this Rillaboom is in a great position here to try and pick up an early knockout on the Tornadus, but that does make you wonder how the Incineroar will fare this turn. It seems like a very obvious play for Zachary would be to use Surging Strikes on that Incineroar to try and pick up the KO, but will Wolf allow him to do it? No Pokemon switching out this turn. Instead, it's a Tailwind setup on the Tornadus' final turn on the field.
Tailwind goes up and Tornadus goes down. Grassy Glide is enough to confirm that KO, and we should see Incineroar able to attack first. Knock off into Urshifu is enough damage. Even though you did have the Grassy grassy terrain, restore a little bit of its HP, and the item being consumed from Focus Sash lowers the power of that knockoff. It is still enough. Imagine if that didn't KO Gabby, how bad that would have been.
That would have been a really interesting board state for sure, but I love how Wolf's Pokemon are trained here, because typically you would expect Incineroar to not outspeed an Urshifu even after the Tailwind setup. You know, typically you do see Choice Scarf on Urshifu as well, which does make the speed interactions a little different, but just knowing that Incineroar was fast enough to outspeed and do that little bit of extra damage has put Wolf back into the game.
Wolf certainly back into this game, and Landorus in a pretty strong spot here. Again, calling out the lack of Assault Vest on Rillaboom means that a possible Sludge Bomb from this Landorus is much big of a threat. The Raging Bolt we already have seen able to survive at least one Earth Power, but of course Terrestrialization is available to it as well if it wants to even further mitigate that damage from that Landorus. But of course, one of the joys of running Sludge Bomb Landorus is that you kind of have a game of cat and mouse with Raging Bolt. Most of them are running the Fairy type Terrestrialization as Zachary's is, so if you want to possibly catch them trying to go for that Fairy Terra and smack it with a Sludge Bomb instead, you have that option.
Well, we get a Terrestrialization from Wolf with Steel typing on to the Landorus Incarnate. An interesting choice for sure, but Zachary as well opting to use his Terrestrialization this turn, and interestingly enough, it's actually the Rillaboom. So the Raging Bolt is still going to be weak to Earth Power, but Rillaboom now with its Poison typing will not be as threatened by... What a call! That was an Earth Power into Rillaboom. Had Rillaboom not Terrestrialized that turn, it would have resisted the damage. What an incredible read from Wolf!
No way, that is a crazy read. And it makes sense too, because Flare Blitz there probably also targeting the Rillaboom, which would have allowed it to KO afterwards anyway. But that Earth Power is a massive, massive read, because now the Dragon Pulse coming into Incineroar, it does even a pretty good chunk of damage, a critical hit there, but Rillaboom did not get the chance to attack, which is so big there. It didn't have the option to go for possibly a high horsepower, which could have done some pretty good damage to that Incineroar. And more importantly, the Landorus remains at full HP in Tailwind, and Zachary's Terrestrialization entirely put to waste.
It was a tough call to make there for Zachary. I think a lot of players would have been tempted to go for the Terrestrialization onto the Raging Bolt.
Yeah.
But just the fact that Wolf committed to that double up with Earth Power and with Flare Blitz into the Rillaboom, a fantastic call, showcasing his years of experience in this game.
I think even knowing that Ogerpon was probably the most likely candidate to be the fourth Pokemon there for Zachary makes that Earth Power Flare Blitz combo even stronger. I think nothing that Zachary had left could have survived the possibility of those two attacks at the same time, but the way that Wolf chose to go straight for that combination, and even just the one straight up one-hit KO with the Life Orb Sludge Bomb from this Landorus is taking names this game.
I think Zachary was trying to out-predict Wolf and anticipated that Wolf would think that he would spike a shield there to try and get through the remainder of Tailwind so that the Ogerpon could go on the offense. Unfortunately though, Wolf with the Pokemon advantage and really with all the momentum on his side of the field, able to go straight for that Sludge Bomb into the Ogerpon, catch the KO, and most likely bring us into a game number 3 here in top 8.
This is such a great match so far, Gabby. Wolf has played this game incredibly well. We saw him a little bit on the back foot all throughout game 1, but as soon as this game started, even on that second turn, when he got the Tailwind up proactively and then was able to bring in the Tornadus as he KO'd the Urshifu, Wolf has been on the gas this entire time, taking 2 huge KOs into that Rillaboom and Ogerpon on consecutive turns with 1 hit each. This Landorus has scored 2 one-hit KOs on consecutive turns here.
I think also Wolf recognizing a team advantage that he has with Prankster Tailwind in particular. All of Zachary's speed control is very reactive.
Yes.
Electro Web will happen later on in the turn. It'll drop the speeds for the next turn. Even if you were to bring the Scream Tail, for example, Rock Tomb would still go after a potential Prankster Tailwind because that ability ensures that non-attacking moves will always move first. So if you go for that early Tailwind on the Tornadus, even if you lose it, that works out better for you because then your real attacking Pokemon can come in onto the field and take advantage of all of those turns of boosted speed.
Great call out, Gabby. Like you said, the speed control options from Zachary a little bit limited compared to the Prankster Tailwind. One more Earth Power again confirms it will not be able to KO Raging Bolt without a little bit more damage on either end. And Amoonguss showing that it is actually faster than Raging Bolt in Tailwind. So a little bit of a good bit of info there
think a lot of Amoonguss, we typically train them to be as slow as they possibly can, even if you don't run Trick Room, just to have a bit of a better Trick Room matchup. And now Zachary knowing that if Tailwind is up, my Raging Bolt actually is not safe against this Amoonguss either.
Yeah, so Zachary really needs to focus in here and figure out how he can shut down Tailwind in the next turn, given that that was the key difference from game number 1 to game number 2 for Wolf. He does have access to Fake Out, and you could think, you know, maybe I Fake Out an attack or something, but against someone like Wolf, you know that he's going to be thinking about that game plan as well, and I think that's exactly why we've sort of hit the brakes here on this game number 2. Wolf, I mean, just look at his composure right now. I think he's trying to run through all of these options and just take as much time as he can to go into game number 3. Zachary will lock in the forfeit though, and here we go.
Wolf won that game a couple turns ago, and you could see him very deliberately taking more time on his turns. You know, I mean, essentially to win that game, he just had to hit Earth Power once, and then it ended. And so, you got some time to think. You know, you don't have as much time as you might like when you're sitting at Team Preview. I believe it's only 90 seconds to decide which 4 Pokemon you're going to bring to this matchup. And of course, a limited time between games as well. But Wolf, with all of his experience, knows, hey, I lost game 1 because I was, on the back foot the whole time. I took some different strategies in game 2, and obviously it paid off very well. It made some much more offensive reads, especially that Earth Power into the Rillaboom. But now, maybe you think, is that going to work again in game 3? Do I need to come up with some other ideas? This lead with the Rillaboom and the Urshifu and the Tornadus and Incineroar, I think can go pretty badly for Wolf. For example, if Zachary faked out the Tornadus on that first turn instead. And so you just have to wonder, what can I get away with in this third game now that Zachary is kind of seeing 2 ways I want to play this lead?
Yeah, and especially if you're anticipating seeing that Landorus once again from Wolf as well, you know that the Rillaboom is not going to be the most effective Pokemon for you in the matchup long term. You can set up grassy terrain so that your own Ogerpon can go for those priority grassy glides, and I think that's a key part of this approach for Zachary, but you really need to make sure you can stop Tailwind, because at the end of the day, if you're grassy gliding into a Landorus or a Tornadus, you're just not going to match the damage that they can do to your team in return, and maybe you accept the Flare Blitz into your own Rillaboom as a consequence. But when we go into game number 3, we see the first Pokemon adjustment of this set. Wolf actually leading the Amoonguss next to the Incineroar.
And a great lead there for this Amoonguss. It is not threatened at all by damage from either of these 2 Pokemon, especially considering the Intimidate support from that Incineroar right next to it. And now Incineroar obviously still does not like facing Urshifu Rapid Strike at all, but it does have an Amoonguss next to it, which can Rage Powder any of those attacks away, give it the chance to safely swap or even Parting Shot back out.
There is so much on the line here for both Zachary and Wolf. Wolf, 8-time regional champion in the Masters division versus the newcomer to the Masters division. We're just going to trade Fake Outs this turn. No more Focus Sash for the Urshifu, and the Amoonguss unable to move.
Amoonguss and Urshifu both unable to move, but notably the Focus Sash broken on the Urshifu. An important bit there for Wolf, because unless it gets another turn of Grassy Terrain recovery, it will be able to be knocked out by 1 single hit. That could come in really important against the possible Bleak Windstorm from Tornadus, even an Earth Power from a Landorus, usually strong enough to win at KO and Urshifu, if it's not holding some kind of bulky item like an Assault Vest like we've seen on some sets, but in this case, obviously not relevant for the match. Urshifu, again, heavily threatens Incineroar, which is really important for Zachary, but the Amoonguss there next to it, especially considering the Rillaboom on Zachary's side, is sitting so pretty. These are some pretty free Rage Powders just to make sure the Incineroar does not get hit by a close combat or a Surging Strikes.
And it also, you have to wonder how tempting it is for Wolf to try and put that Urshifu to sleep, knowing that there's only so much that it can do in the end game if it's unable to move. We see a high horsepower connect with the Incineroar, but the Flare Blitz in return from the Incineroar actually bringing the Rillaboom down into the red. Incineroar taking a ton of damage from recoil. Sludge Bomb will pick up the knockout onto that Rillaboom.
Really smart targeting from Wolf there. The fact that Zachary's Urshifu now is back up to full HP, certainly Wolf saw how much it was recovering from the grassy terrain, knew that Zachary probably wanted to get back to the full HP mark where that Focus Sash becomes viable. Double targets that Rillaboom with a Flare Blitz and Sludge Bomb. If it did Terastalize, obviously would have been able to survive, but that's a huge dedication of a resource very early on into a match where you probably don't want to give that up right away. Incineroar did trade a lot of its health for that big KO, but I do think that's a really nice turn of events, because now if if Grassy Terrain expires, Rillaboom cannot come back on the field, reset it up, and re-enable the priority from Ogerpon's Grassy Glide.
It does open up a potential win con for Wolf here that he could stall out Grassy Terrain, and especially if he has something like Tornadus in the back, you then have your own speed control ready to go. For now, though, we are going to take our first Terastallization of this final game from Wolf, Terastallizing the Amoonguss into a water-type Pokemon. Will no longer be taking super effective damage from those fire-type Ivy Cudgels, but Ogerpon does not go on the offense this turn, opts to Sword Stance to boost its attack for 2 stages, Surging Strikes to pick up the KO onto the Incineroar, and with just the Amoonguss left on the field to attack, Wolf opts to go for a Spore into that Urshifu.
Urshifu now put to sleep, but because the Amoonguss did not go for Rage Powder, Incineroar does get knocked out. Ogerpon now is at full HP with +2 attack, a massive, massive boost in attack for Zachary. Unfortunately for him, though, the Tornadus does come in, and as we've seen earlier, it is holding that Focus Sash item. Amoonguss becoming a water type means it now is weak to the Grassy Glide from the Ogerpon, but if you're choosing one of Ivy Cudgel or Grassy Glide to be weak to, it's Grassy Glide every day of the week.
Oh, for sure.
Especially because Grassy Terrain, I believe, only has 1 or 2 more turns left.
It does, and we're in a really unique spot for Zachary, where I think he wants to get this Urshifu off the field, but at the same time, the longer it stays on the field at this point, the more likely it is to wake up in time to threaten a potential Landorus Incarnate in the back from Wolf. It's a very tough call here because we know what his last Pokemon is. We know that Raging Bolt would love to stare down the water and flying type Pokemon. But for now, no switches for Zachary. Going for that fire type Terastallization on his Ogerpon, activating the Embody aspect, getting to +3 attack, and all of that power into a Grassy Glide is going to not connect with the Amoonguss.
Opts to protect and does block all damage from that Grassy Glide. A great turn from Wolf there, knowing that Amoonguss was a big threat for Zachary. Bleak Wind Storm comes through, looks like it will miss 1 target, does not hit the Ogerpon, brings Urshifu down to its Focus Sash though, down to 1 HP, and thankfully for Zachary, he did have the option to get that Urshifu back up to full HP, which reactivates that Focus Sash, but I think the more important target there is that Ogerpon, which now is still at full HP, will require at least 2 more Bleak Wind Storms to be knocked out, and of course now still threatens this Amoonguss with I think 1 final turn of Grassy Terrain.
The Grassy Terrain is so important here. Wolf has already used Protect on his Amoonguss, which means it's not guaranteed to succeed a second time. You could try and swap in that last Pokemon into that Amoonguss spot, but if you're a Landorus Therian, you're going to be taking neutral damage from that attack. No switches, Grassy Glide +3 attack takes out that Amoonguss in a single hit.
That +3 attack from the Sword Stance and Hearth Flame Embody aspect coming in huge. Able to dispatch the Amoonguss before Tornadus goes for a Bleak Wind Storm, which is able to connect with both Pokemon. Urshifu goes down, Ogerpon goes to just over half of its HP remaining, and the Pokemon count is now even at 2. We've yet to see the final Pokemon from both of these trainers, but Grassy Terrain notably does end. If Landorus is the final Pokemon for Wolf, this is a great spot for it, Gabby. The Tailwind, the possible speed drops from Bleak Wind Storms will ensure that Landorus can attack first. The Raging Bolt cannot Terastallize. It will stay weak to Earth Power, but of course the Raging Bolt does still threaten decent damage into Landorus with Dragon Pulse. Of course, Tornadus is one of the worst things you can use against a Raging Bolt if you're trying to defeat it. It's going to be really interesting to see how these players opt to target here, because of 1 wrong Earth Power, I think, could end this game either way.
Yeah, it's worth noting that the Raging Bolt has Assault Vest, which means it cannot protect. So if Wolf is anticipating a protect, you have your Pokemon go for Bleak Wind Storm plus Earth Power into the Raging Bolt and hope that's enough for the KO. But if Ogerpon attacks instead of goes for that Spiky Shield and is able to connect an Ivy Cudgel with the Landorus, that could be game over for Wolf. We're going to take a moment, set up Tailwind. Earth Power will target down that Ogerpon. on for the knockout. Now Wolf is just one Pokemon KO away from moving on to yet another top 4 placement at the Regional Championships. Dragon Pulse from Raging Bolt, though, will find the connection with the Landorus, but it's not enough to pick up that knockout.
I think that's probably the safest thing Wolf could have done. Zachary probably needed a double spiky shield there to protect that Ogerpon. And of course, because the Raging Bolt on his side is not running Draco Meteor, but instead Dragon Pulse, you're not threatening a KO into the Landorus in one hit. Let's say, for example, if Zachary had Draco Meteor, that's a much more difficult decision for Wolf, because when Landorus goes down, if Raging Bolt stays on the field, Zachary just kind of straight up wins. Tornadus really can't touch Raging Bolt at all. But knowing that at worst case scenario, Landorus has the option to survive one Dragon Pulse, it will be able to pick up the KO with her Earth Power, hopefully, although Bleakwind Storm missing there might actually make this a little bit more difficult.
Oh, here we go. Bleakwind Storm missing means that Dragon Pulse connects with the Landorus for the KO. Tornadus still has that Focus Sash in play, is still at full health. What we need to see here is another Bleakwind Storm miss, but it connects with the Raging Bolt for the KO. Wolf Glick winning against Zachary Weed in top 8 here to move on to top 4 of the Orlando Regional Championships.
I thought that might actually take 2 Bleakwind Storms to KO that Raging Bolt. And if that was the case, it actually could have been a bit of a mind game end there, because you got Thunderclaps, so you got to worry about kind of the power points in that move with the potential to stall it out. But thankfully for Wolf, the final Bleakwind Storm does connect, and it does KO that Raging Bolt, sending him into top 4, and unfortunately ending Zachary Weed's fantastic run here at the Orlando Regional Championships.
What an incredible run, though, this weekend, making it all the way to top 8 here in one of the largest Pokemon tournaments yet. This is only his first year competing in the Masters division. That is such a huge accomplishment, and you could just tell from his plays, you know, he was balancing a very delicate board state incredibly well, committing to the same lead all 3 games, recognizing, you know, what Pokemon were the threat, what Pokemon he had to save for later. It was just a Bleakwind Storm at the end of the day that gave Wolf the advantage.
It was, and I think as soon as you give Wolf a little bit of an advantage, it's so hard to take it back from him. Wolf has so much experience and so much knowledge about how much damage things do, what pieces I need of my team in certain situations to give myself a chance to win games, that you really have to stay on the gas pedal the entire time. And that's exactly what Zachary did in that first game. You know, he forced Wolf into awkward defensive positions that he couldn't really recover from. But I think especially once that Rillaboom went down for Zachary early on in that game, Wolf knew that, you know, if the grassy terrain ends, there's no way that I can get these priority grassy glides thrown at me, and that is how I can beat this Ogerpon before it can damage my Landorus.
Yeah, and also just knowing that the Landorus was the final Pokemon to be revealed for Wolf versus the Raging Bolt from Zachary, I think really just kept things in Wolf's favor at the end of the day. It's one of those, you know, really challenging sort of rock, paper, scissors type matchups here in Regulation F. Raging Bolt is amazing, but if your Pokemon is a ground type and you can't go for those Thunderclaps and you're forced to go for Dragon Pulse and you're already slower, it's just that much harder to find an advantage. And, you know, I think that Stefan Mott was actually talking about that end game with Clefairy. You know, you can redirect the Dragon type move, you don't have to worry about the electric type attacks as much, and I feel like we're seeing a similar thing sort of play out here as well. But congratulations to Zachary, like that was such an incredible top 8 set. I cannot wait to see you at our next local, and I cannot wait to see where we're going to go from here, because you are definitely one of the rising stars of the Masters division.
Absolutely, and we saw he had some smaller accomplishments earlier on this year. I believe at top 16 and top 64 at regionals. Hopefully, maybe with some points from a future regional or an EIC, we could see him at the World Championships as well.
Yeah, or locals.
Of course.
Just max out your locals.
Yeah, of course.
Please.
No, but it's like getting to top 8, getting a possible invitation to the World Championships in your first season in the Masters division. Nothing to scoff at all. So huge congratulations. But of course, Wolf Glick, our 8-time regional champion and reigning Orlando champion, will be the one moving on to the semifinals.
And has an opportunity to keep defending the title, which I think is something he wasn't necessarily anticipating when he decided to show up this weekend, which is incredibly exciting for us to watch.
I think the only person left in the field that could possibly make a repeat appearance on our current season regional championships graphic, as well as the reigning Charlotte champion too.
That's correct. So we'll have to see.
Hopefully.
I know, we still have one more top 8 match to be played here though, so if you want to just stick around for a little bit, you know, we talked about social media stuff in the past, and I gotta say, I've been looking at that hashtag Play Pokemon. I want to see who y'all are rooting for at home, and I also want to see trivia questions. I mentioned this at the top of the show. Trivia questions. I mean, Joe Brown has been absolutely crushing it with these trivia segments. I want some ideas.
I love trivia. Like, give me some trivia questions, answer on stream. I would happily get them right, always, of course. You can never stump me. This is gonna, I'm gonna have this like clipped and with me like missing a trivia question later on today too. I'm ready.
You're ready?
It's gonna happen, I know. I've already doomed myself.
That's okay. Are you ready for something different though?
Okay, let's do it.
So apparently Joe Brown is not only our resident trivia expert, he is also an expert at Pokemon Stadium minigames. And I believe there was a bit of a caster showdown that happened out in the hall earlier. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at that while we get our next top 8 match set up.
All right, well, I hear a gauntlet has been thrown. An egg emergency showdown is about to happen. I'm here to mediate these two competitors. Boo, Joe, what are your thoughts?
You know, I see this not only as an egg competition, but a TCG versus BGC competition. So I'm here to represent my people and catch some eggs.
Any response, Joe?
Listen, I will never back down from a fight. She posted it online. She threw the gauntlet down, as you mentioned, said she, any and all challengers, come take her in egg emergency, and I'm here to protect our game, protect our reputation.
Doing this for the honor of VGC. All right, well, I think competitors, take your seats, and let's get this egg emergency showdown underway.
So make sure you mention that it's on hard mode.
Yeah, it is on hard
mode. It's just supposed to work, right? I'm not crazy.
Yeah.
Let us know when to start.
All right, go ahead. You want like an oh, I see. All right, let's get it underway, this egg emergency showdown. Let's start it off. We have our two competitors, Joe and Boo, and two hard mode comms. Don't let the comms win, okay? All right, well, things start off slow, just a few eggs falling. You don't want any early mistakes. You got to keep that perfect score. Still all players at 6 out of 6, 9 out of 9, no mistakes yet. You know, things will accelerate though. Things will start picking up. Those Voltorbs will come flying. Those Voltorbs are devastating. You get hit by a Voltorb like that one comm just did, and there's really no coming back. Two players of this caliber will not make enough mistakes to let you sneak back into a game if you lose a bunch of your eggs to a Voltorb. Still perfect scores, 38 out of 38. No mistakes yet. The comms are falling behind as we expect because they are not up to the caliber of our two competitors here. You can feel the tension, both players just hoping not to make any mistakes. The nerves, oh my God, there was the Voltorb. Boo has taken a Voltorb, is falling behind. Joe, I think, still has a perfect score. Oh, there was a miss, but not a big enough window. Joe with a 99 out of 100 and the clear victory, 16 egg deficit. Boo, you threw the gauntlet, but Joe was just too much.
Color Web make another big impact here.
The whole way through, he was basically perfect.
He was. Like, that was just, like, expert performance. Take some notes.
I had 3 teams that I could have brought, and I didn't know which one I was bringing until the car ride on the way here. And I had, you know, prepared all of them, but I wasn't sure because I wasn't sure what the metagame was going to be. And this metagame has been super diverse, very difficult to predict. And I thought I was going to fight a lot of the teams like Luca Paz's team that I fought in top 4, and those are very hard matchups. I had played 10 games against that team in practice and not won any of them. So that win was the product of a lot of hard work and a little bit of good fortune, I guess, in like getting some plays right. As far as like navigating through the event, I was just focused on playing the next game. That's something that you get told early on that feels trivial, right? Like, of course, I play the game in front of me. I can't play the game in round 7 when I'm in round 5. But there's a fear that you can get of like, oh, well, if I lose this game, this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen. Play the game in front of me, right? My strategy doesn't change in top 8. I think I'm a little weird in this way. I think a lot of players prepare really heavily. And I do to an extent, right? I think about the matchups because I know they'll think about the matchup and we can't improvise. But I think Pokemon is the most fun when I'm figuring it out, when I'm showing my work, in a sense. So yeah, when it comes to top 8, it's like, I feel like it's the most fun when we have no time between the matches, when we're flying into them, and I just have a little bit of time to refresh myself on what they might be bringing and go for it, you know? I think the hardest match I played was Justin Tang in round 13 of Swiss. He had that Raging Bolt Lando I team that I fought Luca with, and he played it really well. It felt like he really knew the matchup. I was scared of Avery in top 8 because she had played so well in Swiss, and I had won that matchup cleanly the first 2 times I played it, and then she pushed me to the ropes both of our games. So I was really scared of the adjustments she was going to make because I felt like I was so secure in the matchup, and that's exactly when you can fall. And then I think, of course, like, again, that Raging Bolt balance team with Speed Booster Flutter with Icy Wind was my boogeyman.
We've got 2 amazing players, Tuller Webb and James Evans, just waiting to take on this finals.
2 former senior division world champions. This is all built to what should be a really epic clash between 2 of the best players in this tournament and in the world.
I felt really confident, actually, when Tornadus came in right away and was not damaged. Because I knew at that moment I was going to get a quick windstorm like 4 times. And of those, if I hit 2, I'm good. So I have to go slightly worse than average for it to be bad. And then it was this question of hitting attacks. But obviously, I mean, I clicked a lot of inaccurate attacks in that game too. Snarl, Bleak Wind, Draco. I had to click all of my inaccurate moves in the matchup. So every time one of those hit, it was a little heartening.
And Tuller Webb wins the Knoxville Regional Championships.
I'm excited to win. I'm really glad. I felt like the kind of player that can win a second regional for a long time, but never gotten there. And I hope I can play well enough to do it again.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 Pokemon Regional Championships here in Orlando, Florida. We are down to the top 8 here of the VGC branch, division, Masters?
Yeah, our video game players, there are only, well, less than 8 of them left now. We've already had a couple of eliminations, one on stream with Wolf taking down Zach Weed last round.
Hey, Len.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed you being the first, commentator of the egg emergency
Yeah, do you think
showdown.
I have a future in it? Should we just pivot to only egg emergency streams?
I think so. I think why not? Yeah.
I think VGC might be a little bit more entertaining.
Oh, I had a lot of fun watching that video. I had a lot of fun watching the first ever commentated Chansey egg catching competition.
Do you think you could stand up in one of those egg competitions?
Absolutely not. We have a tweet here. Len, why don't you go ahead and read it out?
Yeah, Boo is not proud. I lost to a VG player in an egg game. I have shamed my people. Well, I guess Joe did us proud. Was able to take down Boo in that egg competition. It was pretty tense. There was a lot of words said before that match got underway. Both players very competitive about it, but Boo just couldn't live up to what she'd been talking about.
Yeah, you hate to see it. I mean, I was backstage when words were being thrown around about how this competition was going to go down, and immediately when y'all returned from filming that segment, I mean, Joe was really proud, and
Yeah.
Boo seemed extremely defeated.
It was pretty good work from Joe to keep that 99 out of 100. You know, you might have got 100 out of 100 if you'd been there, though.
No, absolutely not. I mean, we played this on broadcast before, and I do not do well under pressure at all. But, Len, we're not here for egg commentary. We are here for VGC commentary, and top 8 is ready to go. The second match of our top 8 featuring Neil Patel and Charlie Moses. Let's go ahead and throw it down to the players as they are seated across from each other and getting ready to get into this matchup here. Depicted on the screen right now is Charlie Moses. His first ever day 2, well, it's also his first ever top cut.
Yeah, it's his second season playing the game. It's his first day 2 and straight into the first top 8. Did earn his Worlds invite already earlier this season with that Global Challenge top 32 finish. So still a player that's having success at locals and earning championship points at the regionals he's been to. He's piloting this team of Ogerpon Wellspring, Chiyu, Fluttermane, Glamora, Tornadus Incarnate, and Urshifu Single Strike. A team a lot of players out there probably have seen before, will have played against in their locals. I think he piloted as well at the Knoxville Regional Championship a bit ago. I asked him about it. He said that he used it for a while, came off of it, but then realized it might be a pretty good fit in this metagame. Glimmora pretty good into those Raging Bolt balanced teams, and that's exactly what he's going to be playing up against today.
Yep, Charlie has already qualified for the World Championships. His brother competes in the younger age division and has also qualified for the World Championships as well. Like I said, first day 2, first top cut, only his second season competing, and here he is. It's great to be in the top cut, and Charlie, you have so much to be proud of right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really impressive as a player to make this kind of finish in such a strong field with a team that doesn't really surprise anyone. You're not catching anyone off guard, you're just having to do it off of your own strengths.
Yep, across the table from Charlie is Neil Patel. No stranger to the top cut at all. If you look at his accomplishments, Vancouver Regional Top 8, Sacramento Regional Top 16, Charlotte Regional Top 8, Vancouver Regional Top 8. This is 3 back-to-back-to-back consecutive top 8 finishes here for Neil.
Yeah, 3 top 8s in a row is so impressive. That consistency is really hard to find, and Neil's been able to do it. A lot of it playing with this Rillaboom Incineroar balance team. With a little bit of offensive emphasis as well, does have the Focus Energy, Grassy Glide, Ogre Pond, has the Qian Pao to kind of have other really offensive modes besides the Raging Bolt within the team.
It's wild to me that Focus Energy is a move being used. That was always one of the moves when I was playing red, blue, or yellow. One of the first moves to be deleted.
It was always like a turn off when the NPC used Focus Energy instead of actually attacking. Like, okay, I got by with one. I don't imagine Charles is going to be feeling that way when he sees a Focus Energy coming down, because what that means is Ivy Cudgel starts to crit way more consistently and just do so much damage.
Yeah, and of course there you see it, Neil Patel hoping to be able to break through to the semi-finals here after that string of top 8 finishes. Both players have made their selection, and we're ready to get underway here with our second top 8 match here at the Orlando Regional Championships. This is going to be an intense battle. Like you said, Len, that Glimmora is going to be a key piece to be able to possibly break through this Raging Bolt balance team that Neil is running. Over on Neil's side, we'll lead with Rillaboom and the Qian Pao. On Charlie's side, we'll be leading with Fluttermane and the Glimmora.
Yeah, so the Glimmora, no surprise to see it immediately on the field. It threatens so many of Neil's Pokemon. Obviously, both the ones on the field right now, it can threaten huge damage against with Meteor Beam or Sludge Bomb, and that continues to a lot of Pokemon that could be in the back for Neil, like the Incineroar or the Ogre Pond Heart Flame. And besides that, the Toxic Spikes that if Glimmora gets hit are also pretty impactful. You don't want to bring in your Raging Bolt and start trying to click Calm Mind once it is already Toxic Poison. That's not a recipe for success. Toxic Spikes can also be used to break Qian Pao's Focus Sash, so they can have a really big impact in this match. But at the same time, Glimmora, not the fastest Pokemon, is vulnerable to Fake Out, could get taken off the field without actually doing so much damage. So I think a lot of this match could revolve around how well Charlie can get value out of that Glimmora.
Qian Pao Terastallizes becomes the stellar type to give it some more offensive options here. Here's a Sucker Punch from that Qian Pao, will land into the Fluttermane and is not able to get the one-hit KO. Fluttermane hangs on with just a sliver of health, and here's a Dazzling Gleam to retaliate, bringing Qian Pao down into the red, but here's Rillaboom with a high horsepower, connects into Glimmora and picks up the one-hit KO there.
Yeah, so you can see the exact speed problems that Glimmora has moving after the Rillaboom there, and Rillaboom just has the necessary coverage move with high horsepower to get a 4x super effective hit and KO Glimmora. That does come with a layer of Toxic Spikes down, but only one layer is something you can at least try to balance out with the grassy terrain down. Charlie only avoids like a devastating turn because Fluttermane was able to hang on through that stellar boosted Sucker Punch and get a Dazzling Gleam down. That chips Rillaboom a little bit, but does a lot of impactful damage to Qian Pao, but otherwise a really strong turn for Neil. And because Qian Pao's still around, that Dazzling Gleam, while it was a lot of damage back, doesn't necessarily change Neil's field position, can still use a priority from either Rillaboom or Qian Pao to threaten this Fluttermane. Doesn't matter if Tornadus tries to support with Tailwind. Though both of these Pokemon, if a Bleak Wind Storm were to come down, that's big damage, and a Rillaboom would be able enough to finish a KO onto Qian Pao. Of course, Tornadus has to first get through a possible Ice Spinner from this Qian Pao that would still be Stellar Terra boosted because it was the Dark one that was burnt last turn.
Charlie now will opt to Terastallize his side of the field. The Tornadus is going to Terastallize into the Steel type here, trying to remove that weakness to the Ice Spinner from the Qian Pao.
You can see Neil's reaction. You have to imagine this is what he expected. Will he just go straight on the offense against it?
Fluttermane protects itself here. How is Neil going to react to this as Rillaboom uses Grassy Glide, trying to pick off the Fluttermane over on Charlie's side into that Protect, though? So here goes the Chien-Pao, yep, opting straight for the Sacred Sword, hitting right into that Steel-type Tornadus, and that is big damage. Not enough for the one-hit KO. It will hang on. Chien-Pao will take damage from the Rocky Helmet, and here's a Bleak Wind Storm. Does it connect on everything? No, Rillaboom dodges the attack, but it does get the KO on Chien-Pao, but man, it would be nice to get some damage down on that Rillaboom.
Yeah, just such a back and forth turn. Neil correctly guesses the Teralization, lands the Sacred Sword, but misses the KO. The Tornadus trained to be so bulky to be able to take a Stellar Terrazilize boosted, super effective Sacred Sword, but that cashes in the Bleak Wind Storm. It's enough to get the KO on Chien-Pao, but it misses into Rillaboom, leaving that Rillaboom so healthy. And now you have two extremely low health Pokemon on Charlie's side of the field. Neither of them is going to be able to take a Grassy Glide, likely. The Tornadus is going, because it lost its flying typing, is going to start healing from the Grassy Train. We saw how physically defensive it is. It might be able to get to the point where it can take a Grassy Glide, but it would take a bit. And meanwhile, Incineroar can also support with Fake Out into Tornadus, not a Covert Cloak Tornadus. It would be able to land and just partner next to a Grassy Glide. So it's going to be difficult for Charlie to find a situation where he can actually deal damage again in this match. It's going to depend on what that fourth Pokemon in the back is.
Yeah, so it's a tough spot right now. You don't want to be on the side of the field with two heavily damaged Pokemon and the other side of the field having access to two priority moves right now. So Charlie has to figure out a way to get around this here, as Tornadus will protect itself. Does not want to flinch from the possibility of a Fake Out or get picked off with a Grassy Glide, and Fluttermane actually gets a double protect there, so trying to hang on for this turn, burns his turn of Fake Out here, as well as another turn of that grassy terrain, so this is going to be a dead turn for Neil. Will not be able to get any damage out, as Incineroar shows Will-O-Wisp trying to burn and possibly punish anything that would switch into that slot.
Yeah, Neil trying to catch a switch with Fluttermane leaving and get a burn. Expecting the Tornadus to just protect itself and not get faked out. That expectation is correct, and Tornadus protects itself, but Fluttermane also goes for the double protect and gets it, so nothing happens that turn. That leaves the time for a little bit of Grassy Train recovery onto Fluttermane and Tornadus, and a little bit of poison damage onto Incineroar, but it doesn't greatly change the position. Fake Out is gone, Tornadus is a little bit more free to attack. It's starting to get enough health where Grassy Glide isn't a sure thing, with maybe one more turn of Grassy Train recovery. Fluttermane, you have to wonder if it is just going to be sacrificial at this point. It already was greatly risked. The last turn could have just failed that double protect and gone down to Grassy Glide. Charlie prioritizing the Pokemon in the back, being able to come in healthy after this, but it's going to have to fight a mystery Pokemon that he still doesn't expect.
Yeah, and Rillaboom picks off the Fluttermane, a little bit of more damage on top of that with a critical hit, as now Tornadus will be able to move, will use Bleak Wind Storm, connects on both Pokemon here, brings Rillaboom down about 50%, chunks away at Incineroar, and here's a knockoff from that Incineroar into that Tornadus. Gonna knock off that Rocky Helmet while taking some recoil back, and now it's down to Charlie's last Pokemon versus 3 more Pokemon over on Neil's side of the field.
Yeah, you have to hope it's the Chi-Yu, something with spread damage that might be able to fight its way through these Pokemon. The Incineroar is whittled down pretty significantly now after taking a Bleak Wind Storm, a couple turns of poison damage, and a Rocky Helmet hit. But no, the Urshifu single strike is going to be doing single target damage. No spread moves. It needs at minimum 3 attacks to clean through this game, and you have to imagine enough damage would come back in the meantime to make that impossible.
Yeah, Urshifu does have the Focus Sash, so it will be able to at least survive 1 attack, but will it be able to get KOs and kind of get around this perfectly? Here it is, Grassy Glide from the Rillaboom will break that Focus Sash there, and Urshifu will retaliate with a Wicked Blow, gets the KO on that Rillaboom, but of course now Incineroar will be able to move here. Incineroar will go for a knockoff into that slot, brings it down to about 50%, but Urshifu, not exactly the bulkiest Pokemon, so it really depends on what the Incineroar has to deal with it, as well as what Neil's last Pokemon is, but it could be tough for this Urshifu to claw back.
Yeah, the knockoff is interesting there. Neil maybe not thinking he has to risk hitting a Will-O-Wisp, which would have probably done more damage over time and really mitigated the damage coming in against this Raging Bolt, but you can see why. Raging Bolt, it can just kind of click a Dragon Pulse this turn. There's nothing that this Urshifu, with Terrazilization already spent, with no boosting item, can do to try to one-hit KO this Raging Bolt. If you can't one-hit KO this Raging Bolt, then more damage is going to come back. Maybe it's bulky enough to take a Dragon Pulse. That is Urshifu's best hope at this point. You can see how little the damage coming from the other side is with just knockoff. Here comes the Wicked Blow, not even half to the Raging Bolt. The Dragon Pulse coming back through.
and that's enough to get the KO there. So Neil Patel wraps up game 1 here, knocking out that Urshifu. So Neil Patel, 1 win away from making to the Masters top 4, that semifinal that he really wants to be able to break through after having 3 consecutive top 8s here.
Yeah, that game was the first couple turns of fireworks. Pokemon were just going down left and right. Neither player making extremely safe players, both having to take some risks. Charlie leaves the Glimmora hanging, and it just goes down to high horsepower. We talked about how big of an impact it could have on this game, but in the end, it had no impact, going down before it was KO'd, and that's devastating for his chances to win. Neil was 1 turn ahead with other moves like the Sacred Sword into the Tornadus, and just built that lead that let him play a little bit more safely towards the close of that game, and dealing with Charlie's last couple Pokemon.
Yeah, so again, Charlie's going to have to play around these first turns carefully. Does not want this to be repeated where so much damage was dealt by Neil on the first turn. I mean, getting the Glimmora knocked out immediately, devastating. Getting Flutter Mane brought down into Grassy Glide range made you have to play so much more defensively, and then Neil calling it with the Sacred Sword into the Terralized Tornadus, that same turn that it Terralizes, pretty big as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But one thing to take from this game is that despite it being pretty one-sided, Neil dominating, that was because of those reads, those unsafe plays that worked out. It doesn't represent like an insurmountable team advantage in this game. A few things go differently. Maybe Glimmora on turn 1 uses a Grass Terastallization to take resisted damage from high horsepower and just Meteor Beams the Chien Power, Sludge Bombs the Rillaboom, and this game looks very different from that point on. And so it is just back to the drawing board. Charlie is down 1-0. He's going to have to get it right more than Neil is going to have to get it right to win the rest of this match, but he's by no means out of it.
No, Charlie has the pieces. It's just a matter of whether or not Charlie can navigate it, or if Neil will be able to hit those reads again in this game. But it's mind game now if you think about it. Like if Neil is willing to make those slightly more dangerous plays, it could work out again, it could not, who knows? It could go either way as the leads are sent out. It is going to be Chien Pao and Raging Bolt over on Neil's side of the field, while Tornadus and the Glimmora over on Charlie's side of the field. So an adjustment here from Charlie and an adjustment from Neil as well.
Yeah, once again, a really critical turn for both players to try to understand where the Chien Pao should attack and where it is going to attack. If Charlie can diffuse the damage coming from Chien Pao with a Terastallization or a Protect, this turn is going to look a lot better from him. But if it gets a big KO, things look a lot worse.
Tornadus on Charlie's side will set up Tailwind now, so Glimmora will be able to go for an attack this turn. It is going to be the Meteor Beam. It is going to boost its special attack here and throw out some damage onto this Raging Bolt. But Raging Bolt's a very bulky Pokemon. Raging Bolt hangs on with just a little bit of health, and here's an Ice Spinner from that Chien Pao. Connects into that Tornadus slot, gets the 1-hit KO, will take some recoil, but most importantly, breaks that Focus Sash on that Chien Pao.
Yeah, the Ice Spinner over Icicle Crash, meaning that it's a contact move that breaks Focus Sash, is pretty important to this match. Means that Chien Pao only needs 1 hit likely to go down. The trade of Tailwind for Tornadus is probably in Charlie's favor. Now has those last 3 turns of Tailwind to operate with 2 big attackers on the field, but he does have to worry about priority. Both Raging Bolt and Chien Pao could throw out priority moves. If both of those priority moves land into Flutter Mane will go down. A Fairy Terastallization can try to get away from that. If you can resist the Sucker Punch and be bulky enough to take the Thunderclap, it could work out. Of course, Glimmora also has to watch out for priority moves. And another aspect of this, Glimmora with the Power Herb already spent may not actually be able to KO Chien Pao. At +1, the Sludge Bomb could be close. You don't have a rock move to hit into Chien Pao anymore.
Yeah, so tough turn right here. Charlie needs to be able to take advantage of these next couple turns of Tailwind. Again, that Chien Pao Focus Sash being broken, going to be pretty important here as there will be Terastallization happening here. It is going to be the Flutter Mane Terastallizing into that Fairy type to try to get away from that neutral Sucker Punch, trying to resist that Sucker Punch that may be landing into that slot. We saw how much it did after the Chien Pao Terastallized last time, but Chien Pao can tend to just protect this turn, does not want to get knocked out just yet, as Raging Bolt will also protect. Just trying to see what Charlie's going to do, as well as stall out 1 turn of Tailwind.
Yeah, stall out 1 really crucial turn of Tailwind. The downside when Tornadus is traded for a single Tailwind is that means you have 3 turns to act inside of it. 1 of those just get burnt by a double Protect, and then once out of Tailwind, things are going to look even more in Neil's favor. So Charlie now, though, has the next turn to really capitalize on this. There won't be Protects coming out, most likely. There could be switches trying to diffuse the damage, but this is Charlie's chance to capitalize it and try to even the Pokemon score, because right now, he's down a Pokemon, Glimmora's damaged, Raging Bolt's damaged. There's pretty much a whole Pokemon advantage for Neil. But with the speed control in his favor, the Sucker Punch doing resisted damage to Fluttermane, that's not probably going to be low enough to put it in Thunderclap range. This is critical. It's not even close. And that means the Dazzling can come out and KO this Chien Pao.
Yep, will connect with both Pokemon. Gets the double knockout right here. Glimmora will be attacking into nothing here. So now it's going to come down to Neil's final 2 Pokemon. Charlie still has 1 more Pokemon hidden in the back, but most importantly is trying to take advantage of these Tailwind turns. So there's a Sludge Bomb, but it's going to fail because there's no other target on Neil's side of the field. So Charlie has the pieces here. How are these next few turns of Tailwind going to play out? Urshifu over on Neil's side will take the field, as well as Rillaboom to take the field. So the final 2 Pokemon over on Neil's side, Rillaboom and Urshifu.
Yeah, more priority options. You have Aqua Jet and Grassy Glide. That would probably just pick up 2 KOs. An Aqua Jet into Glimmora, a Grassy Glide into Fluttermane. No Teralization to help with it. You can't protect the Glimmora. Makes it very difficult. Of course, there's also only 1 turn left in Tailwind. That's going to be a problem for Glimmora, which we already saw is slower than Rillaboom. If we ever got to that point where Neil isn't just safe to click priority attacks. It's looking like the priority that Neil has makes that trade of Tornadus to get the speed control just so much less valuable if you're still moving second every turn. After the Tailwind happened, we saw a double protect turn, then a turn where both of Neil's Pokemon moved before being attacked, and now we may see another turn where both of Neil's Pokemon move before getting attacked.
And here's the Aqua Jet connects into the Glimmora, gets the KO right there, will drop Toxic Spikes, but that's not going to matter at all because no other Pokemon are going to be switching in. So knockout right there from Neil's side. Again, so much priority being used over on Neil's side field, and here's a Grassy Glide boosted by the terrain. Fluttermane cannot hang on at all. It's not physically bulky, and it's already taken so much damage, so Fluttermane will get knocked out. And again, it's going to come down to Charlie's last Pokemon, whatever is in the back, and how it can deal with these 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, but now without Tailwind, we're going to be down between the speed comparison between these 2 Urshifus. You have to imagine Charlie's still may be the fastest thing on the field, but once again, the same problem. It's only a single target attacker. It can only put damage in 1 place at a time. Charlie, no pivoting on the last turn, just opted to get into this end game, but close combat isn't even enough to KO Urshifu.
Close combat does damage to Urshifu, but does not get the KO. The defenses will drop. Urshifu on Neil's side will get a close combat, bring it down Focus Sash, but here it is. Rillaboom will just connect with another move, and it looks like Neil Patel is going to be moving on to your semifinals here, your top 4.
Yeah, just a really well-played match to Neil, understanding the advantages he had, pressing the offense, not trying to slow things down and play with Raging Bolt, but just going out, attacking every turn, using the priority in his advantage to cleanly take 2 games and the top 8 match.
Yeah, so well played from Neil right there. You know, game 2, Charlie was able to pick up speed advantage because of that Tailwind, but, you know, it's tough to... You said it best, like, when we were talking about it during the game, but, like, you set up Tailwind, you burn 1 turn of Protect, and then you get 2 Pokemon knocked out, but before your Pokemon get knocked out, you get 2 attacks off anyways. That's devastating.
Yeah, I mean, it was speed advantage, but it was fake speed advantage. Charlie never actually moved first for the turn, any turn after the first turn of the game. Neil just has priority across way too many Pokemon on the team. If you look at it, 5 of the Pokemon have priority, and Incineroar is the 6th one out, which actually has Fake Out still. Just so much priority available for Neil to disrupt this Tailwind setup, and Charlie didn't have the pivoting tools to try to play defensively against that. Just had to keep taking the damage in. There was this turn with Glimmora and Fluttermane both on the field. There was no way to try to get away from it. Nothing you could really do except let both Pokemon go down.
Yeah, I mean, a bunch of just big KOs. I mean, a lot of damage is being thrown out onto the field with all that priority from the Raging Bolt and the Chien Pao, just so that the Rillaboom and the Urshifu can just clean up afterwards too, right? So well played by Neil right there to navigate himself to the top 4.
Yeah, just played it very cleanly, understood his win conditions and how to play that match, and had a pretty good team matchup ultimately against Charlie. The Glimmora was the biggest threat, but he was able to make sure and put damage, like, target it down in the first game so it never did anything at all, and weaken it in the second game so that it was in Aqua Jet KO range, and that was really all he needed.
Yeah, so that's... You still got to congratulate Charlie. I mean, Charlie made it to top 8 here at the Orlando Regional Championships, a big tournament. First day to first top cut. Congratulations to Charlie for making it this far. you're going to North American International Championships. Best of luck to you there. Best of luck to you at the World Championships as well, which you have already qualified for. So again, Neil Patel moving on to the top 4 here. And this balanced team is a team that Neil has been using for a very long time. He knows the ins and outs of the team, right? This is a team that he's very comfortable with, and this is a team that he's using to pilot, and he's doing really well with it.
Yeah, it's looking pretty strong. It is his own take on it. It's not completely identical to other versions of it, and like you say, he's comfortable with it. Looks very strong playing different modes of it.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a look at the updated bracket now. All the top 8 matches have finished. We just watched Charlie Moses versus Neil Patel. Neil will be going up against Justin Karras, who defeated Aaron Brock in that top 8 match. On the other side of the bracket, Ben Grismer defeats Joshua Lorsey, and we saw in the previous streamed top 8 match, Wolf Glick in a nail-biter versus Zachary Weed. So the semifinals, the top 4 is going to be Neil Patel versus Justin Karras, Ben Grismer versus Wolf Glick.
One NDD on either side of the bracket right now. Justin's got his Iron Crown NDD team. Ben's got the Hard Trick Room NDD team. Both players outside of that will be fighting their way through the Trick Room options, and Justin's kind of faster Psychic Spam option. Should be 2 pretty interesting matches.
Yeah, and remember, we have already seen Justin Karras go up against Wolf Glick on stream yesterday in day 1, and there's a possibility for that to be the finals here in the Orlando Regional Championships.
Yeah, if Wolf was withdrawing from the match and slinking in his chair, I wonder what his reaction will be in the finals, but he's got one big challenge ahead of him first. Has to get through Ben and that really clever, well-constructed Hard Trick Room team.
Yeah, and we saw that Hard Trick Room team perform on stream earlier during the Swiss rounds. You know, Ben having a really great system to make sure that Trick Room is set up just so that, you know, his Trick Room sweepers can come in and just be able to deal as much damage and just try to end matches in 4 turns, basically.
Yeah, there are so many smart details on the team. I think that's really what's necessary to do super well with a Hard Trick Room team. I think a lot of players will start from the same 6 Pokemon base, but a lot of players will have also played against that 6 Pokemon base and understand what their win conditions are. It's those little techs and details, the little spice you throw into the dish that makes one of those teams successful, and Ben has a team full of them. The Healing Wish on the NDD, things like the Clear Amulet on Hatterene. I've never seen that before, but it's smart to be able to keep your special attack up into the face of Parting Shot. That makes it just a different look than what your opponents may have seen before, and means that Ben is often probably 1 turn ahead, 1 thought process ahead in how to deal with these opposing teams.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting semifinals here at the Orlando Regional Championships. We're going to throw it down to an interview now with Joe Brown, so take it away, Joe.
I am with Kathy, or Sunny as her community knows her. Kathy, this is your first regional championship. You're going from former Shiny Hunter to professional VGC player. How's it going?
It is going great. Day 1, I went 3-5. My goal was to win 1 match the entire day, so I felt pretty good. 1-2 right at the start, so I was feeling really good, really hyped. I met so many cool people, saw so many cool teams. People are so creative. I learned a ton, and everyone was just really supportive and incredible. So I've been having a blast.
I love that mentality, because we tell people all the time, set small goals, get the first win. That's why I win 1, want to win 2, and you'll eventually build up that skill. So how long have you been training and playing VGC to get ready for this event?
Yeah, I was doing ranked ladder for about 2 weeks before the tournament, and I had never done a best of 3 before this regional. So I was just going in fully blind, basically, doing my best. But I had a lot of fun, and it really is a different vibe. Like, doing the best of 3s is totally different, but you learn a lot. You figure out how to pivot your team if you lose game 1 or game 2, and you really get to figure it out.
How did your 8 rounds feel? You know, pros and cons, but also, how did the little Torkoal do?
I did have some Torkoal pop-offs. I love him. I named him Lentil. He's my favorite mon on the team. I love him so much. It was a lot of fun getting that Trick Room set up and sending the Torkoal out with, you know, getting that free switch and just erupting is the best feeling ever. So he did fantastic. I was able to use King Gambit too, which I feel like in ranked I didn't get a lot of experience with it, but here I was able to get a lot more use out of it. So that was a lot of fun too. But I saw some really cool teams of like non-metamons. There was some with a Dark Terra Flamigo. It's like, what do you do with that? I mean, they washed me, so I didn't get to see it, but it was really interesting and really cool.
Hey, you'll learn one day. You'll learn all the ins and outs of all the VGC Pokemon. So as we mentioned, you're a big shiny hunter. How long have you been, catching those shiny versions of Pokemon, and what do you like? What do you enjoy so much about that?
Yeah, shiny hunting I started doing like over a decade ago. I think I found out about it when I was like 11 or 12. So Black and White is where I started, and when X and Y came out, with Legend Z coming up, X and Y just had so many shiny hunting opportunities with chain fishing, Poke Radar, Friend Safari, all of that. And I just absolutely fell in love with it. I think the different colors are really cool, and even if they're not stronger, it's just like, it's like having a little trophy, like my hard work paid off. And sending the Sparkles into battle is always really cool. So I do have a couple shinies on my BGC team too.
Well, and with Regulation G coming up, anybody that needs help with those legendaries, I'm sure you've got a couple copies, right?
Absolutely. I'm always grinding out the Dynamax adventures. So if I get any shiny legends, I'll make sure to keep them aside and train them up.
So importantly, what is your favorite shiny hunt you ever done? Like just the coolest color on a Pokemon, and what's the longest it's taken you to get a shiny?
Oh my gosh, those are great questions. I think my favorite I've ever done, and this was surprisingly a quick one, was Game Corner Eevee and Heart Gold and Soul Silver. So that one I got, and I think that when I got it, I sat down, I did 5 resets, and there it was. And it was a female too, so I was like super shocked. So that was probably one of the coolest shinies I've ever gotten. The longest is really hard, but I feel like it might have been Suicune and Dynamax Adventures. I say I do Dynamax Adventures all the time. My luck is pretty bad. It's pretty awful. And that one took me like hundreds of Dynamax Adventures to get. So it took me a long time, but it was worth it. It's a gorgeous shiny, so.
Well, thank you for coming over to the competitive side of the Pokemon. So do you have any future plans, like NAIC or any other events?
I'm definitely spectating at NAIC at the very least, but I would love to try and go to more regionals in the future. But I can't kill my wallet too much. As much as I would love to go to like LA or Indianapolis or anything like that, I gotta think about the budget. But I definitely want to go in the future. I want to keep up with it, do some more ranked, maybe best of 3s with some friends, and especially with the new regulation coming out, I want to try out some new teams and figure it out.
All right, well, best of luck. Hopefully we'll see you at future events. We'll see you on stream maybe one day in a win-and-in scenario. But thank you, Kathy, and we'll be right back with more coverage of the Orlando Regional Championships.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test, but when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the goal, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 Pokemon Regional Championships here in Orlando. We are down to our top 4 here in the video game competition. So it's been an exciting top 8 so far, but you know what's even more exciting than that, Len?
Top 4?
Yep, all right, cool. Thank you for answering that question for me. Sure, all right, cool. Yeah, no, exactly. Top 4 is more exciting than top 8 because now we're down to our top 4 players.
Yeah, 4 players who have braved their way through day 1 of Swiss, going 7-2 or better, day 2 of Swiss, getting to that 12 or 13 wins, and then winning that first single elimination round in the top 8 to move into the top 4. Wolf and Ben, we've both seen them win on stream already. Should be a pretty fun match.
Oh yeah, I mean, we were talking about it. We have the team sheets in front of us. We've already seen their teams on the stream already, and you and I were talking about how much of a difficult matchup this could possibly be for Wolf going up against this hard Trick Room team that Ben has been piloting,
yeah,
has been cooking up.
It could definitely be an uphill climb. We've already seen Ben pilot this hard Trick Room team against a team without Rillaboom to disrupt the Psychic Terrain and turn off the Expanding Force and enable the priority moves. And we've also seen how Wolf tried to handle Trick Room when he played against it earlier. It made it really difficult on his opponent because once Trick Room got up, Amoonguss was the fastest thing on the field. It could try to spore the Frigoraph or the Ursaluna. Well, that won't be the case against Ben. Torkoal and Hatterene make it impossible for Amoonguss to play that same role. It's still going to be a valuable piece. It can try to disrupt Trick Room going up. It can still play well against some of the other Pokemon like Indeedee. But if Wolf ever finds himself in a position with 3 or 4 turns of Trick Room left and both Torkoal and Hatterene on the field, it's going to look nearly impossible. 5 out of 6 Pokemon on his team will just go down to an Expanding Force plus Eruption combination. Only the Incineroar has a chance to stay in against that. With smart techs like the Clear Amulet on the Hatterene mean that Incineroar can't try to just parting shot down the special attack. Instead, it'll just have to fight and do damage with Flare Blitz, and knock off, and those trades may not be in Wolf's favor. So I think a lot of the name of the game may be trying to disrupt Trick Room from going up, or making sure that when it goes up, Ben isn't immediately in a position to have both attackers on the field and just pump out all that damage that his team is capable of.
Yeah. Basically just broke down all the team preview for everybody at home. Thanks, Len. Let's go ahead and throw it down to the stage right now where the players are seated across from each other, getting ready to basically go through that entire thought process for themselves.
I'm just excited to see it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad that you're excited to see it. On your left, you see Wolf Glick. He has won every single possible championship that Pokemon has had to offer. I'm talking about regional championships. I'm talking about Players' Cup championships, national championships, international championships, and the world championships. So there on your screen right now, presented to you is going to be the team that Wolf is piloting. Again, a key thing to note right here that Len has talked about is that there's no Rillaboom, so that Psychic Terrain is going to be going up over on Ben's side of the field. So, yep, one step closer to defending his Orlando champion title, also one step closer to being the first 2-time regional champion in this 2024 season. But of course, as we mentioned, it's going to be an uphill battle based on these two teams, because over on the other side, Ben Grismer cooking up this Trick Room team, hard Trick Room team here. Got top 4 at the Liverpool Regional Championships in 2022. We know about that fact because of the fact that he went up against Luca Paz earlier on broadcast, who also did well at that Liverpool Regional Championships. Some top 32s here at the European International Championships, and 3 times top 32 at the North American International Championships. And here is the team that he is piloting. This is the most normal team that he had cooked up so far.
Yeah, still so many fun details on it. The Healing Wish that we saw from Indeedee earlier that can help you get into a really advantageous situation with Trick Room up. The Clear Amulet on Hatterene. That Choice Band Urshifu Single Strike, which we heard Ben talk about, how a lot of times people are trying to get through Trick Room by just protecting through it. Well, the best answer to that is Unseen Fist. The Smeargle that we haven't seen on stream yet, with the option to decorate its partners and start boosting up their special attack.
Yep, Ben, the spiciest prefix menu here in Orlando. You know, this team, would you give this team a chef's kiss, Len?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a really smart team, and obviously it must be, because it's doing so well in this tournament to make its way into the top 4 and be looking for even more.
Yeah, so players have now exchanged their team sheets and are now jumping into team preview. But of course, a lot of these players have already been watching the broadcast, so they kind of know and have an idea as to what is being brought, and they kind of already have an idea as to what the possible game plans can be.
Yeah, it seems like so much of it is going to hinge on this Incineroar for Wolf. It's his only Pokemon that isn't neutral or worse to Expanding Force. Wolf doesn't also have that many defensive Teralizations that can help with that. Only the Landorus that can turn Steel-type, and of course turning Steel-type if there may be an eruption at any moment is dangerous. But the Incineroar itself, pretty bulky against most of Ben's options. Of course, doesn't want to take a close combat from the Single Strike Urshifu, but otherwise can play into most of these Pokemon. And it can try to do damage itself, has knockoff, has Flare Blitz, can try to disrupt setup with Fake Out if Indeedee isn't immediately on the field. But it's kind of a linchpin in the middle. If Wolf isn't able to set up to prevent the Trick Room setup, and Incineroar gets whittled down. The rest of the team is going to have a hard time trading damage within Trick Room.
Yeah, so both players locking in their selections. Let's get ready to jump into our semifinals here at the Orlando Regional Championships. Wolf trying to defend his title, trying to add another regional championship to his belt here in this season. Ben trying to win his first regional championship, and Ben's leads look really familiar to what we saw earlier on the broadcast. It is going to be the Hatterene and the Indeedee, while Wolf will lead with Amoonguss and Landorus.
Yeah, I think both the leads make sense from both players. You got to get the Psychic Terrain down immediately. Indeedee can help make sure Trick Room goes up because Hatterene doesn't look too safe here. It isn't vulnerable to a Spore because of Magic Bounce, but as a Fairy type does not want to take a Sludge Bomb from Landorus, and if it were to Terastallize into a Fire type does not want to take an Earth Power. So that's a little bit of a guessing game that can get diffused with this Follow Me, which just makes sure that Landorus' offense goes into that direction, but it does stymie Ben's momentum once this Trick Room goes up.
Landorus will use Sludge Bomb into that Indeedee slot. Oh, double Sludge Bomb into that Indeedee slot right there, but Trick Room is safely set up right now. So Hatterene being able to do its job, Indeedee being able to do its job, Trick Room while Indeedee protects that Hatterene.
Yeah, Wolf maybe hoping to catch Ben, knowing that he's trained to be able to take a Sludge Bomb from Landorus, but not being able to take two Sludge Bombs. If Indeedee had not used Follow Me there, the double up might have been able to pick up the KO. Instead, it redirects both moves, and Indeedee is not asleep, so able to move on this turn, and it's time for the Expanding Forces to start. Note right now, there's no Torkoal. Indeedee had to stay on the field, and so that Steel Terastallization can help give Landorus some staying power. I wouldn't be surprised to see it come out immediately.
Yep, it looks like there will be Terastallization here. It is going to be the Amoonguss to Terastallize. It's going to become the Water type right here, shaking off that Psychic weakness that is most likely going to be hitting the field at this moment, as Landorus will use his turn to protect. Doesn't want to take too much damage here and wants to be able to stick around and survive the turn. Indeedee content to just go for another Follow Me, protecting the partner Hatterene, as now Hatterene will use Expanding Force, does connect into that Amoonguss, but again, thanks to that defensive Terastallization, does not take super effective damage here. It still does 50%, so that's still a pretty strong one, but Amoonguss will be able to get out of KO range because of its Citrus Berry.
Yeah, so a Terastallization that probably plays longer-term dividends for Wolf. Both gets away from a weakness to Expanding Force into a neutrality and a weakness to Eruption into a resistance. Landorus just protects itself for the turn. Amoonguss taking just over 50% from that Expanding Force, but enough to activate the Citrus Berry, which means it should be safe from the next Expanding Force, and Indeedee now asleep. And now 2 turns of that Trick Room are going by. This is the kind of timer that works against Ben. He hasn't been able to get Torkoal on the field to have that extra damage double up, or some other way to make sure and bust through this Amoonguss on this turn. If Landorus is actually bulky enough to take an Expanding Force, then this could be a really good damage trading turn for Wolf.
Hatterene will use Expanding Force again, connects into both Pokemon. Amoonguss hangs on, Landorus hangs on. Here's Amoonguss using a Spore, just trying to cover that Indeedee switch, as Indeedee will take its turn of sleep here, its first turn of sleep, as Landorus now will now be able to take an attack. Does use Sludge Bomb into that Hatterene, super effective damage, gets the one-hit KO. So big damage being dealt here. A big offense threat over on Ben's side of the field removed, but again, this is now an opportunity for Ben to be able to switch in another, like, basically another sweeper.
Yeah, but it's a good damage trade for Wolf. Gets a KO and burns a 3rd turn of Trick Room. When you can take a positive damage trade during one of your opponent's turns of Trick Room, that is the best thing that can be happening for Wolf. You can see the pressure that Amoonguss is putting on. By putting Indeedee to sleep, it's not able to assist the Hatterene in this spot, and so it just goes down to Sludge Bomb. But Amoonguss is also able to continuously Spore that slot. It meant there couldn't be an early aggressive switch in of the Torkoal. Now there's only a couple turns of this Trick Room left, and it's going to be hard to reset it. Indeedee has been heavily damaged by double Sludge Bombs and is now asleep, only having spent 1 sleep turn. Unlikely to be a second Trick Room in this game, and so Ben's going to need to make the most possible use of this first one. Urshifu comes on the field. It can help pressure Landorus to make sure it can't just protect this turn, but it can also just get Spored itself. It's not slower in this Trick Room than
the
Amoonguss.
So yeah, Urshifu takes the field here for Ben, but not out of the woods just yet, and needs to be able to possibly dodge an Amoonguss Spore. Indeedee will switch out though, will reveal Ben's final Pokemon. It is going to be that Torkoal, will bring out the Sun, but again, it could be a dangerous switch here, as Amoonguss will be able to Spore anything, as Ben will Terastallize. It will be that Urshifu. That Urshifu will become a Grass type, so that's one way to dodge that Spore, just becoming immune to it because of its new Grass typing. So How is this Urshifu going to deal with these two Pokemon? Amoonguss contended to go for a Sludge Bomb in that Urshifu slot. Big damage, but Urshifu will hang on. Here's the Wicked Blow. Urshifu knocks out that Landorus, so some damage being dealt, but again, Urshifu paid quite a price. It took a lot of damage there into this final turn of Trick Room.
Yeah, Ben's team is looking weakened, and if there was infinite turns of Trick Room ahead, you'd be just looking at these Wicked Blows and Eruptions and saying, well, that's plenty of damage, that will get it done. But there are not infinite turns of Trick Room left. There is one turn of Trick Room left. And Wolf is going to be able to get to the other side of it. He can use double protect here and only make sure and take one attack. Torkoal won't be able to do any damage, and then it will be his turn to go out on the aggression. The Sludge Bomb call that Urshifu would Terastalize means a lot of damage come in. It means that you don't have to worry about Urshifu just taking a hit and dealing a hit back once you get out of this Trick Room. Could have punished even more heavily by going for a Spore on the Torkoal. He threatened that on earlier turns, but if you continued to just fail Spores, it would have given Ben a possible chance back into this game.
Yeah, of course, with the Unseen Fists over on that Urshifu side, the Protects could be punished, but most importantly, you will not be taking damage from this Torkoal, which is going to be a monster under the sun here. Tornadus will protect itself. Again, does not want to take any attack from this Torkoal. Amoonguss will also use this turn to protect as well, wanting to preserve it for the next turn and operate outside of Trick Room. Torkoal opts for Eruption, locking itself into that because of the Choice Specs item into the True Protects, but now Urshifu will be able to hit one of these Pokemon, possibly get a knockout on that Amoonguss, or just try to get some damage down onto that Tornadus, and most importantly, break that Focus Sash.
Yeah, I think that's the smart targeting for Ben here. If Amoonguss gets KO'd, we've seen the Flutter Mane on Wolf's screen that would come back in, and it would feel like so much damage being pressured. But now, these Pokemon are both extremely low. Tornadus is going to be the first to act, but if your first action is Bleak Wind Storm, nothing is a given, but both do lock in. That's the KO on Urshifu, and Torkoal damaged. Torkoal should be slower than Amoonguss, absolutely is slower than Amoonguss with that speed drop.
Yeah, so we saw that Wolf will be targeting that Torkoal with a Spore. There is still the Indeedee in the back for Ben, but that Indeedee is taking a nap. It has taken a turn of sleep, so it does have options to wake up, but again, the speed advantage in Wolf's favor with this Tornadus is so important. A Bleak Wind Storm will just be able to seal the deal here as long as they connect. Wolf does have the option to use Rain Dance in order to make the Bleak Wind Storms 100% accurate, as well as taking away the sun that Torkoal really enjoys operating in.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see exactly how Wolf closes this game. He's at such an enormous advantage that it would take a lot going wrong for Ben to have any avenue back in. And so it'll just be Wolf trying to find what is the safest route to confirm his win here.
Yep, and Tornadus will use Rain Dance here to set up those 100% accurate Bleak Wind Storms. Amoonguss uses Sludge Bomb, will connect in that Torkoal. Torkoal hangs on, but Torkoal will take another turn of sleep here as Indeedee is going to remain asleep. So it looks like it's going to be wrapped up. One Bleak Wind Storm away. Wolf, one game win away from making it to the finals.
Yeah, Indeedee could have woken in there, but there was nothing great to wake up into. If you wake into Trick Room, you just have a Torkoal, Choice Specs locked into Eruption, at almost no health in the rain. It'll be able to pick up the KO on Tornadus with the Focus Sash, but not deal with that Flutter Mane in the back. And ultimately, that Flutter Mane was Wolf's insurance policy to just win that game. I think Wolf did a really great job of keeping Ben from ever being able to get the momentum that he needed in that Trick Room. With the targeting that he used in the first turn, he forced Indeedee to stay on the field and follow me. If it doesn't stay on the field and follow me, then Hatterene goes down to a Sludge Bomb double up. But once it stays on the field and goes for that double Sludge Bomb, then it's a vulnerable point. He can put a Spore into that spot. There's no way for Ben to get two attackers on the field. The Indeedee has to go to sleep. And then the Terastalization on Amoonguss means that Amoonguss has the staying power to take two Expanding Forces. And once it takes two Expanding Forces, that's when things start to shift back into Wolf's favor. Ben runs out of Pokemon that are faster in the Trick Room than the Amoonguss, and the Amoonguss takes control of this game in the same way that we saw Wolf use it against that much softer Trick Room team earlier on in the day.
Yeah, one thing that kind of hindered Ben's ability was just that Indeedee opting to provide that support, just taking turns of sleep, just staying out on the field, not really being able to do anything. You really want your sweepers in after that Indeedee.
But every single turn of that was absolutely forced, right? Wolf uses double Sludge Bomb. Indeedee must protect. Wolf puts a Spore into the Indeedee. Well, Torkoal can't switch in there or it'll be Torkoal asleep. Wolf puts another Spore into the Indeedee. Well, once again, Indeedee cannot switch or it'll be Urshifu or Torkoal asleep in that slot. And so Wolf kind of trapped the NDD on the field during those turns and made Ben waste that time without capitalizing fully on his Trick Room. I think there's one moment in there where things definitely take a different path through the game. The Urshifu came in and used its Teralization to get away from Spore so that Ben could continue to pump out offense, but it stayed not the slowest thing on the field, wasn't able to get multi-hit KOs, and the timer kind of ran out. I wonder if things would have been different with Torkoal coming on the field, but it would have had its own set of problems because the Landers would have just been able to protect itself and extend that time with Taru Trick Room.
And here we go, game 2 here at the semifinals of the Orlando Regional Championships. Ndidi and Hatterene leads for Ben, not changing anything at all, not changing anything at all on Wolf's side either with the Amoonguss and the Landers here. How is this Trick Room setup going to play out differently this time in order to be advantageous for Ben, or is Wolf going to continue to be able to stop Ben from being able to switch things in?
Yeah, Wolf has no reason to change anything. That play of double Sludge Bombs is so safe for Wolf. It really does force a follow me. If Hatterene had Protect so that it could protect itself while NDD Trick Room, then there'd be some risk to the play for Wolf. But it doesn't have it. It could switch. You could try to have Urshifu take that damage. It'd be a lot of damage. You could get Trick Room up that way, but instead it's just the exact same Follow Me play. We're going to see a repeat of Game 1, Turn 1.
Ndidi uses Follow Me. Landers opting for an Earth Power here. Hits in that Ndidi does good damage here. Amoonguss will follow up with a Sludge Bomb in that slot. Ndidi hangs on again as Hatterene will use his turn to set up Trick Room. So Ndidi a lot more damaged this time around than last time, but again, in the same position.
I think that was actually somewhat dangerous for Wolf. If Ndidi had been poisoned by a Sludge Bomb there and gone down, it would have been...
Can't be poisoned because of sheer force.
It was the Amoonguss using Sludge Bomb.
That's right, yeah.
And so the Torque would have given a free entry ramp for the Torkoal, but Ndidi hangs on, is in the same little trap. Wolf changes up his move selection in case it had been a switch in. Urshifu or Torkoal trying to come in and take those Sludge Bombs would have just gone down to an Earth Power Sludge Bomb, double up, and further forced the Follow Me play that really kills Ben's momentum. Really, again, wouldn't expect to see Wolf change anything up here. The set of moves that he made in Game 1 gave Ben so few options. Even if Ben knows that's what's coming, he's got to do something, and so that's an immediate switch. Spending one of his turns of Trick Room, getting the Hatterene off the field and Torkoal on.
Yep, Torkoal will take the field here as the Hatterene will retreat, not going to stay in like last time. It looks like Wolf's Amoonguss will Terrasilize again, becoming that water type that is so vital for this Amoonguss to be able to stick around. Doesn't want to take a Psychic Terrain boosted expanding force at all. Wants to stick around and kind of just be a pest towards Ben's team here as Landers continues to use Protect. This is playing out exactly like it did in Game 1 for Wolf's side, as Amoonguss will use Spore here. It does land into the Ndidi slot and will put it to sleep.
Yeah, Wolf really not being forced to change anything about his game plan. It is such a safe one. Ben being forced to make somewhat risky plays. I mean, switching Torkoal in here could have been a Spore that slot, but also it means that Torkoal comes in and is trying to use Eruption into a water-type Amoonguss. Really threatens that Landers spot a lot better. Where Landers was able to take one Expanding Force, I don't think it will be able to take one Choice Specs Eruption, especially if that's a Terra Fire Eruption, which could just shift the momentum plays in here just enough.
Ben will switch out Ndidi. Important to note that Ndidi has taken one turn of sleep, so it does have an option to be able to wake up the next time that it moves. Hatterene switches in here as Landers will switch out. It will be the Tornadus to take that Landers here. Tornadus does have that Focus Sash, so it will be able to take this one, Choice Specs boosted, Sun boosted, Eruption, and well, hey, you want some more damage, Len? Throw on that Terrazilization boost as well, as Torkoal Terrazilizes into the Fire type to give itself more offensive firepower here with this huge Eruption. Will bring that Tornadus down to the Focus Sash. How much damage is this going to deal to the Amoonguss? That does a lot of damage, but again, that Terrazilization is paying off so much here as Amoonguss hangs on and will be able to eat up its Citrus Berry to heal back up to over 50%.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage to the Amoonguss. It does enough damage to, I think, really do what Ben needed. Oh, it's the Sludge Bomb. It's not a Spore. Torkoal's going to be able to continue to attack. A critical hit, somewhat impactful there, but now both of these Pokemon are in Expanding Force KO range. We've seen how much it did to the Amoonguss. It's about that much. It might be close, but I think it would be enough. And because the Torkoal didn't fall asleep, it can also add the Eruption damage. That's enough to make sure that something like Landorus can't come in and take this. I also think it's interesting to note, in the last game, there was no Incineroar from Wolf wasn't used. Could be the same case again. I'm sure we've seen it on screen already, whether what that fourth Pokemon is in the back. But yeah, Ben now is in that position, has both attackers on the field, ready to pump out a bunch of damage. The Focus Sash is burnt. The health of this water-type Amoonguss is burnt, but it did cost 3 full turns of Trick Room, just 2 left.
Ben will switch out the Torkoal. Wants to be able to reserve that Sun for later on in case Wolf does opt for a Rain Dance here, as well as be able to reset the move that Torkoal has locked itself into. Tornadus will protect itself here as the Indeedee takes the field. Amoonguss will also protect here, trying to stall out another turn of Trick Room and see what... Well, I mean, it's pretty clear what's going to happen, the Expanding Force, but really scouting to see what that Torkoal was going to do, whether it was going to stay in or switch out.
Well, and burns one of the 2 turns of Trick Room left, so now we're down to the last turn of Trick Room. I think this switch is smart from Ben. You understand that Hatterene is doing all the work that is necessary, so Indeedee can come in here, you can try another attempt to wake up. If Expanding Force just picks up this double KO, then it's just a free attempt for Indeedee to wake up. And then you have probably the right 2 Pokemon. If you're going to try to get a second Trick Room, it's going to be very difficult to get a second Trick Room with the weakened Indeedee. But these are the right 2 Pokemon to do it.
Hatterene uses Expanding Force here, will get the KO on the Tornadus. Ew, and Amoonguss hangs on with just 1 hit point! That is a huge survival right there for Wolf. That 1 hit point as Amoonguss will follow up and knock out the Indeedee with a Sludge Bomb. So huge survival right there from that Amoonguss, being able to pick up the scraps with that Indeedee KO as the Twisted Dimensions return to normal. And the Psychic Terrain's gone too.
Yeah, Psychic Terrain also gone. Indeedee will not be able to reset it. Things were looking pretty difficult for Ben either way there. If Amoonguss had gone down, it would have been Fluttermane and Landorus coming on the field. A Dazzling Gleam plus Sludge Bomb double up kind of deals with anything on Ben's board. Now though, Amoonguss only has got that KO, but comes in with stays on the field with only 1 HP, very weakened. Ben will be able to likely put out the Urshifu and threaten, there's no protection against the Sucker Punch now. And a Choice Band Sucker Punch should be enough damage to pick up a K1 Fluttermane, which makes that difficult. It could be feasible to get a second Trick Room here. There's so many options from both players. It can be Sucker Punch, it can be damage into Amoonguss, it can be Trick Room, and it can be trying to preserve Hatterene by switching it out while Urshifu goes after Fluttermane. It can be Rage Powder to move over the Sucker Punch and just Dazzling Gleam, which picks up a KO onto the Urshifu and picks up a bunch of damage on Hatterene, but it's just a free avenue for Trick Room to go back up again. It'd be a much weakened Trick Room. It'd be the Sun close to expiring and Torkoal down to 50% health, Hatterene without Psychic Terrain to boost the Expanding Force, but it would be a path to a second Trick Room.
Tough decisions right now coming from both sides. Both players have to think this turn out. It is going to be an extremely crucial turn here. As the turn moves on, Amoonguss will use Rage Powder, but what does the Urshifu over on Ben's side decide to do? Looks like it did go for a Sucker Punch, does get redirected and failing into that Amoonguss slot, and here comes Fluttermane using Shadow Ball, connects into that Hatterene slot, gonna do some damage and get the 1-hit KO there. So Wolf just slowly picking apart Ben's team. Now it's gonna come down to the Urshifu over on Ben's side, as well as that damage Torkoal in the back.
Well, that just wraps up the game. Yeah. The Urshifu is Choice Band locked into Sucker Punch. Amoonguss can continue to just Rage Powder, redirect those Sucker Punches. Torkoal is at 50% health. It will not be able to take a Photosynthesis boosted Shadow Ball. It'll just go down to that. It means that Ben should never get another attack off in this game. Ben took the stab. The Rage Powder wouldn't come out. The Sucker Punch would be enough damage to pick up the KO on Fluttermane, but it didn't work. Rage Powder redirected it. Urshifu missed its chance to attack and does just concede.
Battle's canceled.
Will be moving on to the finals.
Wolf Glick, finalists here in Orlando, trying to defend that title. We claimed that he had an uphill battle, but it seemed like Wolf had the pieces. He knew what he needed to do in order to defeat this Trick Room team, being able to deal with it without that Rillaboom that we thought would be nice to have in order to disrupt the train. But congratulations to Wolf Glick. Congratulations to Ben Grismer for making it here to the semifinals. But Wolf Glick is going to be your first finalist here at the Orlando Regional Championships.
Yeah, just such a smart game plan that Wolf brought to this match. I think so many players would look at the Incineroar as the thing that can actually, just type chart-wise, stand up against Ben's team, but it didn't play at the pace that Wolf really wanted to play at, and the fact that it couldn't parting shot the Hatterene, I think, would have been really impactful to the match. So instead, goes with a game plan that means that he's able to trade damage even inside of Trick Room, and use the Amoonguss to prevent Ben from having full momentum. Because Ben was never able to really have that pair of attackers, or at least have them for sustained time inside of Trick Room, Wolf was able to take trades. We saw in the first game the Expanding Force not picking up the KO into Landorus, and Landorus getting the Sludge Bomb back into the Hatterene. In the second game, we saw the Eruption not being able to pick up the KO on either the Tornadus or the Amoonguss because it had a sleeping NDD next to it, not a Hatterene following up with Expanding Force. And so that allowed Tornadus to burn a couple extra turns of Trick Room. It switches in, it takes a hit at 1 HP, it protects for a turn. And then it also allowed the Amoonguss to start Sludge Bombing and weakening the Torkoal. That really meant there was so many less options for Ben after that first Trick Room expired.
Yeah, so Wolf played that magnificently, being able to navigate those turns of Trick Room so well. It's nerve-wracking to be able to go up against a Trick Room team, but to pilot yourself through 5 turns where you're not in the speed order that you really want, really well played by Wolf. And again, going into game 1, Wolf had the pieces that he needed to be able to stop Ben from executing that strategy of having the sweepers out and just being able to pick apart Ben's team one by one by one. And again, that defensive Teralization from Amoonguss is huge, just to be able to survive those Expanding Forces and retaliate with damage on its own.
Yeah, the fact that the Amoonguss was bulky enough to, with the Citrus Berry, not be 2-hit KO'd by Expanding Force really changed the complexion of that match. That first game goes a lot differently if Amoonguss doesn't have that continued presence to be able to spore the second slot. And it also stopped the Torkoal in his track. You saw how much damage the boosted Eruption did. Even with the resistance, it still did about 75% to Amoonguss, but 75% was not 100%. And that meant that Amoonguss, again, spent extra time on the field, was able to protect and start burning through Ben's turns of Trick Room, but also Sludge Bomb that Torkoal and pick up extra damage.
Yeah, and then going into game 2, Ben looked like he was able to maneuver through Wolf's kind of game plan a little bit better, but again, just fell a little short, just wasn't able to get all the pieces out at the right time. That Amoonguss pressuring with Spore into that Indeedee slot, just kind of leaving that Indeedee out on the other side of the field. Just taking a little snooze was really just not great for Ben because, again, you have 5 turns to capitalize, and if you cannot guarantee another Trick Room setup, then your hard Trick Room team is gonna kind of just sputter out.
Yeah, absolutely. The Wolf made sure to always have big attackers against the Hatterene. And we saw the Sludge Bomb forcing Follow Me's early on, and then we saw the Shadow Ball just pick up the 1-hit KO on Hatterene when it went for the second Trick Room. Wolf just made sure to have the right attackers in, and Hatterene, that's the trade-off with it. It doesn't have the same bulk to be able to take a Shadow Ball or a Sludge Bomb super effective attacks. Instead, it provides offense that made it a lot more difficult for Ben to get safe Trick Room setups that didn't kind of force his hand in different ways. And part of that hand forcing was Wolf's really smart Landorus plus Amoonguss lead. He stuck with it in both games, and it stretched what Ben's options were so narrowly. The Follow Me was absolutely forced at the beginning of both games, and the couple of turns that sequence after that Follow Me were forced because of the continued offensive presence of that Landorus. It's another point where just enough bulk really helped Wolf. If the Landorus had been vulnerable to being 1-hit KO'd by an Expanding Force, that also changes the complexion of that game. But because both Pokemon were bulky enough, the timer just was always running short on Ben.
Yeah. Well played, Wolf. Glick is your first finalist. Len, there's another top 4 match coming up. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, the next Masters top 4 match will be happening. That's going to be Neil Patel versus Justin Karras. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss any of this action here at the Orlando Regional Championships.
Good game. Good game.
Well, this is actually my first regional, so I didn't actually prepare that much. But I thought, I watched some YouTube videos, went on Reddit, read about other people's experiences, and I have a whole cheering squad here, so, I think I go and meet with them after my games to get a little bit more energy, but yeah, that's basically it.
Obviously have a good sleep, like an 8-hour sleep, and then have a good breakfast too next day. And then I think you should be good for a long day of Pokemon.
If it's this tournament, I don't sleep. I toss and turn on a bed all night and just keep thinking, is my team ready to go? Have I done everything possible to be ready? And I just come in here and play free. and play to what I think I can do. And as long as I do that, I have no regrets and I can go home at the end of the day happy.
Yeah, I think it's really important to make sure that you've got energy to compete throughout the day. That means eating a healthy breakfast. That means getting close to 8 hours of sleep and just being in a good headspace for the tournament. Don't be afraid to give yourself breaks between rounds to do things like listen to music or enjoy fresh air outside the venue. I think it's really just about making sure that your body and mind are ready for a long day of tough competition.
I, first of all, make sure that I get a full night's of rest if I can. Although I know sometimes we end up staying up late to test and make sure our decks are fine. Trying to eat some breakfast ahead of time and really mentally reset, make sure you're ready for a long day and taking one game at a time.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2024 Orlando Regional Championships. And let me tell you, it has been a long day of competition here. We have your trading card game players, we have your video game players, you have your Pokemon Go players, and of course, we are here with the video game, and I am so happy to be joined by Jake once again for this weekend.
It's going to be so great, Gabby. We just had one incredible top 4 match with Wolf and Ben, as well as our other fantastic matches on stream today. We've got 2 more to bring you. Our second top 4 match, which will feature Justin Karras and Neil Patel fighting for the chance to face off against Wolf in the finals in Orlando.
All right, well, I believe both trainers are seated and ready to go. So why don't we go ahead and throw it over to the stage and get this top 4 match started.
So much at stake here, Gabby. We are fighting again for a spot in the finals of the Orlando Regional Championships. Justin seeking his 2nd ever regional title and Neil seeking his first, I believe already his best finish at a regional so far, having previously fell at the top 8 hurdle multiple times.
I mean, you can see it right here on the screen with his accomplishments. Never quite finding purchase beyond top 8, but here he is in top 4 and running a very, I would say, not necessarily standard, but anticipated balance team with some unique twists. There was the Terra Poison on his Urshifu Rapid Strike. You had that Incineroar with safety goggles. You had the Chen-Pao with Focus Stash and the Stella Terra type. Really a lot of little twists that just keep his opponents guessing.
I do think this, if you just look at the 6 Pokemon listed, is a pretty, basic standard balance team, like you said, but I don't even think that's necessarily a bad thing, right? This is the standard because it's so good. And of course, like you pointed out, there are some cool techs that Neil has on this team. Terra Water Rillaboom, not something we see super often. Stellar Terra Chen-Pao, something we saw in Neil's top 8 match to boost the power of all 3 of its different type attacks. We got Ice, Dark, and Fighting, which is really, really good coverage. And of course, there's the Will-O-Wisp on Incineroar too, which I think is really cool. It really shuts down any kind of physical attack coming through from Neil's opponents.
Well, his opponent, Justin Karras, is looking for his 2nd regional championship, like you just mentioned, Jake, and is running a really unique team. Quick recap on his accomplishments: made top 16 at Worlds in 2016, day 2 of Worlds in 2017, and here is that team. There's the Indeedee and the Iron Crown Psy-Spam mode that we saw him use to beat Wolf Glick yesterday in day 1 of the competition, but let me tell you, Jake, these trainers are all ready to go. So let's just skip the preamble and jump right into it. Justin Karras leading that Urshifu and the Ogerpon on his side of the field against Raging Bolt and Incineroar for Neil.
Two, I mean, kind of standard leads you might expect. These are all very good Pokemon in this metagame. We have the potential for some follow me action coming out of that Ogerpon, which could possibly protect that Urshifu from a Thunderclap right off the bat. When you're using this Scarf Urshifu, a lot of times you want to use it with that U-turn move to reposition, kind of pivot your Pokemon around. But one of the few Pokemon you have a really tough time doing that into is the Thunderclap Raging Bolt, which we do see coming out of Neil, especially with that Photosynthesis boost from the Booster Energy, boosting that special attack even further. One Thunderclap will easily be enough to take out Urshifu given the chance.
Not only that, Raging Bolt also has the option to go for additional boosts thanks to Calm Mind and can protect itself with Protect. This is not the Assault Vest variant that we've seen do so well previously in Regulation F. Here comes Justin's Iron Crown taking the field in place of that Choice Scarf Urshifu. Will activate its own Quark Drive thanks to Booster Energy and get a special attack boost, but there's no Psychic Terrain on the field yet. It's kind of surprising to see this Pokemon.
It does switch in a decent, defensive switch there. If a Dragon Pulse comes through, won't take too much damage. Ivy Cudgel, though, the move of choice into the Neil's Urshifu, which switches in for the Incineroar, while Raging Bolt goes for a Calm Mind right away.
With Raging Bolt at +2, essentially special attack, thanks to that Booster Energy boost, you do have to wonder if there is an Indeedee in the back of Justin's party to try and shut down those Thunderclaps and otherwise negate any priority moves on Neil's side of the field. This would be a great opportunity to try and switch it in. Here goes the Ogerpon, and here comes the Indeedee.
Well called, Gabby. Indeedee in the back, here to support the Iron Crown, block all priority moves with the Psychic Terrain, and more importantly, boost the power and the reach of the Expanding Force coming out from Iron Crown.
A double Protect on Neil's side of the field to see how Justin would approach this turn. I'm curious what attacking move the Iron Crown went for here. Justin confirms it was Expanding Force, the attack of choice, which makes a lot of sense as it would have done super effective damage to the Urshifu and a good chunk of damage to that Raging Bolt, despite the Calm Mind.
Yeah, this Calm Mind could prove problematic because even though the Iron Crown is set up very well with that Booster Energy, with the Psychic Terrain up, the boosted special defense on the Raging Bolt will allow it to take a couple attacks and not necessarily have the chance to swing at this Iron Crown right away, thanks to the possibility of a Follow Me coming out from Indeedee.
Neil switching in the Rillaboom to remove the Psychic Terrain from the field as well. So now those Expanding Forces will no longer be a double targeting move. Indeedee, though, also will switch out for the Urshifu on Justin's side of the field. Expanding Force single target into that Raging Bolt does a good amount of damage. Dragon Pulse into that Scarf Urshifu, though, is a one-hit knockout.
Big one-hit knockout there. Urshifu not known for having a great special defense stat, and thanks to the +1 special defense from Calm Mind and the Photosynthesis boost from the Booster Energy, a clean one-hit KO. However, I don't know that that's terrible for Justin because he does get this immediate swap back to Indeedee. A great Rillaboom switch in from Neil there to cancel out the Psychic Terrain, but now that you have Indeedee back on the field, Psychic Terrain goes right back up. No fake outs, no Thunderclaps, no Grassy Glides with priority on this turn, and Iron Crown does still have the chance to start throwing out some boosted Expanding Forces. Unfortunately for Justin, Neil can also very easily just swap out the Rillaboom and bring it back in to reset Grassy Terrain, so terrain control is going to be a very important factor in this matchup.
Yeah, but if you had to choose between losing your Ogerpon Hearthflame and your Urshifu, I would think losing the Urshifu, staring down a Raging Bolt and a Rillaboom in particular, is the better trade for Justin. That all being said, the Rillaboom will leave the field for Neil, and Indeedee sticks around with a helping hand for its partner, that Iron Crown.
Ooh.
Expanding Force does not affect Incineroar, but will get a boost from terrain, will connect with the Raging Bolt, but falls short of a knockout. Dragon Pulse in return, it's not very effective, doesn't do a lot of damage, but still, Raging Bolt is on its final turns.
Well, a great play from Justin there too, and knowing that he might have the chance to get this huge Expanding Force off. With this Raging Bolt being so bulky and having the +1 special defense boost, you needed to find at least one time where you could go for that big Expanding Force. Neil had the option to protect that turn and possibly bring the Incineroar in to re-swap the Rillaboom back in on this coming turn and get rid of that Psychic Terrain, but Justin took great advantage of the fact that Psychic Terrain is still up. He still has the chance to go for that big Expanding Force, and it pays off. The Dragon Pulse still doing under half to Iron Crown means it's still in a pretty strong position here, and considering the Incineroar actually does not carry unnecessary Flare Blitz. Knockoff is the only move of option, and the item is already gone from the Iron Crown, so the knockoff damage will not be boosted.
Protect on the Iron Crown this turn means it won't be taking damage from the Dragon Pulse from that Raging Bolt. Indeedee has access to one attacking move, and it is going to be enough to deal that little bit of damage to pick up the KO onto the Raging Bolt. Incineroar now tries to go for a parting shot into the protecting Iron Crown.
Huge turn from Justin there. The Iron Raging Bolt is now just gone. Iron Crown protects itself from that parting shot as well, so it stays at the neutral special attack, and again, still boosted from that booster energy. Rillaboom does now come in, so you have the option for Fake Out because Psychic Terrain is gone. You have the option to pivot that Incineroar out and preserve another Fake Out for later on. And of course, you have the option to damage this Iron Crown now with a combination of Fake Out and Knockoff. But again, Gabby, the Indeedee is also still right there, so this Iron Crown has a lot of protection at its side.
It does, but it can't necessarily go for Expanding Force at its full power because of the loss of the terrain. I think it still is the optimal attacking move for this Iron Crown, though, because you want to deal a ton of damage to that Rillaboom. Tachyon Cutter's not going to cut it, and you can't necessarily Terrastalize into a Water type for Terra Blast when you're staring down a Rillaboom.
Especially because I think you really want to save your Terrestrialization for this Ogerpon in the back if you're Justin. That Fire type Ogerpon with the attack boost now should be able to outspeed pretty much everything Neil has left and fire off some very powerful attacks. But we have no Terrestrialization from the Ogerpon. It will be this Iron Crown.
It is a risky Terrestrialization if Neil went for any grass type attacks into the now water type Iron Crown. But first, we also see Neil's Terrestrialization. It's going to be the ghost type Incineroar to avoid the Terra Blast.
That's a really cool matchup, quirk there, because your Incineroar now is no longer weak to the Terra Blast coming out from this Iron Crown. No helping hand though, Indeedee goes for Follow Me, making sure no damage will be dealt to the Iron Crown on this turn as it goes straight for that Terra Blast. You have to imagine that it's meant for the Incineroar as it is, and a smart Terrestrialization from Neil there, as we see it may have just been KO'd by that Terra Blast.
Woodhammer from that Rillaboom, though, with a critical hit as well, is able to knock out the Indeedee in one hit. And now this poor Iron Crown is stuck on the field. It will have its special attack lowered thanks to the parting shot. And it's staring down a Rillaboom. This is not a good place for Justin to find himself.
Yeah, rough critical hit there. I think one Woodhammer, usually not enough to KO an Indeedee from full HP, and the parting shot would have been redirected into that slot. Importantly, keeping the Indeedee around and also keeping the Iron Crown special attack at neutral. It is a water type, so you are going to be resisting Surging Strikes, which is a nice little boon for this Iron Crown, but unfortunately, you are now weak to the grass type attacks coming out of this Rillaboom.
Ogerpon on Justin's side of the field is going to be his final Pokemon and does have access to its own Woodhammer, which would do significant damage to the opposing Urshifu. But I think the bigger question for Justin is, how do I power through the opposing Rillaboom?
Rillaboom and this Incineroar in the back. The nice thing for Justin about the Incineroar Terrestrializing is that now it no longer resists the attacks coming out of his own Ogerpon. So you are going to have the chance to swing at it with something like a Woodhammer that is boosted by this grassy terrain now, notably. And of course, the Ivy Cudgels with that boosted critical hit rate. I do think Justin still has a way into this game because Expanding Force, even without the terrain boost, even at -1 special attack, will do a lot of damage to this fighting type Urshifu.
Incineroar taking the field for the Rillaboom, going to bring with it that Intimidate to lower the Ogerpon's attack by 1 stage. Whether or not this will make a deal with this turn, we will have to see as Urshifu locks in Protect. Iron Crown goes for a Protect as well, so it's just this Ogerpon that will be attacking this turn. Ivy Cudgel into the Incineroar, does not get the critical hit and does fall short of the knockout.
Knockout not coming through is huge for Neil because now he has the option to go straight for a Fake Out with this Incineroar. Make sure that either the Iron Crown or the Ogerpon is not able to fire off an attack on this coming turn, which will be very great for the Urshifu. You get the Intimidate off as well, which will mitigate damage coming out from this Ogerpon, which is now at -1 attack. Cannot Terrestrialize to get that Embody Aspect boost, and now you have a chance at possibly surviving something like a Woodhammer in this grassy terrain with your own Urshifu.
Justin is in a tough spot indeed, and even if you wanted to try and spiky shield this turn so that you wouldn't flinch from the fake out, you do have to remember that Urshifu's Unseen Fist ability allows it to attack through any protecting moves. We see that spiky shield from Ogerpon though, which means it will not flinch this turn. Fake out going into that protecting Pokemon. The Incineroar going to take a little bit of damage in recoil. The big question here though is who did Urshifu target down? It is that Ogerpon. It takes 1 hit. It takes 2 hits.
Oh, this is gonna be so
Will
close.
it be able to hold on through a third?
Oh.
It is just barely able to hold on. Iron Crown now expanding force into that Urshifu, also falling short of the KO.
The combination of losing Psychic Terrain and the parting shot just barely enough to keep Urshifu around. That is a game-sealing turn for Neil. The Pokemon advantage is too high, and this Ogerpon has no access to priority moves that could possibly save it from an Aqua Jet coming out from the Urshifu on Neil's end. Aqua Jet taking down Ogerpon will mean that the Iron Crown is left all alone, and it can possibly even just get parting shotted again on this turn to get that special attack down even further. Of course, the Rillaboom remaining in the back for Neil has those super effective grass-type moves, so it looks like Neil has set himself up very nicely to take this first game.
Aqua Jet connects for the knockout, and just like you said, Jake, it looks like Neil will win this game number 1. We do get to see how much damage Tachyon Cutter does to the Urshifu, which could come in handy in future sets. But for now, with the Urshifu gone and with, I believe, a knockoff coming through on this Incineroar, there will probably be one more turn with the Rillaboom on the field until we can officially wrap this game up and start talking about game number 2.
Of course, the Rillaboom does have to come back in and seal this game up, but it is nothing more than a formality at this point. Barring some crazy critical hits here, I don't think that there's much of a chance for this Iron Crown to take this Rillaboom and Incineroar on its own. Unfortunately, it does not have the Psychic Terrain and Indeedee next to it so desperately loves to see. Protect coming out this turn, trying to stall out one final turn of Grassy Terrain and dodge a possible fake out. So Justin doing all he can, giving himself some more time to think about game 2 as well here.
Yeah, I was just looking at the Iron Crown in particular and trying to figure out, like, if he gets the critical hit, is there enough damage on that Rillaboom for expanding force to be a KO? Knowing that the Rillaboom is holding an Assault Vest and knowing that the Incineroar would still be free to attack for multiple turns as well, I do think it's just a matter of time here. But if we can see how much damage a attack does into Rillaboom, the attack of choice being Tachyon Cutter here, that is good information for Justin, and I think he is trying to take as much information as he can forward in game number 2, knowing just how much is on the line.
And of course, the smart choice for Justin there not to forfeit, just to see how much damage those Tachyon Cutters do into that Rillaboom. But Neil is the one who takes this first game, puts himself one step closer to a finals appearance at the Orlando Regional Championships. I think a very well-played set from, or well-played game from Neil in that first game.
For sure, relying on that Fire, Water, Grass core between the Rillaboom, the Incineroar, and the Urshifu Rapid Strike to put a lot of pressure down onto the board against Justin, ensuring that the terrain never really stuck around, as the Iron Crown really relies on that Psychic Terrain in order to unlock its full potential. The early knockout on that Urshifu as well was just huge, as that Pokemon with its Choice Scarf really would have given Justin a bit more maneuverability and a bit more of a threat against that Incineroar in particular.
I think the terrain control is going to be very important for both of these trainers in this match. We saw in game 1, Neil was able to keep the grassy terrain up much more often than Justin had psychic terrain up, and that was a big difference maker, because if the Iron Crown had another 1 or 2 more turns of firing off those boosted spread expanding forces, that could have been the difference that he needed to take that game. But I think Justin losing that Urshifu to the Dragon Pulse switch in very early on made his switch options much more readable, much more unsafe, much more difficult to do without getting punished, because when you only have 3 Pokemon left, if you switch one out, your opponent knows what it's going to be, especially when you've revealed all 4 of them, of course. So knowing that, Neil has plays he can make where, okay, I know only Ogerpon can be in the back. If Justin does swap out this Indeedee to try and get his terrain back up But in this case, we're going to see the Raging Bolt right off the bat again, except a different lead for Justin.
Yeah, Justin going with the Ogerpon and the Urshifu on his side of the field. They both will be affected by the Intimidate from Neil's own Incineroar, but this is a much more offensive start to the game. That being said, though, you still have the Urshifu locked in against the Raging Bolt. You have to wonder if there is going to be an early switch to set up Psychic Terrain here, which could be really dangerous for Justin.
It could. You really have to do something to protect this Urshifu from Thunderclap. Of course, we did not see Neil go for it right off the bat in Game 1, but that is a really scary option he has here, because if you do get the chance to Thunderclap a Water-type Urshifu, it just gets knocked out in one hit, especially with that Photosynthesis booster energy boost. So Justin has to be very careful when he opts to attack with his Urshifu, but no swaps yet.
No swaps yet, and the Thunderclap able to get an early knockout on Urshifu. Once again, Justin starting the game off on the back foot, possibly looking to rely on Follow Me from the Ogerpon there to maybe try and open something up. But given that the Ogerpon moves after the Thunderclap went through, I don't know what Justin's game plan was there.
That was a massive gambit from Neil, and probably a play you make knowing I'm up one game already. If I get this right, I'm in such a strong position in this game too, and I put myself even closer to the finals. If Justin swapped the Indeedee in, if he swapped the Urshifu out for anything, that play goes horribly wrong, because you're getting no damage out with the 2 priority moves you selected on that turn, both of which would have been blocked by Psychic Terrain, but Neil reads straight through that, takes a bit of a risky play, and it pays off hugely right on turn 1.
Incineroar switching out on the field for Rillaboom, which is a great Pokemon to take the field opposite the Iron Crown. Also will take the opportunity to set up the grassy terrain. Iron Crown going for a Protect this turn, not wanting to take any damage, but Ogerpon, Ivy Cudgel into that Rillaboom.
Okay.
It does fall short of a KO, but that Rillaboom is definitely within knockout range from an attack from Iron Crown now.
Nice play from Justin there. I think he was trying to read Neil, reading his swap from Ogerpon into Indeedee, and just based on how the speeds work, if Ogerpon swapped out to Indeedee first, it would switch first before the Incineroar because of the speed order. So Incineroar would have swapped out to Rillaboom after the Indeedee switches in, which would have had Grassy Terrain up. Justin, knowing that, goes for the Ivy Cudgel into that slot, because keeping the Grassy Terrain up is a big priority for Neil here, and trying to get any damage onto that Rillaboom that you can early on is really important. Now Justin has a much safer swap, into a possible Indeedee on this turn if he wants, which could possibly give you the benefit of that spread damage expanding force, but it doesn't look like we're seeing that just yet.
Incineroar certainly would be happy to take that expanding force as well, given that it's currently still a Dark-type Pokemon. But no switches, a second Ivy Cudgel into that Incineroar. It's not very effective, but it does get the critical hit for a little bit of extra damage. And Terra Blast, there's no Terastallization just yet, but still does enough to bring that Incineroar down into the yellow. Dragon Pulse will knock out the Ogerpon, and now Justin is in a very precarious position. 2 Pokemon remaining for him, all 4 Pokemon remaining for Neil. And Neil, at any point in time, can switch in his Rillaboom to remove this critical Psychic Terrain.
Exactly. Once Rillaboom comes in, there is no more Psychic Terrain for the rest of this game, which will be a really big deal for Justin, because no longer will he have the chance to go for those boosted expanding forces. No longer will he have the chance to get the spread expanding force as well, because that terrain is up. Incineroar switches out, Rillaboom comes in, Psychic Terrain is now gone. It is Justin's Indeedee and Iron Crown versus the world, and Rillaboom has just set up the Grassy Surge.
Iron Crown can still go for some decent damage here, but we actually see Justin go for a Terastallization onto the Indeedee this time around, becoming a Fairy-type Pokemon, which, if the Raging Bolt locked into Dragon Pulse for this turn, means that it will not take any damage. No redirection. Terra Blast is enough to pick up the KO onto that Rillaboom. Indeedee now free to go for an attack, as it's not going to take damage from the Dragon Pulse that did target down that slot. Terra Fairy boosted Dazzling Gleam, single target into that Raging Bolt, does more damage than you'd think.
I'm loving these normal type Terra Blasts. They're actually been a big deal for Justin here. That neutral damage into Incineroar paying off. and of course getting the KO on that Rillaboom without having to worry about the resisted or immune damage from Expanding Force or Tachyon Cutter. The Terra Fairy Indeedee now presents a pretty big problem for Raging Bolt. It's kind of the same principle as with Clefairy, like we heard Stefan talk about earlier on in this tournament. But now if Indeedee goes for Follow Me, Thunderclap will fail and Dragon Pulse will do 0 damage. So unless this Indeedee can get knocked out by the Ogerpon on Neil's side of the field, Raging Bolt cannot do anything right now.
And it does also make me wonder what move would do the most damage to this Ogerpon, who does take this opportunity to terrestrialize and get the attack boost from the Embody aspect, which I think it's going to need if it wants to try and take this Indeedee out in 1 or 2 hits.
It really does. Helping Hand comes through here. No Follow Me because Justin knows this Raging Bolt can't do much damage anyway. Ivy Cudgel comes straight through from Neil's +1 attack Ogerpon into the Indeedee on Justin's side of the field for a huge 1-hit KO with Ivy Cudgel.
With Indeedee gone, it is just the Iron Crown remaining for Justin. Will have the opportunity to go for Expanding Force this turn, and it actually falls short of a KO onto the Ogerpon without the Psychic Terrain. It might be too little too late though, as now without the threat of redirection anymore, this Iron Crown can be hit by Dragon Pulses, it can be hit by Thunderclaps, and Neil is now moving on to face Wolf Glick in the finals here of the Orlando Regional Championships.
Justin had so many opportunities to fire off attacks in the whole 2 games we saw played out during that set. Unfortunately, so many times Neil did not allow him to have the Psychic Terrain up, which meant that the Expanding Force, the Tachyon Cutters, all of them just barely did not cut it. And the huge terrestrialization there coming out from the Ogerpon in the very end of that second game, enough to KO the Indeedee in 1 hit and re-unlock that Raging Bolt to go for some Calm Minds, finish up the game against this Iron Crown itself if Ogerpon wasn't able to.
Yeah, it's always a tough battle when you have those terrains in play because it comes down to just which Pokemon switches in when and that turn order. And I think Justin made a very smart move in this game number 2 where he tried to keep the Indeedee as one of the last possible Pokemon. But thanks to that early, again, the early knockout on that Urshifu was just forced to play on the back foot and just could not quite find the advantage despite the fact he came so close.
Urshifu really just did nothing this entire match, Gabby.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Justin, it's a really nice source of damage for this team, but Neil played so well around it, catching him with that Dragon Pulse in game 1 and just wiping it off the field in turn 1 of game 2 with that Thunderclap. Again, a play that was a big risk considering there are so many things that could have happened for that Thunderclap to not go through, but Neil reading right through it, thinking Justin would not swap that Indeedee in immediately, getting himself a huge advantage at the start of game 2 that Justin just couldn't recover from.
Yeah, but I mean, shout outs to Justin for getting Indeedee Iron Crown so far in this final Regulation F tournament. I think a lot of people counted these 2 Pokemon out very early on in the format, and it just goes to show, you know, when you're piloted by a very powerful trainer, when you're able to find those moves and those plays. I mean, who would think of using Terra Blast on an Iron Crown without the terrestrialization? That feels like a Porygon 2 play, right?
Exactly. I think Porygon 2 is the only thing I've ever seen do that.
Yeah.
Like 2 actual good effects.
Yeah, so congratulations to Justin for making it to top 4 of this regionals, but there's only one more match remaining, and it is going to be Wolf Glick versus Neil Patel for the title of your 2024 Orlando Regional Champion.
It's going to be a great match too, Gabby.
Yeah.
We've seen some fantastic Pokemon all day. Neil has won 2 great matches on stream already in Top Cut, and will look to play a third to take down the reigning champion here. Wolf looking to make even more history. He's already won the most regionals of anyone in VGC history, but looking to add to that score of 8, make it a 9th regional win, which would be absolutely crazy, and of course be our first double regional champion of the year.
I know, and that's quite a crazy feat when you come to think about it.
Yeah.
There's a lot on the line too for both these trainers. I mean, Wolf obviously already qualified for the World Championships. If Neil wins, he will be able to just get that ticket immediately to Worlds, and that's a lot of pressure to play under for sure.
It is. Of course, when you're Neil, you're going for your first regional title. It's going to be so nerve-wracking, so scary to play in your first final. And then you add on top of that the fact that you're playing Wolf Glick in that final, who has done this so many times before. He's probably won more regionals than I've ever entered in my life. So,
Wait, really? You haven't entered
that's
8 regionals?
I have, for sure.
Okay, I was going to say, I mean, you and I have been around the block a few times.
He's won more regionals than I have top cut. There we go.
Yeah, that's a true statement for me as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's going to be an uphill battle, really for both players, because Neil is playing some fantastic Pokemon this weekend, but it's going to be really, really cool to see how they opt to switch up their strategies, because I'm sure at this point, both of their teams are somewhat well known in terms of standard compositions, and at least they've played on stream a few times, and maybe they've got the chance to kind of watch their opponents play. So seeing how they tackle this great opposition in the finals will be really interesting.
For sure. So we're going to take a quick break while we set up this incredible finals match here in Orlando, so please stay tuned.
Chuppa Cross has worked so hard for so long. One of the most consistent players in North America. He's hunting for that first title, and I know he can taste it.
I wanted to use the pairing of Tornadus and other strong and fast offensive Pokemon to really overwhelm my opponents with damage. And I really wanted to opt into that priority tailwind and just start hitting my opponent with moves like Surging Strikes immediately.
Sacred Sword gets the one-hit knockout onto Heatran with the critical hit.
I found myself maybe trying to leverage some of the defensive aspects of my team a little bit more, really trying to use things like my Fire, Water, Grass core of Arcanine, Rillaboom, and Urshifu Water, just because they have amazing synergy with Tornadus. They're great at keeping each other alive and letting you play not only long games, but long games where you're doing more damage than your opponent can.
And with another Surging Strikes targeting down that Urshifu, it doesn't even need 3 of those hits to lock in the KO.
The one that I lost to before is Rogov, who I knew was going to be a really tough opponent, and I really had to start finding some creative ways to win that game and make tough decisions on which Pokemon I was going to have to sacrifice to stay in the game. Like in turn 1 of game 3 against Rogov, knowing hey, I think my strategy here is just going to revolve around losing Fluttermane turn 1, and I have to accept that. I have to make a sacrifice to keep myself in the game.
I really like the Fluttermane adjustment there from Chuppa. Not exactly the use we thought it would be.
I've proven that I'm really one of the best when it comes to consistency. One of the hallmarks of my plays is I do not mess up very often, and when my opponents mess up, I am ready to capitalize on it. That's part of why you see me in day 2s and top 8s so often, because I don't mess up, and I'm not going to start messing up.
Oh, but he doubled into it!
The Heatran is going down. Chuppa was just one big read away from claiming the match.
I want to be one of the best in the country and one of the best in the world, and I've been chasing it for so long. It's part of why this victory after a couple of second places, as even earlier this year, means so much to me, to prove that I really am one of the best in North America.
Chuppa Cross gets the knockout and claims his first regional championship in the Masters division after so much hard work. Take a bow, Chuppa Cross.
It's really just great to show that I can stand up there with the best. We've had some phenomenal players win this season, and I'm just so happy to show that I am one of them.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Orlando Regional Championships. It is just about time for the very last match of the day, our Masters Video Game Championships Finals between Wolf Glick and Neil Patel. I'm still Jake Muller, she's still Gabby Snyder, and we are still very excited for this last match of Pokemon. But before we get into that, we want to hear a little bit more from you guys. We've got some fun little tweets you guys have sent in using that hashtag PlayPokemon.
I also want to hear more from the crowd, because that was a great crowd reaction. Y'all are awesome out there. Yeah, there we go.
We hear you. We hear you guys.
We hear you. But let's also hear what y'all are saying on social media too, because thankfully I cannot hear that literally. I have to use my eyes to see it.
Not yet, at least, until they start implanting it.
Oh, please no. I'm not ready for that.
All right, let's bring up those tweets with that hashtag PlayPokemon. Some exciting action over the weekend. We've got Al, some incredible art here. More Charizard dominance at the biggest regional. I'm assuming Charizard's doing well in the trading card game, Gabby.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, it's no surprise. Tord obviously did fantastic with it at EUIC in the previous weekend. I actually played 3 games with it on TCGL, which I was very proud of myself for. But I love the art because you have the crystal terrestrialization effect on the Charizard, you have the hat, and then you have all of Charizard's friends there with the support, with the Rotom, with the Pidgeot that allows you to just pick a card from your deck, which is just broken. And of course, Bibarel, which is not a Bidoof, but you get brownie points for putting it there. So.
I'm glad you know what some of these things do in the trading card game, Gabby, because I just look at this and I go, oh, birds.
I mean, that's objectively correct as well. And shout outs to Pokemon Go regional champion Pidgeot and Junebug97, who is absolutely insane at Pokemon Go for sure. But
I guarantee you we won't ever see Pidgeot do well in VGC, so it's cool that it's gotten success in the other 2 games in the past couple weeks.
And that's the nice thing about Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
Just because one Pokemon doesn't do well in VG doesn't mean it will do well in the other games. You just gotta wait. I mean, Bidoof is a world champion.
Exactly.
Which just makes me happy.
All right, let's move on to our next tweet from the community. From Lou the Pikachu, our fellow caster friend, declaring that Paul has changed allegiance and gone Team Blue Gastrodon. She is so proud.
I'm really impressed that Lou actually keeps track of people's allegiances, and I'm also a little bit scared. I don't think I've ever accidentally betrayed Blue Gastrodon, but I feel like I need to do some soul searching and just make sure.
I'm proud to say that I've always been firmly on Team Blue Gastrodon, and I don't think I ever have or ever will disappoint Lou, because if I did, I would be absolutely crushed. So Lou, if you're watching, just trust me, I'm always on your team on this side here.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Lou, as well, if you're still watching and Gimli's also watching, can you please say hi to Gimli for me? Actually, any of y'all out there with pets, please just tell them that Gabby says hi and maybe give them a pet or a treat or whatever form of affection they prefer.
All right, let's jump over to our 3rd tweet. We've got Sierra, another caster tweet with the Day 2 Orlando watch party live now. I love that she was able to co-stream this weekend. I'm sure she had some fantastic interaction with her viewers and her chats. And of course, there's a very, very cute Joltik plush hanging out with her as well.
I don't think that Joltik is life-size, though.
Surely
because
not.
I feel like the Joltik is supposed to be a little bit smaller, maybe?
I think whenever I catch Joltik in Pokemon Go, it's like the tiniest little circle you have to hit. I know. This is terrestrialized. There's Dynamax Joltik.
Oh,
that's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes so much sense. But yeah, Sierra, hope you're having fun. Hopefully we'll see you again soon. And you also have a cat, so please say hello to your pets for me. Thank you.
Let's see if our next tweet is a cat picture. What do you think,
It
Gabby?
has to be.
Unfortunate.
His wolf click is Incineroar confirmed.
Okay, true.
You said it.
That's
you
true.
said it.
I did manifest that. Is he a cat or is he a goat? I don't know. Watching the goat Wolfie Glick from the Krampus Claws from the crowd here in Orlando. I don't know. Goats and cats are like, they're both 4-legged.
I guess, yeah. And arguably, I feel like if you had to pick an animal that would be arguably the GOAT at VGC, I feel like cats are just the level of like chaotic neutral to just excel at this game.
How many cats have Intimidate? Like Incineroar, Landorus is kind of cat-like.
Do we count Torracat as a separate one?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, that's at least 3.
At least 3.
Yeah.
That's
is
pretty good.
Luxray a cat? Does Luxray have Intimidate? No, it doesn't. I don't know why I always think
I feel like Luxray is more of a cat than a dog, at least. It does get intimidated.
Yeah.
I was more concerned about what animal it would be like. But anyways, that's not here. Wolf is currently preparing to play in the finals. So if you haven't had a chance to watch the GOAT, not the cat, live, just wait a moment. We'll get there. And looks like we have a Zoroark. On the team and on the Switch. Okay, that's Hisuian Zoroark from Philip over there.
Yeah, it looks really cool. It went 6-3 yesterday on day 1. Needed those points to keep my World's invite on track. Congrats on those points here in Orlando. Of course, you know, we kind of focus all of our commentary on who's going to make day 2, who's going to make top 8, who's going to make finals. But if you're attending this tournament and you don't make day 2, you can absolutely still walk away with those all-important championship points, just like Philip here with a 6-3 or even a 5-4 finish. I believe some of them achieved championship points as well.
Yeah, and one thing I gotta say is that I love that we have those floor cameras now for interviews, as it's really fun to have an excuse to just go talk to people during day 1 of the competition. You know, people who maybe would not expect to do well and be on stream otherwise. You know, maybe they just rolled up with a few of their favorites. It's their first regional and they're having a good time. I love telling those stories because at the end of the day, while the stream is very much focused on the competitive aspect of Pokemon, it really is a community game and a community experience. Like, you come here to meet friends, you come here to hang out, have a good time, play and enjoy a game you love, and hopefully someday qualify for Worlds. But even if you don't, that's okay too.
Of course. Well, there's one more thing you may have been following along at home is our caster predictions. Let's jump over right before our finals to see how well we all did. I'm sure we all nailed it, actually.
Oh, about that. I think, so to be fair, we had to ignore the top 12 Pokemon from UIC in our picks.
Yes.
So if you're looking at this list and being like, nobody picked Incineroar, they're literally throwing, believe me, I tried it once, I got roasted for it. It's not worth it. But still, there is no Trick Room in finals, so I feel like we all swung and missed on that.
My personal reason for picking Ursaluna and Porygon 2 is I kind of figured, you know, last major of the format, people might just kind of copy Nils because it just won the UIC.
Oh, yeah.
So that was my way of tossing a congrats to Nils and an assumption that people might just copy that team. Clearly, didn't work out. We saw Ursaluna at least, but I don't think we saw a single Porygon 2 on stream.
We saw Como.
And we saw Archaludon.
Yeah.
Archaludon had a couple good wins on stream.
And Skeledirge was very much on the go stream. So, like,
true.
You got that one, I think.
There were some that went 6-3 yesterday as well, but I also just had to shout out Skeledirge because it's the crocodile and we're in Florida. I think that gives it like a morale boost that maybe I thought could carry it to day 2, but unfortunately did not.
That's okay, though. Like I said earlier, sometimes a Pokemon is better in some games versus another game.
True. Yeah.
Though a 6-3 is honestly a lot more than I would expect from Skeledirge this late on in the Regulation F tournament, especially if you think back to the Pokemon usage from day number 2. The Rapid Striker Shifu was very, very, very up there. Skeledirge, not exactly equipped to handle that matchup.
No, probably one of the worst possible matchups for it, actually. So
yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's not great, but it's fine. We had some Clefairies do well. Shout out to Len and Dwee for that one.
Yeah, and also I think there were some Ting-Lu in Top Cut contention, but unfortunately we could not feature those matches on stream. So I would give ourselves a solid B.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
You know, B's get degrees.
This is true.
Also C's, but we're better than a C.
there was some Trick Room. We saw Ben Grismer with the Hard Trick Room team. Unfortunately, not the Porygon 2 or the Cresselia, but the Indeedee and the Hatterene instead.
You know.
I mean, it's like a spiritual.
I think it's close enough. Can I bump us up to a B+?
I'll allow it.
Oh, all right.
Go us.
Cool. I'm not tanking my GPA anymore at this at this regional championship.
Because our report. So what we haven't actually told you is throughout the year they're tracking our predictions and how well
100%.
they do. Yeah.
I would actually be really curious to go back and compile that myself. Because it would be cool to say, like, who's the caster prediction champion?
That would be kind of fun, actually.
But I don't know, because there were a couple regionals before we established the top 12 rule formally, and I will admit I personally inflated my grade because of that. So, yeah.
I don't know, underrated Incineroar pick before we had Incineroar usage?
I mean, I was picking Iron Hands back when it was like #1, and I did not live that down. So, I mean, if Sierra's co-streaming this right now, she will confirm that. So.
Call us out, Sierra. You can fact check us.
So yeah, that's where we're at with caster predictions. This is where we're at for the regional championships here in Orlando. Unfortunately, we do need just a little bit more time to get suit ready for the finals, but that does give us a great opportunity to look back at the top 8 matches that we featured throughout the day so far. We kicked off top 8 where Wolf Glick beat Zachary Weed 2-1 in an incredibly close set. We saw Neil Patel beat Charles Moses 2-0 in a not as close set, but still very well played from both trainers. Wolf Glick beat Ben Grismer 2-0. We just saw Justin and Neil play, and now there's just 2 remaining.
I really enjoyed watching both of Ben's matches, or rather just, well, yeah, Ben played on stream earlier today, not in Top Cut, but seeing a team like that, I think is always really cool because Ben is known for using some more like outside picks. He doesn't often use Pokemon that fall into that top 12 and instead tends to get more creative with his team building. And it's really cool to see that still being rewarded, especially a team as cool as his. I'm a big fan of, we've talked about this on stream before, Gabby, you and I, we both like Psychic Spam, okay?
Yeah.
We're admitting it.
Yeah,
Fine, you got us.
I called myself out multiple times in the past. I will fully admit, sometimes you just want to play a Psychic Spam game.
Of course.
And it's just relaxing because you don't have to use your brain as much.
And I will not apologize for that.
No, and I think that especially if you are trying to hit top 4 in a tournament, anything you can do to give yourself a break is so important. But we're not going to take a break any longer as we are ready to jump to the stage for the finals here in Orlando. Wolf Glick versus Neil Patel. It is now time. Let's make some noise for these trainers as we get ready to kick off an exciting finals match.
Just to recap, Neil's previous achievements had not before got through top 8 at a regional, finally broke through that ceiling and has gone one further into the finals with top 8 finishes at Vancouver and Charlotte regionals this year, a top 16 at Sacramento, and of course a top 8 at Vancouver last year. I believe Neil is a Canadian at heart, so those 2 Vancouver finishes, cool to see, but has decided to make Orlando his breakthrough. That is an Urshifu Rapid Strike, a Rillaboom, an Incineroar, a Qianpao, a Raging Bolt, and an Ogerpon Hearthflame Mask coming out from Neil.
Many of these Pokemon are present on our top 12 usage graphic for this weekend, but not with this twist. You see that Stellar Terastallization on the Qianpao, Water Terastallization on the Rillaboom, Photosynthesis to boost the attack of the Raging Bolt in addition to Calm Mind and Protect, and Focus Energy on the Ogerpon Hearthflame. That was something I was hoping we'd see come up against the Trick Room sort of teams in the past, but we'll have to see if it comes to play here against Wolf.
Honestly, if I'm in Neil's spot and I had to choose between making my flight or playing in finals of a regional, I'm playing in the finals every single time. So
yeah, I respect
you can catch
it.
another flight. You got some prize money. It's fine. You got to stay in it and fight for the glory. So, of course, good luck to Neil. And, of course, Wolf in this final match as well. Moving over to Wolf, a previous world champion back in 2016, a Players Cup 2 champion in 2021, an NAIC champion in 2019, an 8-time regional champion. Who else can fill out a list of accomplishments with 11 champion? Like, I don't think anyone else can.
I think it would be someone in the juniors or the seniors division, honestly, which just goes to show how incredible of an accomplishment this is for Wolf, running a very similar team to what he ran at the European International Championships just 1 week ago. Urshifu Rapid Strike, Incineroar, Fluttermane, Amoonguss, Landorus Incarnate, and Tornadus Incarnate. I have a fun fact for you, Jake.
Hit it me.
This is actually the 8th out of 10th finals in North America that features somebody who has already been a finalist so far this year.
Wow.
Wolf being that repeat person, also one step away from repeating the win here in Orlando as he was our previous Orlando Regional Champion in 2023.
That's really impressive, Gabby. There's so many finals that have been contested between a lot of the top players, but so far 9 different people able to come out on top. This would be the first time someone has won 2 regionals in the same season in 2024. The first time we've had a repeat winner on our regionals winners graphic. Wolf is looking to both repeat his regional success this year and from last year here in Orlando in this Orlando 2024 regionals finals. Neil Patel is standing in his way. Turn 1 of game 1, we see the face down of the Incineroar with the Ogerpon for Neil and the Amoonguss for Wolf.
There may be the GOATs of this tournament competing on stage right now, but it is the Incineroars that start off this match. Trading intimidates. That Amoonguss for Wolf is in a tough spot as it has to worry about that big damage from the Ogerpon and potentially a flinch as well from Neil's Incineroar.
Neil's own Incineroar also carrying the safety goggles, so a really rough spot to be in if you are this Amoonguss. Notably, we saw Wolf's Intimidate Incineroar activate first before Neil's, so indicates that it is either a speed tie, which we can't know, or Wolf's is just trained to be a little bit faster. Good info for both of these players going forward, because if you're Neil, you at least know that you are not guaranteed to be faster than Wolf's Incineroar.
Incineroar on Neil's side of the field going to sit back for a bit as the Urshifu is the Pokemon that takes its place. Spiky Shield onto that Ogerpon means it won't be taking any damage from the Sludge Bomb from Wolf's Amoonguss.
A nice switch there. The Urshifu coming in favor of the Incineroar. Very unlikely for a Spore to be hitting that slot because of the safety goggles on that Incineroar. And now Urshifu threatens some big damage into the Incineroar on Wolf's end. If Neil was to Terastallize his Ogerpon, get that attack boost, return to neutral, and Ivy Cudgel most likely threatens a one-hit KO on Amoonguss, which would in turn allow Urshifu to attack Incineroar on the same turn. So now Wolf has to be very wary of that play, possibly respond with a Terastallization of his own, or even some pivoting with his own Pokemon.
I was just going to say, we've seen a Wolf approach his games throughout the weekend with very defensive choices for his terrestrializations. We've seen the Amoonguss terrestrialize into the water type. We've seen the Incineroar terrestrialize into the grass type. Both of those would have been a smart play here for Wolf, but he is going to start this turn off with the Urshifu, his own Rapid Strike Urshifu, taking the field, and then a combo play with the water type terrestrialization on the Amoonguss.
Really smart defensive play there. This allows Wolf the flexibility to move some of his Pokemon around, keep this Amoonguss on the field without at risk of it being KO'd by a big Fire-type Ivy Cudgel, but Focus Energy immediately coming through, boosting the critical hit rate of this Ogerpon, making it even more likely for critical hits from that Ivy Cudgel. Surging Strikes comes through into Wolf's Urshifu. Resist it, luckily, will not be taking too much damage, and this Amoonguss will have the chance to possibly go for a Spore into Urshifu.
Amoonguss will also have the opportunity to go on the offense here if Wolf wanted to play like the previous turn, but actually anticipated the Ogerpon's terrestrialization. But because Ogerpon is still a grass fire type Pokemon, that Spore failed.
The Spore fails, and more importantly, the Urshifu on Wolf's end does not threaten super effective damage with Surging Strikes. Now this Ogerpon on Neil's end is a big threat. I believe a 50% chance to score a critical hit with Ivy Cudgel after that Focus Energy, which can negate any kind of Intimidate boost that we're seeing from the Incineroar. That's now -2, but it doesn't matter at all unless it gets a critical hit.
Well, Grassy Glide is not very effective, but it does get that critical hit onto the Incineroar. But the 1-2 combo Surging Strikes will be more than enough damage to remove that Pokemon from play. Amoonguss does get the opportunity to do something again this turn, but what did Wolf pick? He goes for the Sludge Bomb. It will target down that Ogerpon and bring it down to below half its health and gets poisoned as well. So some good damage over time for Wolf, but it looks like it's going to be 3 or 4 turns before the poison alone would knock out that Pokemon.
That's a pretty critical poison from the Sludge Bomb. It now means that if Wolf brings in the Urshifu, he might have the opportunity to KO it with an Aqua Jet before the Ogerpon can go for a Grassy Glide. Of course, the Rillaboom switching in for Neil would empower the Grassy Glide to be a priority move instead of just neutral speed, but because the Urshifu is holding a Choice Scarf, Aqua Jet would still act before the Grassy Glide and possibly have a chance to KO it. We do, however, see Neil actually does not have the Rillaboom. It's going to be that Qian Pao. So there's no chance for a priority Grassy Glide for this game, which means Urshifu on Wolf's side should attack first.
It should attack first, but what target will Wolf pick? Will he use the Amoonguss's more offensive capabilities once again, or will he try and finally align a Spore into the Urshifu, or dare I say, into the Incineroar, as Neil will switch in that Pokemon, bring back the Intimidate onto the opposing Urshifu, and try and give this Ogerpon the best possible chance to hold on, but it's actually just a Choice Scarf Surging Strikes. More than enough damage to pick up the KO there. And now Amoonguss, the last Pokemon to move once again for Wolf, will not be able to put that Incineroar to sleep thanks to the safety goggles.
And now this is actually a much better spot for Wolf. Look at this Water-type Amoonguss. There is not much left on Neil's side that can threaten big damage into it. Urshifu now has the option for a neutral close combat, which is nice, especially if you do consider the possibility of the Sword of Ruin boost from that Qian Pao in the back. But Incineroar cannot do big damage. Again, it's not even packing Flare Blitz, but Knockoff won't do a ton to this Amoonguss thanks to it being so bulky. And now the Urshifu on Wolf's end, also not heavily threatened by much. There's nothing that can hit it for more than neutral damage right now left on Neil's team.
I do wonder if Neil were to try and connect Knockoff with that Urshifu to remove the Choice Scarf, if that could be something to come in handy for him. That would also mean that the Qian Pao, I think, would have a favorable speed alignment against Wolf's Urshifu in the end game. You also have to wonder what Wolf's final Pokemon is. You don't have to wonder for much longer, as Wolf will switch out the Urshifu into the Landorus. So once again, saving that Landorus Incarnate for the back, Neil finally opting to use that Terrestrialization.
Terrestrialization comes through on the Incineroar, will make it a Ghost type, so much easier to stand up to both the Urshifu and the Landorus on Wolf's side of the field, but unfortunately won't do much for him on this turn specifically, as Wolf did opt to switch out the Urshifu.
Fake Out will flinch the Amoonguss, and close combat will be resisted by the Landorus. That was a great call there from Wolf. Urshifu's lower defenses as well will also mean that both of his Pokemon have a better chance of dealing that critical damage he needs.
Now that this Landorus has come in on that close combat too, and Earth Power almost definitely will KO this Urshifu, so you have to worry about that if you're Neil. Your Chien-Pao in the back really doesn't want to be switching in either, because breaking that Focus Sash means that Urshifu on Wolf's side can come in and just KO it at any time. Again, this Incineroar cannot be redirected by Amoonguss because of those safety goggles, but you do have to worry about taking a big Earth Power.
You have to worry about taking an Earth Power, which is why Chien-Pao is going to take the field. Sword of Ruin will only be boosting the Urshifu's attack power here. Rage Powder means that the Urshifu will be targeting down the Amoonguss with an Aqua Jet. Even with the Sword of Ruin, it's not any damage, and Earth Power takes that Chien-Pao immediately down to the Focus Sash.
I really like the Earth Power going into that slot too. You're tempted to KO the Urshifu there, but getting important damage on that Incineroar, or in this case, bringing Chien-Pao down to just 1 HP remaining is really, really big for Wolf. It's huge for that Incineroar Wolf has in the, not Incineroar, Urshifu Wolf has in the back, because when I keep saying Incineroar, when Urshifu comes back in, it has the option to go straight for that Choice Scarf Aqua Jet. There is no way that Neil has to redirect that Aqua Jet away or prevent it thanks to the Unseen Fist. Big, big damage into Chien-Pao here.
You also have to wonder if Neil's choice of not having a Flare Blitz on that Incineroar will ultimately hurt him. For now, though, we do see a Rage Powder redirecting Sacred Sword, will be activating the Citrus Berry onto the Amoonguss, bringing it up to above half its health. A second Earth Power from this Landorus will not connect with the Urshifu, and Amoonguss finally has a chance to consider, do I keep redirecting here and try and let Landorus clean up, or do I try and anticipate a switch in? There still is the Incineroar in the back for Neil.
There is, but I think if you're Amoonguss here, your main job right now is to protect Landorus from that Ice Spinner from the Chien-Pao. Landorus is a really, really scary threat for Wolf right now, and this Amoonguss is not taking much damage at all from any of these attacks, especially considering Chien-Pao cannot use any of its same type attack bonus attacks for neutral damage into Amoonguss if it goes for Rage Powder.
Incineroar will take the field once again for Neil. Chien-Pao down to a single HP of health. Sacred Sword will find its target into the Amoonguss. Earth Power into the Incineroar to drop it below half its health. And here comes that Sludge Bomb, finally connecting with the Chien-Pao for the KO.
Really love that play from Wolf. That is a big risk, because if Chien-Pao goes for Ice Spinner on that turn, Landorus just gets knocked out, and Neil probably wins the game immediately. But knowing that Neil has to get rid of that Amoonguss, probably opted to go for Sacred Sword. He opts not to go for Rage Powder, which allows him to get huge damage into Incineroar and knock out that Amoonguss, not the Chien-Pao with Amoonguss. Now Fake Out is on the field. He cannot possibly ever fake out this Urshifu that is in the back for Wolf. That's really big, because now, even though this Landorus can possibly get hit by something like an Aqua Jet or Surging Strikes from Urshifu on this turn, on the prior turns, on the later turns rather, Urshifu can come back in for Wolf, not have to worry about getting faked out, and all of its attacks will land.
There is also a Protect available to the Amoonguss and the Landorus as well here. Do have to play carefully around the Unseen Fist ability from Urshifu, as that will allow it to deal damage through that Protect. But if Wolf is feeling confident, you can try and anticipate where the Fake Out would go. Instead, Fake Out is allowed to connect with that Landorus. Close combat into the Amoonguss to knock it out. Both these trainers down to their final 2 Pokemon in game number 1.
Only 2 Pokemon remaining for both. Now this Urshifu on Neil's side is down to -1 defense and special defense. Could come in very handy for Wolf, who will have to lock his Urshifu into its final attack of the game on this turn. Urshifu now at pretty good health remaining. 1 close combat from Neil's own Urshifu might be enough, but at the same time, you possibly have the option to go for your own close combat, take advantage of that -1 defense. But Aqua Jet comes through first, KOs Wolf's Landorus.
Landorus is down. Urshifu is Wolf's final Pokemon in this game number 1. Tries to use Surging Strikes to pick up the knockout on this Ghost-type Incineroar. It will take all 3 hits, but it is now just Urshifu remaining for both these Pokemon trainers.
You have to wonder, I don't think Wolf's Urshifu has enough firepower left here. There is no Intimidate on Neil's Urshifu. It is at full attack, and even though it is at -1 defense, it still is resisting the Surging Strikes that Wolf had to lock into, because if it locked into close combat, he would have had no way to damage the Incineroar.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Wolf, you can see just how much damage the Surging Strikes will do here. It's possible, depending on how his Urshifu is trained, that there might be one more turn left in this game. But even with additional defense drops...
But he has Aqua Jet!
He has Aqua Jet!
Oh, it's not enough. Close combat, not enough to KO Urshifu, but unfortunately for Wolf, Neil is not running Choice Scarf Urshifu. He has the option to switch up his attacks, and Aqua Jet here is enough to get Neil game 1 of this finals match here in Orlando, Florida.
Coming down once again to the wire for both of these Pokemon trainers. Neil staying calm, cool, and collected and finding that win condition, really in thanks to the flexibility that Mystic Water gives him on that Urshifu. You could see Wolf pivot out that his own Urshifu, trying to ensure that he can make a correct choice when it comes to the point when you have to pick that final move to lock into. But because he was unable to match the priority of that Aqua Jet, just his Pokemon taken down.
It really was the fact that Neil had the option to switch moves there. We saw it go for a big close combat to KO the Amoonguss on Wolf's side of the field, which allowed for no more Spores to be thrown out, no more Sludge Bombs to get some more chip damage, and of course the Aqua Jet came through that KO'd the Landorus. The flexibility of that Mystic Water, and of course the power boost from Mystic Water as well, powering up the Aqua Jet, which could have been a difference maker in KOing that Landorus at the very end of that game.
Yeah, and even though there was a little bit of luck on Wolf's side, you know, we saw that poison come through from the Sludge Bomb. It just could not match the momentum that Neil had. And I think going into game number 2, I do wonder how Wolf is going to switch things up a bit. I feel like he does have to bring his Urshifu regardless, because it does match up so well against the Incineroar, against that Ogerpon. Really forces Terastalizations in those situations. But it struggled to find purchase throughout the rest of the match otherwise.
It did, even with this great play Wolf made, predicting the Sacred Sword coming out from Qian Pao to KO it with the Sludge Bomb Amoonguss. It ended up not being enough just because the Urshifu on Neil's side had the power to go for that close combat. Neil had the fake out on deck just in time to prevent Landorus from going for the big Earth Power to KO that Urshifu. And of course, Unseen Fist made it so difficult for Wolf to pivot around.
A big adjustment from Wolf as we jump straight into game number 2. It's going to be the Landorus Incarnate and Incineroar lead for him against the Ogerpon and Incineroar once again for Neil.
Really like this adjustment. This Landorus is now facing, you know, a Fire type and a Fire type, both of which really don't want to be taking the Earth Powers. Of course, you do have the Grass typing to make sure that Earth Power is not super effective, and then you have to worry about Sludge Bomb instead. And again, like we saw earlier on in this match, we are pretty sure that Wolf's Incineroar is likely faster than Neil's, just based on how the Intimidates are playing out. We did see Wolf's Intimidate go first in both of these games, so fake out advantage to Wolf. But of course, if you choose to fake out the Incineroar on Neil's side of the field, you still have to worry about that Ogerpon.
You do, and just seeing how game number 1 played out, I don't know if you can necessarily risk getting so much damage down onto your Landorus Incarnate in turn 1 of this game. You probably want to try and match the fake out pressure of your own Pokemon, but we do get a turn 1 Terastalization from Neil, going straight for that Hearth Flame Mask and Body Aspect activation to boost up Ogerpon's attack to negate the attack drop from Intimidate.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice little reset there from Neil. Fake out goes into his own Incineroar, which flinches next. Ivy Cudgel coming out. This is a neutral Terrafire boosted Ivy Cudgel into the Landorus on Wolf's end.
And Landorus is able to take that attack and fire back an Earth Power. That's now super effective. Gets the one-hit KO in return.
Great turn of events there for Wolf. That is Terastalization immediately gone for Neil. It was such a big part of that first game, which forced Wolf not to lock into close combat because the Incineroar was a ghost type. But that is now just gone. The Ogerpon itself is gone, a huge source of damage, and now Wolf has an immediate 4-3 Pokemon advantage. Urshifu coming in here actually in a very good spot, thanks to the lower health on Landorus. Obviously, a huge threat always into Incineroar. but you cannot discount the huge advantage Wolf just gave himself with that turn 1, making sure your Landorus is protected from a fake out from Neil's own Incineroar, and getting that huge Earth Power KO.
Recognizing the importance of this Landorus in this matchup, Wolf switches it out to send in his own Urshifu. It's actually a double switch, going to send in the Amoonguss, who can take those water-type attacks from the Urshifu so much more comfortably.
It's very comfortable, especially considering there is no Flare Blitz on Neil's Incineroar. The Amoonguss switch here is very hard to punish because there's no way you have to KO it on this turn. Surging Strikes come through, 3 hits into Amoonguss. Luckily for Neil is not that Rocky Helmet set, but he does knock off Wolf's Incineroar's Choice Scarf, which I think in this scenario, actually not that bad. You give yourself the option to switch up your moves.
Yeah, I was going to say, going back to game number 1, it was ultimately the fact that the Urshifu was locked into an attack that gave Neil the advantage. That is no longer a restriction for Wolf. Yes, it is going to be naturally a bit slower now because you don't benefit from the speed boost, but it is still a bit more flexible, which is going to be so important, especially knowing that Neil's last Pokemon this time is Rillaboom.
Rillaboom now hits the field, sets up the grassy terrain, and is threatening some big damage into Urshifu, but a big close combat straight into that Rillaboom slot from Wolf's Urshifu that is over half of Rillaboom's HP, immediately gone. And
with a Sludge Bomb too! That's enough to pick up the KO on that Rillaboom on the switch. That was a fantastic prediction from Wolf.
It's so hard to punish that too. Close combat does a huge amount of damage to that Incineroar, and really nothing in the back from Neil. Wants to take the combination of those 2 attacks. Wolf very smartly going for that double target, knowing that Amoonguss is really not threatened by anything at this point, because I cannot reiterate enough the importance of Neil's Incineroar not carrying Flare Blitz. This Amoonguss is in such a great spot right now, especially considering there's no more option for Neil to switch. If Urshifu gets put to sleep, it can't swap out. Try to get something more productive onto the field. This is a big 180 for Wolf here in this second game.
And in recognition of that fact, I think Neil actually just locked in a forfeit in this game number 2. Wolf has all 4 Pokemon of his remaining, and even though Neil arguably has one of the best attackers on his team available to him, that Urshifu with the Mystic Water is not powerful enough to power through the Amoonguss on its own. And just like that, we're heading into a game 3 in this finals.
We are. Frankly, that Amoonguss was going nowhere for the rest of this game. It still had its Citrus Berry, it had the Grassy Terrain Recovery, it had Regenerator, all available to it, and at the same time, it could redirect really anything from that Urshifu until Wolf was able to get something onto the field to KO it. Really, really well played game from Wolf there. The Ivy Cudgel not scoring a critical hit here, really a difference maker because we did not have that focus energy boost just yet. It was still that slightly raised chance, but not very raised, and a big Earth Power KO in return. Kind of the Terastallization there coming around to bite Neil, because if it was not Terastallized, probably able to survive 1 Earth Power, just maybe.
For sure, yeah.
So really big swing there that Neil took, but it unfortunately did not pay off.
And talk about big swings. I mean, Wolf doubled into that slot.
Yeah.
Anticipating not just the Rillaboom making an appearance there, that's a Pokemon adjustment, but also optimizing for the damage in that position as well. That was such an incredible read from Wolf, as really there was no indication at that point in the game that it was that Rillaboom that was present in the back of Neil's party.
There wasn't, but even if you think about the Pokemon Neil brought to the first game, if the Chien-Pao switches in there instead, for example, it gets immediately taken down to Focus Sash and then KO'd there. So a really smart double up, really just guaranteeing damage. Obviously the Urshifu will attack through Protect regardless, but Amoonguss cannot. So if you want to double target a slot, you double target the one that cannot protect, cannot terastallize, cannot avoid damage, just like Wolf did there.
All right, well, these trainers are ready to go into game number 3. Let's make some noise. Let's get the hype going, as it's Amoonguss and Incineroar on the field for Wolf against the Ogerpon and the Rillaboom for Neil.
I think immediate advantage to Wolf here, just because you get a crucial Intimidate down onto Ogerpon and Rillaboom right off the bat, starting off the game at -1 attack. Neil now actually is the one with the fake out advantage though, because Rillaboom should be faster than this Incineroar, will have the option to dictate which of Wolf's Pokemon possibly flinch from fake out. And of course the Rillaboom, the Ogerpon on Neil's side, not very heavily threatened by anything right now, could possibly take the chance to go straight for that focus energy.
And I think getting that focus energy in early would also mean that the Ogerpon is more likely to score those critical hits and really puts a lot of pressure on Wolf from a board position as well, because if you know that your opponent has essentially a coin flip to deal a massive amount of damage to avoid any stat drops, to just play around those complications, you definitely don't want them to take that. But we see a Pokemon adjustment from Wolf. Tornadus will take the field, will lose its focus sash for its trouble, but seeing that Ogerpon went for a focus energy with the Sludge Bomb and the poison, that's the best you could hope for from that turn for Wolf.
100%, Gabby. That is a massive switch there. Wolf has not brought Tornadus to either of these first 2 games, and it pays off immediately. Neil leading the 2 grass-type Pokemon on his team is the perfect situation you want to find your Tornadus in. Now you have the option to go for a possible Tailwind, set your Pokemon up for a speed advantage later on. Even a Bleak Wind Storm here would be really, really good. This Ogerpon is now at the boosted critical hit rate from Focus Energy, but it is still only a 50% chance to score a critical hit. So it's not guaranteed that that Focus Energy will pay off, especially because the Sludge Bomb came through, dealt a ton of damage, and crucially put this Ogerpon on a timer.
Some people may also be wondering if Wolf is considering a Rain Dance on that Tornadus to try and weaken the fire-type attacks from that Ogerpon, but without confirmation about whether or not Neil's owner Shifu is on the field just yet. That is too risky of a play to make. Bleak Wind Storm will not connect with the Rillaboom nor the Ogerpon. Woodhammer, though, into the Tornadus for a good amount of damage. Now this Amoonguss' Sludge Bomb will not connect with the spiky shield on the Ogerpon.
You have to respect the double into that slot if you're Wolf. You know, if you're using Bleak Wind Storm, it comes with the possible chance of missing like we did just see. And you cover for a Bleak Wind Storm missing Ogerpon there. Unfortunately, you can't cover for missing the Rillaboom in that scenario, which does get some decent damage into Tornadus. But thankfully, Tornadus should still have the option to go for one final attack if it chooses to. The Tailwind with the Prankster ability will act first. And the Grassy Glide from Ogerpon on Neil's side might try to go first, but without enough damage to KO it, it will not go down even with the critical hit.
That Tornadus is unfortunately unable to go for a Bleak Wind Storm this turn, as it will be taken down by those 2 priority Grassy Glides. But you trade your speed control Pokemon to knock out that critical hit boosted Ogerpon. I think that's the best trade that Wolf could get in this situation.
Not a bad trade at all. Seeing Neil's last 2 Pokemon, it will be the Urshifu and the Chien-Pao. And considering Neil only has 3 physical attackers remaining, the Incineroar on Wolf's side will be very important for the rest of this match. Rillaboom and Chien-Pao, again, both physical attackers. Rillaboom now down to -2 attack from that first Intimidate, and Chien-Pao at -1. The Amoonguss on Wolf's side here, we saw it be so important against the Chien-Pao earlier on in this match, especially if you do opt for the Water Terastallization, which would be very handy coming in against this Chien-Pao. However, you do still have to worry about the Rillaboom's Grass-type attacks.
Sacred Sword from Chien-Pao into the opposing Incineroar to drop it down to below half its health, but the combination with the high horsepower, Incineroar is able to hold on. Flare Blitz is a one-hit knockout on that Rillaboom. Wolf will lose the Incineroar with recoil damage as a result, but talk about a great trade. Now this Amoonguss is free to Terastallize, and he gets a Spore in as well.
I'm 100% okay taking that trade if I am Wolf. That is a massive survival from the Sacred Sword and the high horsepower combination, and of course, a huge one-hit KO into that Rillaboom. Now Neil and Wolf are both down to their final 2 Pokemon, but Landorus coming in. There is nothing that can protect this Urshifu from a possible Earth power. Landorus is a very, very strong Pokemon, and unless Urshifu is trained to be incredibly specially bulky, a combination of Rage Powder to prevent an Aqua Jet into that Landorus slot and an Earth Power could be enough straight up for a KO here.
Both these trainers are down to their final 2 Pokemon. And remember, the title of a regional champion is on the line, and that's why you see Neil playing to every possible out. Will go for that stellar Terastallization to boost the power of Chien-Pao's attacks once it wakes up from its sleep.
You have to wonder why Neil opted for the Terastallization there. This Chien-Pao cannot possibly wake up on this turn, Gabby. There's no way this Chien-Pao attacks and this Terastallization cannot come in handy for at least one more turn. Landorus instead going immediately for a Terastallization of its own to protect itself from a possible Aqua Jet coming out from this Urshifu. Earth Power into Chien-Pao brings it down to its Focus Sash.
Chien-Pao barely able to hang on. Urshifu surging strikes into the Landorus with the Terastallization. It's going to be enough to knock it out.
It's enough for a KO into Landorus, but I think that's all Wolf needs, was that Earth Power into Chien-Pao. Really smart targeting there, because if Sludge Bomb comes through to KO this Chien-Pao, it will be a 1v1 Urshifu versus Amoonguss, and that is exactly what Wolf wants.
Amoonguss is not the most offensive Pokemon that you would think of in the Regulation F metagame, but it is the Pokemon that's carrying Wolf Glick's hopes and dreams of a repeat regional win in this season. Urshifu on the other side of the field, the Pokemon you think of for Regulation F and VGC, trying to find an opportunity, find the damage it needs to take this Amoonguss down.
I really just want to call out how smart that Terastallization from Landorus was for Wolf on that prior turn. Doing that means that it drops the water type weakness. Even though we saw it get knocked out by Surging Strikes anyway, it couldn't possibly be knocked out by Aqua Jet. All Wolf needed was one Earth Power into the Chien-Pao, which could not wake up, could not protect. It's guaranteed damage. The combination from that and Earth Power and Sludge Bomb from the Amoonguss enough to KO it. And Wolf very confident, just like we are, Gabby, that I think this Amoonguss can 1v1 the Urshifu, especially considering it just got put to sleep. It's got to take a couple turns to wake up, and this Amoonguss still has the Citrus Berry at its disposal.
It still has the Citrus Berry, and it is running Sludge Bomb, which looks like it will be about a 3 to 4 hit KO, depending on how much damage it does. We see the Urshifu wake up after a single turn of sleep. Will activate the Citrus Berry on this Amoonguss, but I think the most important thing to look for here is just when will that Amoonguss be in close combat range, as the odds that Wolf went for a Spore this turn are so low.
They really are. Sludge Bomb comes through, and I think the worst thing that can happen is a Poison here for Wolf, because you really want to put it back to sleep this turn. If it was Poison, that is not an option. Surging Strikes comes back through here from this Urshifu, will attempt to put Amoonguss in close combat range. Gabby, like you called out, close combat, despite the critical hits from Surging Strikes, is slightly stronger at the end of the day.
It looks like both these trainers have heads up, waiting to see how this game will play out. I think this is one of those situations where Neil knows that he has to keep clicking Surging Strikes until it's close combat range. Wolf knows that he needs maybe 2 more Sludge Bombs to knock out this Pokemon. Here comes the first one, 6 HP. We saw it wake up after 1 turn earlier. Will it wake up again? This is the turn that will decide your Orlando Regional Champion, and it is the Urshifu close combat into that Amoonguss. It holds on! It holds on through that attack. Amoonguss should have plenty of time to return and knock out with that Sludge Bomb, and Wolf Glick is now your 2023 and 2024 Orlando Regional Champion.
What an insane endgame there, Gabby. Wolf played that so incredibly well. Just knowing how exactly he needed to target his attacks, getting the Earth Power Sludge Bomb KO on Chien-Pao as much as he needed to get that Amoonguss Urshifu endgame. Played it so perfectly well, and Neil, even with the 2 one-turn sleeps, the minimum possible sleep length, twice in a row in that endgame, was barely not enough. Wolf's Amoonguss with the Sludge Bomb, the choice that people have run to give it some more offensive power over the Pollen Puff, pays off for Wolf, who becomes a repeat champion here in Orlando, Florida.
Not only a repeat Orlando Regional Champion, but our first trainer of the season to get their picture on that graphic twice. What an incredible accomplishment, and it just goes to show how close these games have been all weekend.
Yeah.
We saw Neil have every possible opportunity to wake up, to deal that damage, but in the end it was Amoonguss with just enough in its defense and its HP to take those attacks.
Like you said earlier, Gabby, these margins all day, all weekend have been razor thin. Wolf playing so well, and even then, just barely able to KO that Urshifu in the end. If Urshifu had, gotten
one critical hit with close combat, if it had, you know, taken even one different turn of sleep, that plays out so differently, and especially this immediate Sludge Bomb poison. That was a massive, massive boon for Wolf there because it put that Ogerpon on a timer and made kind of that early game a little bit easier to navigate for Wolf. And of course, the Tornadus, a really, really great brain because it forced attention from this Ogerpon and Rillaboom on the first 2 turns of the game.
It did, and I love how they cut in that crowd reaction shot as well. I don't know if it came through on the stream, but the crowd was just going absolutely nuts throughout this entire set. And I gotta say, I think this is one, honestly, for the history books. Like, it just was so back and forth, and both trainers are really on top of their game. And at the end of the day, Wolf was just able to find that extra bit of 6 HP to hold on. What an incredible set.
Wolf played so fearless with that Amoonguss in this 3rd game as well. We saw the Amoonguss face down a Fire-type Ogerpon and a Chien Pao and go straight for attacks both times, knowing exactly that Wolf needed this Amoonguss to be productive. You couldn't just protect, you couldn't just Rage Powder. The Spores and Sludge Bombs coming out from Amoonguss in this game were so massive. I don't think we saw it Rage Powder once this 3rd game, actually, Gabby. Who needs redirection when you can just take KOs yourself?
You know, and I think that's an important thing to call out here about Amoonguss, especially now that we're rotating into a single restricted format. And, you know, traditionally, I feel like you see Amoonguss all over the place in those formats. Just because a Pokemon has access to a move does not mean that you have to use it. And I think a lot of people, especially in these kind of situations, you think, okay, I'll redirect and I'll let my attacking Pokemon does what it does best. But at the end of the day, you just need that damage. It doesn't matter if it comes from an Urshifu or an Amoonguss to get the KO.
How crazy to think that Wolf has won 9 regional championships, Gabby. That is such an insane accomplishment. That is something that I think many people couldn't even dream of at this point. There's a very select group of trainers that have even won 1 regional, much less more than 1. Then you get all the way up to 9. Like, I could never. I could not.
I think in North America, at least, Paul Chua is the only trainer to ever come close. And especially with Indianapolis and LA on the horizon, I'm sure he's looking at his travel schedule and trying to see if he can catch up here. But still, I feel like Wolf has really cemented himself as one of the GOATs. Not the cats, the GOATs.
Not the cats, not the Incineroars, which he loves so dearly, but in fact, one of the greatest Pokemon players of all time, if not the greatest at this point. I mean, you have a World's Championship, you have a National Championship, you have an International Championship, you have 9 regionals, you have a Players' Cup. I don't even know what else is left. Like,
you go for the gauntlet, I think.
Yeah.
You try and be the Tord Reklev of VGC and win every single IC and hope that you can complete the gauntlet.
Well, if anyone can do it, it's Wolf.
Oh, for sure.
We'll see how that goes.
It goes to show as well, right? This was a last-minute decision for him to be here. I believe he got in at like 2 or 3 in the morning on Saturday.
Worth.
He won.
Yeah.
That's insane.
If that's what it takes, I'll schedule all my flights for like late. Next time I play a regional, I'm not getting in until morning of.
I want to sleep.
Well, I guess Wolf has shown that even if you don't get as much sleep as you might hope before day 1, you can still make it to day 2 and then power all the way through to a 9th title, Gabby. I can't get over that. 9 trophies. 9.
I know. Let's take a look at our final standings here. As you just saw, Wolf Glick won the tournament. Neil Patel coming in 2nd. Justin Karras, Ben Grissomer, Charles Moses, Zachary Weed, Joshua Lorsey, and Aaron Brock. Y'all, if you're just tuning in right now, I'm going to be real with you. You need to wait until we're done, of course, but then go back and watch the VOD from today's tournament. I mean, this weekend, really, because there were just so many incredible matches. I don't think I could have asked for a more exciting top cut here this weekend.
Truly, every single match we got to see today and yesterday were so much fun to talk over, to watch backstage, to hear all of you react to out in the crowd. And we have a really cool mix of players, even just in this top 8 as well. Obviously, Wolf, who we've talked about ad nauseum at this point, Justin, who's a regional champion, Ben Grismer, who's had some great success, but of course, Charles Moses and Zachary Weed, both making their first appearances in top 8 at a regional. Really cool mix. Of course, Josh Lorsey and Aaron Brock have had success at regionals and internationals before too. So it's really cool to see both the veterans keep making their stamp on this community, on this game, and see newer players like Charles and Zachary break into that top echelon as well.
Yeah, and take a good look at these Pokemon, because the next time we see y'all in Indianapolis, let me tell you, you're probably still going to see your Incineroars and your Rillabooms and your Urshifus, but I do think things will be looking a little bit different. But but when I look back at Regulation F, this is the Regulation F that I want to remember.
Yes.
You know, yes, you do have your hard hitters, you do have meta Pokemon, which are meta for a reason, but you have these unique strategies, these little techs that just make these trainers stand out.
Lou, look away. Lou, if you're watching,
I was going to say that is a challenge there from Wolf, Glick to Lou, but we'll let them handle that maybe.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Wolf not using the Gastrodon this time around maybe spared some of Lou's wrath. Maybe he'll have a chance to use the Blue in later, but of course focusing on those 6 Pokemon he did bring. The Fluttermane didn't make an appearance at all in the finals, but I'm sure it was also a huge part of Wolf's team. We saw it on stream multiple times, making use of that booster energy, special attack boosting photosynthesis set, one that has come back around to popularity after falling out of favor for some of the more speed Icy Wind support oriented sets.
Yeah, and I also want to shout out the stellar terrestrialization on the Chien-Pao from Neil. I think that was something we saw very early on in Regulation F, you know, trying to take advantage of this new Terra type that the Blueberry Academy DLC gave us. But
yeah.
I always thought that Chien-Pao had the best opportunity to take advantage of that stellar Terra type, as it was fast enough. You could use all 3 of its attacks effectively to get that boost. Really cool to see it do well here this weekend, and really makes my brain start thinking about how you can use stellar terrestrializations moving forwards.
Well, maybe we'll get to hear a little bit about that from Neil, the user of that Terra Stellar Chien-Pao, in our awards ceremony. Let's throw it over to Joe Brown on the stage with our 2 finalists.
Thank you, everybody. It's time to start our awards ceremony here in Orlando. We began the weekend with over 900 trainers in the Masters Division, and now we know our finalists and our winner. Let's start with our finalists. Give a nice round of applause for our finalists here, Neil Patel. Congratulations, Neil. I'm sure it's a bit of mixed emotions right now. You're a couple hit points from a regional title, but you finally broke through that top 8 curse. So how are you feeling right now?
I feel really good. This is the first time that I broke through the, first time I ever won a game in cut, and I feel like I won both of them really well. I did kind of toss. If I Terra Poisoned the Urshifu, I probably would have won, but I think that's because I was clicking too quickly and not really thinking through the turn enough. So yeah, it's definitely something to learn and move on for next time, but I'm really happy with it. A top 8 second feels super good.
Yeah, congratulations again. Round of applause for Neil. Best of luck for the rest of the season for you. Go celebrate with your friends and family. And now, our 9-time regional champion, back-to-back Orlando regional champion, Wolf Glick. Congratulations, Wolf. I'm sure you're just getting used to this feeling. You just expect to win every event. How does this championship compare to your other 8 regional titles?
You know, I don't like to kind of rank within them. It's really meaningful for me to win this. I went to EUIC with this exact same team, no changes, and I just barely missed out in top cut, and I really felt like this team could go all the way, you know what I mean? Like, I really felt like it was a really special, good team, and so to come here kind of on a whim, you know, booked on Wednesday, last minute, and ended up not only doing well, but winning the whole thing, it's extremely, extremely meaningful to me, and I'm just so proud of myself and so grateful for all the support I have.
Yeah, honestly, the best last-minute decision that you could ever have, possibly. Congratulations to Wolf Glick. So it's been a phenomenal weekend. Wolf, go along and celebrate with your friends and family. Great job by everybody here in the venue, the tournament staff, all the judges, all the players that were able to participate here in Orlando. It's been a fantastic weekend. I've had a blast. We've had a wonderful stream here, and we are going to close it out in the lounge. So if we're ready over in the lounge, thank you, everybody. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe. Dweeha here in the lounge. It's been an exciting day of battles here in Orlando. Currently in the lounge with me is Lendul and Jake Muller. It's been an exciting day, huh?
Oh, it's been so much fun to watch these matches. So many tense moments, that end game of the final just really putting the cherry on top of all of it.
We couldn't possibly have known who was going to win that until that final turn. The Urshifu getting some good sleep the night before, taking just some short little naps during that game, but not enough to close it out. And Wolf, you know, just showing us all why he is just so insanely good at this game.
Wolf's game plans throughout the day were just so excellent. It felt like every match he found just the right path through the game, the right Pokemon to bring, and didn't seem like it was even what his opponents were expecting either. And they were just all so deliberately thought through and well played.
Yeah. Let's take a look at day 2 usage of the Pokemon and see how that compared to what we saw in the finals. That Urshifu Rapid Strike, so important to Neil's game plan, unfortunately getting beaten out by that Amoonguss, hanging on with just a sliver of hit points to end out this championship run for Wolf.
I think at this point, I wouldn't be surprised to see Amoonguss keep climbing these ranks. It's always a Pokemon that's been very good and something you have to prepare for, but 30% to me still feels kind of low, which might be crazy to say, but like we've seen it do so well, both on Wolf's team and other teams across the day, that it's something you just have to be considering when you're building a team in this format.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt like a lot of matches today revolved around those Urshifu Rapid Strikes. There were 6 of them in the top 8. It was #1 usage in day 2. And Amoonguss is such an important answer to that. Obviously, we saw that crystallize perfectly in the final few turns of the final match. But yeah, if we were to continue to play this game, maybe if you're looking at your locals over the next couple of weeks, wouldn't be surprised to see Amoonguss continue to rise. But instead, we're going to have a clean reset. This will be the last time we see this batch of Pokemon in the top 12 at a regional before we move on to Regulation G.
Yeah, the last major of Regulation F here. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at the upcoming schedule here in the North American Regional Circuit. Like you said, it is the last Regulation F tournament as we get ready to ramp up into Regulation G. Next tournament is going to be Indianapolis, Indiana, a historic site for VGC history, honestly.
Yeah, I've played a few contentious national championships back in the day. It'll be the site of the first tournament of Regulation G just a few days into that new format. I'm so excited to see what Pokemon rise to the top, what strategies players are kind of labbing out and developing right now to get ready for that tournament.
Indianapolis and Los Angeles regionals right after, kind of the tune-up events before the North American International Championships, the first huge event of the Regulation G format, and of course the big event, the final event of the year, Honolulu, Hawaii World Championships in August, which will be the crowning event of our Scarlet and Violet 2024 season.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting way to wrap up the season. Let's take a look at our regional champion list here. Only 2 more slots to add, and there it is, Wolf Glick twice on this list, the first player to be repeating on this list of North American regional champions.
Yeah, well, I can see Wolf is adapting to the photo metagame, bringing his plush in to show off. Yeah, so impressive. We've been kind of questioning since that second regional when Riley was making a deep run who was going to be the first player to end up there twice. It took a long way into the season to make it happen, but no surprise that it's Wolf Glick managing to get the second regional championship of the year.
I mean, odds on anyone doing it, Wolf is probably #1 up there, so not at all surprised to see him on this list twice, joining another long list of trainers who've had some great success this season.
And of course, there's still 2 more champions to be added. The next one is in Indianapolis. Do you think you have what it takes? Register for the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Put yourself out there and compete and try to vie for the title of regional champion. Yeah, so here we have some scenic footage of the wonderful Indianapolis. I've spent many summers in this city. Many summers in the city of Indianapolis.
Back before the age of international championships, we had U.S. Nationals in Indianapolis many, many times. So if you're familiar with that city, head on back there. But of course, if you're in Europe, head over to Stockholm for the regional championships the weekend after, May 11th and 12th.
Yeah, so a lot of action still to come here at the regional circuit. So any predictions for Regulation G from either of you 2 right now?
I'm a big Terapagos fan. I think the Turtle's got it in him to make a deep run.
Yeah, I believe in the Turtle as well. I'm not going to be surprised at all to see Calyrex Shadow Rider up near the top of the usage. Calyrex Ice Rider probably also up there. I think I'd stake my more out there bet right now on Zamazenta. I think that's a pretty cool Pokemon.
That's a pretty cool one. I like that. I'm just going to say what Len said. Is that still a valid answer for that? Can I still say that?
We'll go lab some Zamazenta teams together, Dwee.
All
Next
right.
time you have to answer first, Dwee.
Huh?
Next time you have to answer first.
I never answer first.
No.
I never reveal my hand. That's the thing, all right? So that's how you play this game. You just never reveal your hand.
That's
You wait for
smart. such a joy to bring you the Orlando Regional Championships, and we hope you stick around for our future events.
Yeah, here are some more highlights of all of the action that happened here in the Orlando Regional Championships. It was an exciting amount of battles that happened, right? There was so much that happened and a lot of action that you can always watch back on the VODs.